Good morning, marhaba. Welcome to day 2 of the Global PropTech Summit. How's everyone feeling today? I know you don't like, talking back to me, but, give me some nods. Feeling good? Yeah? How was yesterday for everyone? Thumbs up? Good connections? Good conversations? Some interesting visits in the expo area? I really hope that you're making the most of being here together in this extraordinary space with the amazing partners, sponsors, all the exhibitors. It's such a brilliant opportunity to fill our minds with inspiring content, to see new innovations, and to make sure that we're making those all-important connections that enable us to take the next step in whatever project we're working on. So please, grab the opportunity, make the most of it. I know that that's why you're here. So day 2, we're kicking off with an incredibly inspiring keynote, and throughout the day we've got talks, we've got panels, we've got sessions with some very, very interesting people doing some amazingly interesting things. So please make sure that you do take the time to come in, listen, absorb all of those insights, and make those connections with those people too. But as I said, we are kicking off with something really inspiring. We're continuing our theme of enriching, inspiring, innovative conversations. And I am delighted that joining us all the way from Australia, that's a big commitment to come and be with us. We're joined by Rebecca Moroney. Rebecca is an incredibly inspiring entrepreneurial woman who is doing brilliant things with a first-of-its-kind globally platform that she's going to tell us all about. So the CEO of Wascape, Miss Rebecca Moroney, I'm delighted to welcome you to join us. Please give her a big, big round of applause. Can't wait to hear what you've got to say.
Thank you. Thank you and good morning. It's such a privilege to be here at the Global PropTech Summit, surrounded by leaders and innovators shaping the future of real estate all over the world. Across markets, roles, and regions, we all share a common challenge. The real estate industry has not kept pace with the speed of its own evolution, and it continues to lag behind. Scroll, please. Scroll, please. But look, most professionals are still working across outdated systems that are disjointed, manual, and expensive. So for example, a CRM that doesn't connect to your marketing, data in one place, documents in another, emails, messages, and tasks scattered across apps, reports built manually, buyers, tenants, or investors, tracked in spreadsheets, yes, still spreadsheets, and important conversations buried in emails or chat threads. This creates fragmentation, and that fragmentation costs us time, money, and focus. You see, in many agencies, agents spend over 50% of their time on low-value tasks, like preparing vendor reports, writing follow-up emails, searching for listings, re-entering data, building proposals, creating documents, and manually tracking feedback. And these are not strategic activities. They are symptoms of broken workflows. And we didn't enter real estate to fill out forms and sit behind a desk. Trust me, as a qualified agent myself, I have experienced at first hand the very reason why Wascape exists. Now, agents exist to advise, negotiate, grow, and deliver satisfaction to clients. Even if you're outsourcing some of these tasks, it's either costing you time or money, and quite often it's actually both. So at Wascape, we asked ourselves 2 important, simple, but very powerful questions. What if technology worked for us instead of us working for technology? What if every workflow from data analysis to client communication could be centralized and automated? No app switching, no manual work, and no time wasting. That's why we created an operational intelligence platform specifically designed for real estate professionals. It's built simply for complex processes. It will reduce manual work, and it will give you back your most valuable asset, which is your time. And at the center of Wascape is our Way.i assistant, D. Your Way.i assistant can be white-labeled to reflect your brand, your tone. For our demonstrations, we have designed D as a baseline. Now, she's not just a chatbot. Dee is a digital team member. trained as an expert in real estate, and to act on your behalf. Even more, she supports multi-language workflows, making her a powerful asset in global and multicultural teams. Dee is powered by our agentic AI and small language model, meaning she is trained in real estate only workflows, real estate market data, real estate industry use cases only for real estate. And this means she isn't leveraging the wider web to interpret or make sense of the vast and often conflicting pieces of information that's returned to you, like, for example, via ChatGPT. She is leveraging factual, relevant, and trusted data insights. With a single command, by voice or text, Dee can, to name a few, build detailed proposals and presentations on the fly, search and shortlist properties, track and follow up with clients, manage tasks and appointments, automate buyer and tenant communication, and generate performance insights, as well as connect to your CRM, portals, and any other communication platforms that you leverage as a business. Dee effectively works with your systems and becomes part of your business from day one. Here's a short video that shows exactly the power of Dee in your day-to-day life.
Hey Dee, what's on my schedule for today?
You have 2 inspections, 7 client calls, and 3 strategy meetings at 1 p.m, 3 p.m, and 4:30 p.m. I have responded to 15 SMSs from clients, sent 10 emails, and responded to a few inquiries on social media. However, nothing burning hot at the moment.
Hey Dee, generate an appraisal, CMA, and proposal for Vicky and Joe Fletcher at 33 Lexington Drive, Bella Vista. Email Vicky and Joe, copy me on it, and tell a joke while you're at it.
Appraisal and proposal sent. Here's a joke. Why did the real estate agent always carry a pencil? In case they had to draw conclusions.
Hey Dee, I need to find an investment property for my client Anita Barry. She's looking somewhere within 45 kilometres of Brisbane City. It needs to be 4% rental yield, 15% capital growth, but it must be modern. Please send me some options and also book in a meeting with Anita tomorrow.
I've sourced 6 properties that match. Generating proposal now and scheduling a review meeting with Anita tomorrow at 1 p.m.
Leave it with me. I'll have it within the hour. Hey Dee, the buyer I'm meeting with is pushing hard on price. Got any smart negotiation angles I can use?
Sure. Let's review the Tactical Empathy Playbook. Module 2 covers win-win closing techniques. Would you like to start with a 2-minute summary?
Perfect. Let's do that now. Well, that was easy. With Wayscape, I've automated half my day before most people finish their coffee.
Okay, so it's only 10 a.m. That's the theme of that ad. Within 2 hours, if you want to technically classify working, starting work at 8 a.m., 6 core tasks that represented what feels like an entire day or a couple of days. That's how powerful our tools can be. 6 powerful products from our ecosystem working seamlessly together in one chain action, all in motion in one effortless experience and a world first. So as you can see, having Dee is just like hiring a new team member, except she's there to support you whenever you need it. This means you can deliver, as an agent, a consistent, elevated client experience at scale, without adding headcount, most importantly, and without burning out your staff. Her capabilities fall essentially in two categories: administration and communication. So in her administration role, Dee is the operational brains of the business. She can create CMAs and appraisal kits, conduct property searches, build proposals and track auctions, schedule tasks and appointments, manage buyer briefs and inspection feedback, and generate performance insights, and request vendor adjustments. In her communications role, Dee can be the voice of your business, where she can manage social media postings, create social media postings, answer and make calls, including cold calls especially, handle voicemails and transcribe them, respond to inquiries via SMS or email, and send text blasts for listings or updates, as well as maintain contact notes and nurture leads. For any agents, this is everything you do day to day, taken off your hands. And like any high-performing team member, her skill sets overlap. Admin supports communication, and communication supports admin. So for example, Dee can collect data during door knocking and feed it directly into your pipeline. She can identify behaviour and assign follow-up to the right team member, and she can prompt your team to send compliance documents or follow up leads automatically. So what does this look like in practice? Okay, so for a growing business, Dee might act as a front of house assistant, so a receptionist or a like, answering calls and emails. She can be a social media manager, a compliance chaser, or your customer care lead, or your lead generator, handling routing and logging issues. For an individual professional, Dee might function as your admin assistant, building proposals, managing appointments, creating ads, doing data entry, sending anniversary emails, and managing posts. Or your sales associate, sending text blasts, making prospect calls, managing your pipeline, and following up on open homes or after homes with prospects. And if you're starting or scaling fast, Dee can effectively serve as your personal assistant. Now let's see Dee in action. So this is our insights platform called WayIQ. With this platform itself, you have every single platform in the industry connected into one platform. This is the core system here. We just saw you can integrate your contacts. You can also have a look and group as collections. So it could be a couple, or it could be, a person, whoever you're researching for. In this instance, this is a buyer's agent, so an agent who is purchasing for a client. And it can automatically generate proposals, as you can see here. So when you're asking and prompting Dee to find you properties based on a buyer's brief, it's shooting back options to you, and you can actually tick those, and it can form a proposal within 30 seconds. You can also use the tool as a discovery, so looking at market insights, data, industry news, market updates, RSS feeds. So you're constantly kept up to date with what's happening in the market. Just to name a few. So as you can see here, really, this actual form can be customized to your view. If, as a business, agencies want to see more specific information, or it could be internal communications for their own business, we can actually customize that as well. So that's the discovery page. Now, any prompt you give Dee, it actually stores. So we call them your ways. And those ways are any of the prompts that you can then go back to and use over and over again. In some instances, you might be dealing with very similar clients. In the purchasing world, that happens quite a lot. And then it will group it by means of classification. So you can actually just peruse through that and see even, what previous prompts that you've actually gone through. Now, let's do a search. So I've just scrolled through the bottom there, and there's some stuff that I've used previously. I'm going to be a selling agent. And as a selling agent, I'm looking up 15 Alice Street, and I want it to give me information about the property. So it's brought up the property here, $675,000 it's valued at. It's showing me the location. It's telling me how many bed baths, how many garages. It's showing me the demographics and everything that's associated with the location of this property. And very shortly, it'll take you through the statistics. So we're connected to databases that give you insights on the actual suburb trending and dynamics. So it could be rental yield, it could be capital growth, anything that there is, development, infrastructure changes, and so on. It also shows you in data format. So this is incredibly powerful. I also prompted in there for it to send me an email of the CMA, and a CMA is a current market analysis. In Australia, that document is actually a 50-page document that collates all that information together and sends it across, and that goes to your email automatically. Okay, now we're moving on to a buyer's brief. So I'm a buyer's agent, and I've asked it to show me properties in Coogee under $1 million, and it showed me the listings that are on market and off market. We're connected to a lot of the off-market databases, and we can pull those into this central system. So again, I'm able to go in and have a look at this information, the power of that data at your fingertips, on the fly, while you're talking to clients, and really quickly able to assess the suitability for your client's needs. So it's a powerful tool overall. It's an insights engine. Proposal creation tool, CMA creation, valuation service, CRM integration. It talks two ways. And also, it's an ecosystem integration with the rest of the Wayscape ecosystem. Now, I'll move on to our on-demand services platform. Our on-demand services platform is essentially the Uber of real estate, we call it. We used to call it Task Finder, but any service that an agent needs, in this instance, we're looking up, asking someone to go out and take videos and photos of a client, of a site. And as you can see here, I'm John Simpkins. I'm entering in my number. I'm an agent, by the way, so this is an agent logging this job. They're picking the characteristics of the property now, and they're creating time slots for the availability of the vendor to actually go in for that service to take the photos. Nice and easy, nice and fast. You can put in extra comments there to point out any specific pieces of information you need. I picked that I wanted to look at a pool, so please thoroughly inspect the machinery of the pool and the filter, and it's adjusted a price. So like any service, it's payable, and we're able to pull licensed trades or general people from the everyday community. What we're trying to do is give people a purpose in the everyday community so that they can go out there and do these simple tasks like photos, videos, pre-purchase, pre-settlement inspection. But when there's licensed trades, we have brokered agreements with those companies to be able to link into their systems and perform those for them. So whether it's a licensed trade or a simple task, this platform will enhance the way you serve your clients as an agent, all in one platform. And this is just a snippet of our ecosystem. So let's not overlook one crucial truth. One of the most important things when we looked at designing this platform, Wayscape is not here to replace people. It can, but we're not here to replace agents. We are here to empower them. Removing the admin though, making them more efficient and just serving more clients. Our formula is transparent. We take the multitude of tools required to do your job on a daily basis and integrate them into a highly intelligent single touch point that operates like a partner. Quite simply, a future shaped by Wayscape means that clients receive faster, more consistent experience. Teams can focus on strategy, relationship, and growth. And the business scales without scaling headcount. All right, the opportunities ahead are limitless, and we are now inviting investors to join us in driving this global transformation. We are in the middle of a $94 billion global shift, the kind that happens once in a generation. For more than 30 years, the real estate industry has been stagnant. Agents have worked the same way. I call that Agent 1.0. That finishes today. At Wastegate, we didn't evolve incrementally, we advanced by design, and we're taking agents to Agent 3.0. We're skipping 2.0. This isn't theory. We've actually built this platform ourselves. And we're scaling it fast. So we're projecting a USD $225 million revenue projection within 3 years, operating at a projected 95% gross margin. That's not a startup forecast. That's the result of a model that cuts inefficiency out of a US $94 billion market and replaces it with precision and data analysis. So this is a point where the industry divides. Those who invest early and define the market, and those who arrive too late and fund the catch-up. So the window to lead the transformation is now. Wastegate's not building the future of real estate. We've already built it. And the only question is, who will join us? So scan this QR code to connect with me personally. Alternatively, I'll be at the back of the room for 30 minutes post this keynote, and I'd be really happy to connect with you to have a chat about anything further in person. But otherwise, in closing, our ecosystem is redefining what's possible in real estate, and we'd love to show you your Wastegate and how it can evolve how you work. If you're ready to simplify your technology and empower your team and scale your business with precision and speed, Wastegate is the way. So thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of your conference.
Wait a second, Rebecca. Wait a second.
Okay, let's do this.
Thank you so much. I mean, that was jaw-dropping, right? I mean, I was so inspired. Thank you so much. It was an incredible presentation, and what a product. A couple of very quick questions, because we don't have a massive amount of time.
Okay.
But I'm a nosy person, and I want to know some things. So you talked about some of these interrogations it can do, and it's obviously the data that it's connected to. You talked about off-market listings. Are you just in Australia? No. Is the next opportunity to go elsewhere, or are you already global?
We are absolutely setting the foundation of our move globally. We're pretty much putting lab setups in different countries of the world, and absolutely Saudi is a country of interest, being one that wants to really drive PropTech globally. We'd love to partner with someone who could allow us to do that and partner with us to that, implement that work environment. But yeah, UK, US, hopefully Saudi, and it's limitless.
Okay, if I want to find a house in Spain, can I use your system, or is it only something that you license or sell to real estate agents?
It's only a B2B product. And we intend to do that. Like, I think we still find, look, there's a lot of threat with PropTech and AI risking the relevance of agents.
Yes.
We stand behind that, that it's not going to, and we want to empower them. And so this platform, for at least the indefinite future, will be available to agents only. We will onboard and open it up to brokers and financial accountants and all of those in due course, but very much real estate specific industry. Not yet consumers, not yet.
But I love that. I love the fact that you are still designing with people, humanity in mind, and you're building a tool that amplifies and enhances what a person can do, and perhaps create some efficiencies, but also, help them use their humanity to a greater degree. So
being bogged down in admin is gone. Let's leverage AI to bring that power to the fingertips within seconds. So that's what we're here to solve.
Incredibly inspiring. Thank you so much,
Thank
Rebecca.
You.
Can you have another massive round of applause, please?
Thank you.
That was wonderful. Do take this opportunity to connect with Rebecca. As she said, you've got her details, or she'll be around for a bit. But I'm going to move straight on to the first of our panel sessions for today, which I have the absolute pleasure of moderating. So I'm going to begin by inviting my panelists onto stage, and then we will dig into our topic, which is all around transforming supply chains and also those build-to-rent communities. So yeah, a really interesting session coming up. And I am joined by, let's have Sam Atampong, who is the Regional Director for the Chartered Institute of Procurement and Supply. That's SIPS. He covers the Middle East, Africa, and Asia Pacific. A round of applause for Sam. Sam, come join me. Take the second chair, please. We also have Firas. Firas Al-Qasim is the founder of Stay, which is a Saudi residential operator developing smart, design-led rental homes and communities. Firas, what an absolute pleasure to meet you in person. Welcome, my friend. Come and join me. Third chair, please. And also, we are delighted to welcome onto stage Abdul Hadi Al-Mari, who is a director at NHC, and he's leading strategic alliances and supplier development to boost localization and delivery. take the fourth chair for me, my lovely. Thank you so much. Great. So amazing panels. Oops. Okay, I'm giving people electric shocks again today. I know, I did it all day yesterday. It's like, if you go over time, I'm going to shock you. It's great. Right. Abdul Hadi, why don't you just scoot your chair around a tiny bit? Yeah, there we go. Then we can all see each other and have a chat. So as I said, this is all about sort of redesigning supply chains, that build-to-rent market model and opportunity. So what we need to really do, I think, to begin is kind of set that case, the investment case for these redesigns, and understand the need for resilient, modern, future-proofed supply chains. Anyone here in the audience feel like you sometimes come up against challenges and issues because that supply chain is a bit clunky or gets broken in certain places or has cracks in it? I mean, you don't have to shout out, but any nods, any kind of agreement with that idea that our supply chains need to be redesigned and revolutionized? It seems to be that, yeah, that's something which people respond to. So for us, let's begin with you, because you're absolutely passionate, aren't you, about those build-to-rent kind of communities as the next major investment opportunity, because it's something that I think maybe hasn't been forefront in investment priorities. Here in Saudi, you're one of the first players in this market. So can you just give us a little bit of context about what that means and why it really is such a golden opportunity?
Thank you for the great...
You might need to speak right into that microphone for me, my lovely.
Clear?
Yeah, perfect. Go for it. Nice
Great.
and close.
Thank you for the great intro, Miriam, and it's a pleasure being here. One of actually the points that I just, to clarify, is being one of the first into the build-to-rent residential communities, to be exact. And I think the major opportunity arose after Ijar platform was activated in the kingdom back in 2015, I would say, due to the governance between the landlord and the renter being available. In the past, there was a bit gray area in terms of the legal obligations between the landlord and the renter. This is why it wasn't a very lucrative investment to go in and do the mass build-to-rent residential aspects, because there was a lot of challenges in terms of the relations between the landlord and the resident.
Okay.
Furthermore, right now being advanced and Ijar being a great platform that's actually by the real estate general Riga, I think it's a great opportunity for the build-to-rent residential communities to grow. We've seen a lot of investments, especially over the past 4 years. There was a lot of investments in the past, but the majority of it was to compounds and living inside compounds and community. But at the moment right now, we're seeing the build-to-rent multifamily industry growing in a great perspective in the kingdom. And the history of the build-to-rent area in the kingdom was based, the majority was in the office space. Okay. It was in the commercial space. Why? Because you wanted to have an easy agreement between the landlord and the leaser, being a corporate or an entity or whatever it is, because I know that the contractual agreement is going to be very easy, unlike going B2C, where it's a B2B relationship.
Amazing. I mean, it does sound like it's something that is slowly seeping into kind of public consciousness and people being aware of the opportunity.
It is, and it's a very lucrative investment. It provides very steady income. The occupancy rates are great, and this is the leading investment when it comes to institutional financial firms worldwide. We see the major portfolios consisting of residential build-to-rent communities, and we've seen challenges right now internationally in the office space in major cities around the world, where we're having office space and commercial space being transformed to become residential space.
Yeah.
So if you look at a normal person, how many square meters or square footage would he require to actually work? So you're looking at around 12 to 14 square meters to work. On the counterpart, you would need at least a studio to live, which is no less than 25-30 meters squared.
Yeah.
It's a bit, there's a lot of effort that needs to be put in when it comes to residential and property management. Why? Because you have to deal with B2Cs, tenants, customers who actually live there. Unlike when it comes to office space and commercial space.
Yeah.
But it's very interesting. The scalability of it is amazing, and there's huge potential and there's a huge opportunity in the market of Saudi. And according to the latest report that we've seen from various consulting agencies, one of them was Knight Frank, I think, for the year 2025. One of the major areas of investments that was applicable to the local real estate market in Saudi was affordable housing, branded resident. Number one was built to rent, affordable housing, and branded communities. But I'm not sure if I got the order correctly or not.
Sure. But I mean, as you say, the world is shifting, right? I mean, we saw it because of the pandemic in some ways, and things like office space and the way people work is changing. But if the world is shifting and new opportunities are coming up, obviously the things that support those systems also have to change, like our supply chain. So Sam, from your perspective, if more residential units are coming, if that's going to be part of the future, if that's going to be what we're seeing more of, what does that modern supply chain kind of need to look like in order to support that? Why now in our region? Why should we be doing that?
Well, I think it's, first of all, good morning to everyone. I think it's important. Supply chains are so critical. I think we lose sight of how critical they are to everything we do, not just in real estate, but in absolutely everything we do. And if we think about Saudi right now in terms of the sheer number of units that are coming to market and the ones in the pipeline, one thing we can't do is have any ripples and any disruptions to that steady flow of things coming on board. And I think we've got to be careful about losing sight of how quickly a ripple can happen and have an effect. So I would say that there are two things, and the first thing is we need to build supply chains to be one word, resilient. So yes, there's one thing having slick and efficient supply chains in terms of where your suppliers come from, where your materials are based, and how you're delivering units. But as a chief supply chain officer, your main task is actually to keep yourself out of the news. You don't want to be famous. The best chief supply chain officers are the ones that nobody knows about.
I mean, yesterday we talked about wanting to be superheroes at work, but maybe not when it comes to our supply chains.
If you're a chief supply chain officer, you want to be anonymous because you want to have imagined all of the scenarios that are going to happen, and you need to put in place mitigations against them because nobody knows what those ripples are going to be. Is it going to be a pandemic? Is it going to be tariffs? So you need to have almost imagined these and have mitigations against them and have plan A, B, and C to kick in place when one of these things happens. That's the first thing. Your supply chain absolutely, capital R, needs to be resilient. And the other thing is you need to build in choice and I guess innovation and agility. So if you think about for those who are of my age and you remember the iPod, one thing about the iPod, I'm not going to ask for a show of hands.
Oh, I'm very happy to admit that I had an iPod. It's not a problem.
I'm not going to ask my fellow panelists either because they look quite young. But an iPod, one of the things about the iPod was it wasn't the best music device at the time. It was just the most available and customizable. Absolutely. If you wanted it tomorrow and in yellow, you could get one because Apple had built a fantastic supply chain. And I can tell you that one of the reasons why Apple was successful is because their current CEO was their supply chain officer, if you want to. There's no accident in this. No. So it's all about having the choice. So with these units coming on board, do the end consumers or the occupiers have choice in terms of materials, layouts, colors, and do they have a choice, or is there an option to add maybe sustainable materials if that needs to happen, different types of materials? So you need to have choice, you need to have innovation and flexibility as well.
Yeah, so very much looking at supply chain across the board there. And for you, Abdul Hadi, how much does that align to what you're seeing in Saudi, kind of at that national level, in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia? How does that supply chain act as a strategic partner to housing and to jobs? Because if the supply chain touches everything that we touch, what does that look like for you?
First thing, thank you.
Oh, yeah, you're perfect.
Yes.
It's all good.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Stanley, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to participate in this kind of panel discussion. Definitely, yes, we are in NHC working to deliver around 600,000 units by 20, 30 years.
Residential units?
Residential, yes.
Wow.
So that comes to think seriously about how we can securing that demand. It's a huge number, isn't it?
Massive number.
It's a huge number. So the first thing you need to ask yourself, are you securing the demand to deliver this 600,000 units within the 20-30 years?
Yeah.
Second question, do we have the capability and the technologies which can deliver these kind of a project in a proper way? So we do our analysis and study, and we come up with we need to localize around 8 billion Saudi riyal during this area, and also we already done and signing an agreement with some companies. I think you just saw the announcement last week. We just signed about 1.9 billion.
Wow.
From five different suppliers. So how we can sustainable the supply chain and within the cost optimization, and also how we can localize the technology to convince the investment or somebody. You need the tools and you need to give a promise.
Yes.
It is not something easy to convince people to come and invest a lot of millions and tons of billions to elaborate and to be a part of the market.
Yeah.
So yes, regarding to securing this supply chain, we have done our analysis to localize around 8 million, and we still, by the way, have 6.1 billion in the market. And we are welcoming all investors who have any idea all the time to visit us. Yeah. It is our pleasure to be a part of that investment.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about what we have to do to excite people, to help people see the future, to paint that picture of the ideal scenario by giving people maybe some tools, some practical stories about how this can really benefit and have an impact. So I'm just going to turn to Faraz again for a moment. And if we are really serious about integrating these PropTech elements into our new real estate supply chains, how do we need to be thinking differently, both about the supply chains themselves, but also perhaps let's really dig into exactly what PropTech is in this context and what it can do. You're fine, little panel.
Okay. So in order to build your next product, you always need data.
Yes.
You always need inputs. And the inputs that we need in order to come to our whatever applications that you have or whatever data that you have, you need to have certain outputs in order to curate your next product. And what does it look like? So for example, I'll just give a brief context
Please
about
do.
where we come from and how we've managed to form our communities. So at Stay, in the past, we used to have not a digitalized application, but it was something very easy. You call or you text via WhatsApp, and then we take the application, tours are done, and so on and so forth. We've searched around. There's many products that do property management, international benchmarks, and there's a bit that were local or just starting up. But then through this, we decided to create our own PropTech tool that we utilized internally by getting the best practices from international property management tools. Through this PropTech, we learned so much data from applicants that you get per day, from residents, from the behavior. How are Generation Z very different from millennials?
Yes.
So they're different with their patterns, with their behaviors, even with their consumption. So, for example, millennials tend to rent units that are unfurnished. Why? Because they want to save money. They come from this background. Generations that they want something that's very easy, very convenient, and something that's sustainable. So he says, I'm not going to go to IKEA or something, buy a bunch of furniture. I'd rather get an apartment that's rented. So this drives your products, your investments, and in investing in multifamily built to rent to take it to the next level in the future, maybe doing a certain ratio of furnished and unfurnished. And this has changed the whole industry. If we look at the local offering in the kingdom, and the majority and the curve in the housing. In the past, we used to have, for example, villas, and then the homes got bigger. But data shows right now that what is the demand for 1 bedroom versus 2 bedroom versus 3 bedroom, and how do you shape this data and this demand around what's your offerings in the future?
Yeah.
What should the supply look like? Do people care about communities? Do people not care about communities? Post-COVID behavior, and the data shows you insights about what is the post-COVID behavior. How do people utilize their daily lives in their community? What do they do? What's their behavior when it comes to food? What's their behavior when it comes to logistics, deliveries?
Yeah.
If you don't capture all of this kind of data in your PropTech tools, either in communities, in supply chain, in all of the whole 9 yards, then I think you're going to be creating a product that is unsustainable and could not be adaptable to the future.
Yeah, I think it's such a helpful reminder that everything we do, even using technology, needs to be built with the end in mind. I think so often we do things because we can, or we think it's maybe what is the next big thing or what people might want. But what you're saying for us is that if we don't actually build with user intention or user behavior at its heart, then kind of what's the point? And Sam, is that something that is important when it comes to creating resilience in the supply chain? Is that all about the data and understanding what the supply chain is trying to achieve? Is data as important to you in terms of resilience, or does resilience come from other methodologies?
Do I need to be boring and say data is the new oil? Because everybody says that.
No, let's not be boring on my panel.
So I won't bother saying that. I've heard it so many times, but data's so important. Data's so important, and actually you learn everything, you learn new things every day, and some insights that Faraz just gave were fantastic.
Yeah.
You're not going to make decisions unless you have that information. But obviously, look, I come from a supply chain procurement perspective, and my only take is on the more we rely on data, the more we rely on technology, the more we rely on digital. We just need to make sure we're not victims of our own success.
Yeah.
So we rely on technology, we rely on digital. We need to make sure that we also accept that suddenly the biggest supply chain risk comes from technology.
Yeah.
And that's what we need to take care of. And
is it also the biggest supply chain opportunity, though? Or is it really the biggest risk?
Look, the thing is that we accept that the biggest opportunity is from technology. So from AI and the choices you have, and from the analysis of data, especially big data and tools to interrogate data, that is the biggest opportunity.
Yeah.
My point, so that's a given. And I think the panelists will focus on that. But it also becomes then the biggest risk.
Yes.
Because obviously we've and as I said, you don't want to set yourself up for failure, because if you look at some recent examples, so the biggest supply chain risk right now is cyber attacks.
Yeah.
And that is over and above geopolitical issues, economic issues, and wars or whatever else, the tariffs. The biggest risk is cyber attacks. And if you look at the biggest vehicle manufacturer in the UK, JLR, who recently had a cyber attack, and let's put that into perspective. This cyber attack lasted 4 weeks, from about the middle of September.
Yeah.
They were unable to produce any cars whatsoever during that time. They used to produce 1,000 cars a day. They to date have lost £50 million a week.
The impact is just mind-blowing, isn't it? Yeah.
Correct. So it warrants obviously making sure that your data is resilient to these attacks, because you have to take into account the impact. And the more we rely on big data, we have to look at the back end as well.
Yeah, I mean, I love the fact that you talk about, the supply chain in very concrete terms, and it's, very much based on what it can do and how all the dependencies work. And I think it's so important to remember that. And leading on from that, I know that Abdul Hadi, you also then want to think about the supply chain, as well as being this logistical function, which obviously it is, as a real kind of strategic partner. I mean, that's a bit of a mindset shift. So how in the world do we turn our supply chains into strategic partners?
Definitely the supply chain is the strongest strategic partner.
Okay.
To any developers. Once you have a strong supply chain, definitely you will have a very good cost optimization, and also you will securing your demand.
Yeah.
What we have done here in NHC, we have created logistic parks. What we sign an agreement with the manufacturers and suppliers to come into the site itself and to build their manufacture over there, and also the warehouses as well. Who still remember when we request anything from China, for example, a microwave? How long was that will take?
How long
40
does it take
days.
to get a microwave from China? Yeah.
20 days, 25 days. Last week I just ordered a microwave from one of the Chinese websites. After around 25 minutes or 30 minutes, the door outside was knocking. Somebody is knocking the door.
You're not serious. 25 minutes?
And instead of 25 days, now it is 25 minutes. What that tells us, what kind of message that giving us? That supplier have a partnership in Saudi Arabia and has his own warehouses here next door. That's exactly what we are aiming to do in NHC projects.
Yeah.
Because of that, now we are working on 7.5 billion offtake agreements with all of these suppliers to move them from there to here in Saudi Arabia, to start working on transferring their technology here, over here.
Yeah.
So because of that, yes, the supply chain is a strategic partner to any developer.
Okay, so let's move on with that in mind and see if we can align this idea about the supply chain as a strategic partner, and how that potentially directly supports strategic objectives of projects like, a buy-to-rent development. So staying with you for a moment, Abdul Hadi, because I think it's an interesting conversation to pursue. How can this supply chain as a strategic partner idea support things like buy-to-rent developments?
Buy-to-rent developer, it's another picture of building to the residential. We know that people are different. Some people like to buy, some people like to rent.
Yeah.
So I think if we will have a strong partnership with Mr. Firas and inserting his request and his demand to our demand, I believe we will have a sustainable supply chain over here, and also it will optimizing his cost, and also he will have many different choices in the market, because we are attracting here different people, different technology, and also different moderns as well.
Yes.
So I believe this one can support such of a project, which is, I believe, it's successful by the way. It's a very good idea.
I think for us, it's definitely creating something very innovative and successful. And you talked about integrating these technologies, these property technologies, into our supply chain. And for you, for us, I know that you say PropTech is infrastructure, it's not a gadget. So how are you really using property technology in a space which is all about connecting residents, building, people? How are you integrating those PropTech elements and those platforms, those digital platforms?
To the point where Abdul Hadi just mentioned that the partnership, it would be a great pleasure to have a partnership with NHC, the largest developer actually in the kingdom.
You heard it here first, people. Stay in NHC.
So that would be actually quite amazing, and going into partnerships and working. And this is how actually I would say supply chain actually starts and works. So let's actually start there. In terms of technology and utilizing PropTech with even us today, when it comes to when you go to a hotel, let's say, or when you live at a place, even when you live as students and you live at your own house right now, if you have certain issues with accessibility, entry, exit, and so on, how fast do you get a response?
Yeah.
So many users, just like Abdul Hadi mentioned, in terms of logistics, once you order something and instead of arriving in 20 days, it comes in 25 minutes. This is how the life has become.
Yeah.
So even utilizing all of the PropTech tools, as soon as a resident or a tenant, or let's say a user, issues a ticket, how long does it take for it to be activated? How long does it take for it to be completed? So all of the PropTech give you great and phenomenal tools in order for you to measure all of your, key performance indicators as a company. So the PropTech technology actually governs and gives you a great organizational excellence if you adapt it properly.
Okay.
So if you promise consumers of whatever they are, I would say tenants, hotel residents, whomever your consumers are, if you promise them a service, then you have the PropTech and the digital technology if you're utilizing it properly.
Yeah.
A lot of entities, a lot of institutions, and even corporates and maybe SMEs and so on, they have access to all of these PropTech tools, to all of the digital tools and so on. But if you're not utilizing it efficiently, then it just doesn't make sense to have it. You're just paying a lot of money for nothing.
And managing those expectations, like
exactly.
you say, it's about aligning with those.
So this gives you insights and data. So for example, even with supply chain, so if you manage complexes and units and apartments, in terms of defects that you have, in terms of requests, in terms of behaviors, in terms of even certain requirements, just like we mentioned, in terms of the supply chain of what's coming up in the future. So what we're looking at post-COVID is people no longer require certain amenities.
Yeah.
What's the next requirement is drop-off boxes and pick-up boxes in buildings and so on. Why? Because behavior has changed.
Yes.
People want to come home, they want to have their products, whatever it is, their food, shippings from Amazon, from DHL, or from whomever. They want it to be safe in a drop-off box. He just opens it and picks it up and just goes directly to his unit.
Yeah.
And, there's plenty more where that came from in terms of data and insights.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think if we're going to be integrating these sort of technological PropTech elements into our supply chain, then we probably have to work out where we start. And Sam, if it's going to be resilient, if it's going to be transformed, but we also want we want to put these new innovations, these technologies into our supply chain, where in the world do we start? Is there a logical place where we begin with this transformation?
In terms of geography or
within the supply chain itself, I guess.
I think the answer is, let's just remember, when we talk about supply chain is, if you look 3 or 4, 5, 6 times down your supply chain, you're starting from the factory, the warehouse, which could be wherever, and the principle behind it all is that your suppliers should be smarter than you.
Okay, that's a nice concept. So your suppliers should be smarter than you.
Because actually, look, and that's why they're producing whatever good it is. I mean, if they're producing doors or whatever else, they're doing that because they can do it and you can't. So to a certain extent, you can devolve some of the innovation to them. So if they know what your core business is, if you're in a buy-to-rent environment, I'm sure that these suppliers, if they're global suppliers, have been in this situation before. So if you involve them in that conversation, in that decision making, in the strategy, they should be able to help you come up with the solutions that are applicable to your business. So I would always say, involve your suppliers, your supply chain, all the way down the supply chain as partners.
Yeah.
Don't have a transactional relationship where you come up with the solutions and say, we want this, this, and this, and therefore we want you to provide us with this.
Yeah.
Because as you said, as has been said before, behaviors are changing, and a lot of these suppliers would have seen these scenarios happen in their other involvements with other clients, and they can help you come up with solutions and help you not to make the same mistakes as others have.
Yeah. I mean, if we're looking for these sort of collaborations, Sam, do you think that there are any particular blind spots that that exist at certain parts of the supply chain which you just come across over and over again, and you're like, if I could fix one thing, it would be that? Is there anything that you see regularly?
From a procurement and supply chain perspective, it is always the visibility across your entire supply chain. That's where people are blindsided, and that's where serious issues have happened in terms of brand issues. Or I spoke about JLR recently. The cyber attack did not originate from their tier 1 supplier. Right. They work with 700 companies in the UK and 120,000 staff. Right, so So this happened somewhere down the supply chain, but the systems are integrated. So the biggest blind spot is not having full visibility all the way throughout your supply chain. If you're producing, let's go away from property for a second, if you're producing, I don't know, clothes, but you do not know what is happening in the factory that has presented those clothes, you have no visibility whatsoever, that's a problem, because that could come back and bite you at some stage.
So there's a big call here for responsibility and accountability to create that visibility and ensure that we're collaborating with the right suppliers, I imagine, is what you're saying here.
With the right suppliers throughout your supply chain, because companies tend to have quite a strong relationship from a compliance perspective with your tier one supplier, the person who actually provides you with maybe the finished article. But it's worth having visibility all the way throughout the chain, depending on how core that product is, for these exact reasons.
Abdulhadi, talk to me about collaborations at the NHC, because if it is all about building the right relationships, building the right partnerships, creating, those collaborations, is that something you're proactively doing at NHC? Are the things that you're trying to put in place that really enable those collaborations to happen to drive our key developmental and strategic goals throughout the supply chain?
Yes, we do have you heard about Supply Pro platform?
Tell me about it, because we might not have heard of it.
All right, so Supply Pro platform where we brought together the suppliers and manufacturers, on the other side, developers and contractors. Today we have over 1,800 listed products in the platforms with very competitive price. This is the first thing. Once you ask the developer or the contractors, use this platform, the first question he will ask, do I have a competitor price or not?
Sure.
And also we have signed over 250 agreements with local and international suppliers, most of them local suppliers. Also, we have reached around 2.4 billion transaction in the platform. So when we talk about data and numbers and technology, here is what we believe in the data. So data here is playing a very important, it is a very important player here. So today also we have around 380 RFQs already in the platforms. So what the developer or contractor need to do today, he need only to raise a request. Immediately that request will go to the supplier, depend on the quantity and their capacity. And also we go beyond that a little bit. We are financing right now the developers and contractors as well. So we have a product called buy now and pay later.
Okay.
Which is a lot of contractors love it and like it.
I bet they love that, buy now, pay later.
They will secure their cash flow for a while.
It's almost as good as buy one, get one free.
So yes, that's what we have done in NHC, the Supply Pro, one of the most important platform that we are using, and also we are noticed every day it's growing.
Yes.
Positively, so which is giving a very good sign. People will start relying on that.
Yeah, well, it sounds like a brilliant tool, and it creates visibility and also collaborations, which is what we're talking about. So sticking on this topic, just to kind of probably wrap up actually, but for us, you had to build your own tool because the off-the-shelf PropTech solutions didn't work for you, but that's not always been the main thing. I mean, I know it's important and it's been an important integration, but would you say that tool is more or less important than the relationships, the collaborations that you build? Is there a key focus for you to driving the future success of Stay?
So there's no preference of what comes first.
Okay.
And they're both important. Collaborations is very, very important. So there's many providers on the horizon. So if you're looking at the BTR industry, the build to rent, you have developers, operators, PropTech tools, residents, investors, financial institutions. So it's quite a handful to manage relationships between different segments. But it's very important to build partnerships with corporations, developments, institutional investors, even banking, and financial firms, because they would love to have positive yields in terms of investment, because it's a great investment product that actually take a huge, I would say, percentage of the investment horizon.
Yeah.
In terms of partnerships with developers, this is the main core of the business. You need to have partnerships with developers, you need to have partnerships with contractors, and to make sure that your supply chain is actually ready, because if you aim to reach thousands of units in terms of operation, in terms of management, in terms of that you need to make sure you cannot do everything all at once.
Yeah, you can't scale without having that all in place,
Exactly.
can you?
Even if we look at, the largest developer in the kingdom and other developers, they're partnering up in order to have, land bank is from a certain entity. Then you have the developers, NHC is participating, and then NHC is an enabler for other developers to come in and share that aspect. And then there other aspects of the PropTech itself.
Yeah.
So there's many local companies, and one of the wish, if we could just go back in time, was having as many Saudi developers like we have right now in this hall, in order to work with them ahead of time. Because like we discussed previously, the major, I would say, challenge back in the day was integrating international tools and platforms that are available off the shelf to local products that were provided by NHC, similar to Ijara contract. How do you link payments? How do you link the legal agreement? And I believe right now, from going back from the market more than 10, 15 years ago being a little bit untransparent when it comes to residential, to being right now, I think, the most efficient and transparent digital transactional country when it comes to residential leasing and Ijara contract. And this is something that, as investors in the industry, we're very proud of. And hats off to the enablers who made this happen. So
Amazing.
They actually did a great job, and this is actually PropTech.
I mean, amazing. That's such a great kind of perspective to bring to the room, and it is really good to recognize and honor that. So in closing, because we really do have to wrap up this fascinating conversation, Abdulhadi, I'm just going to come to you very quickly. If you were to, give people one thing they could be doing to think about making their supply chains more of a strategic partner, how to shift that mindset, how can they all start just making that shift from tomorrow?
Find a good partnership, strategic partnership, and try to localize the technology. Today, the demand is there, the numbers are there, everything is clear in the market. We know what we need, the projects are clear, the numbers are there. So think seriously today how to invest. Today, I believe we have a unique opportunity in the market.
Yeah.
Just what we need to do, we need to think seriously about this more. We are for sure, definitely we are here to help any investors, to support offtake agreements, to join any collaboration with other partners, to find the partners.
Yeah.
So please think seriously about this. The opportunities is there. Don't miss it.
Great, excellent. We've heard that loud and clear. Sam, resilience, so important. Let's not be head in the sand about, it's just going to work out if we just let it all run as it's always run. Where should we be starting? How should we be really committing and taking accountability for building resilience into our supply chains from tomorrow?
Keep those open channels with your suppliers all the way through the supply chain. Have those difficult conversations. It's not always going to be all rosy, as you say. So have those conversations, have those what-if conversations, and come out with the solutions, and also come out with the scenarios, the plan A, B, and C, if things aren't going to work out exactly as you planned.
Amazing. I think we can all take that message to heart. And Firas, close us out, please. You said if I'd known now if I'd known then what I know now, then it would have been a great way of building faster and better and more collaboratively. But if you could take something you know now, and give it to those people as they're trying to think about the buy-to-rent opportunity, the investment, where they should be looking, how to make sure that they're collaborating with the right people, that they're not missing out on these opportunities. What would you say from your experience is something everyone can take away with us?
I would actually just say that we're in a great opportunity and a golden era right now, being in the kingdom. Seeing all of these opportunities in the local market, in everything, when it comes to PropTech, real estate, build to rent. Many people want to be where you're at right now. Seize this opportunity, take advantage of it. We have a great vision, we have great leadership, and they're the greatest enablers that we have. And I think we should be the right investors and the right people who take advantage of this huge investment and this huge opportunity that has been given to us. So I think we're very lucky that we're here. We're very lucky to be in this era, and I believe the youth have great opportunities to provide for the great prosperous future for us.
Absolutely wonderful. Thank you for those closing words. If you'd like to connect more with Firas and learn more about Stay and the buy-to-rent opportunity and what he's doing, then please make sure you do that. If you want to hear more about NHC from Abdul Hadi, then you can absolutely connect with him. And also Sam, I'm sure, has some supply chain advice for you all from a SIPS perspective. So thank you to my amazing three guests. Really appreciate you being with us, and thank you for this fascinating conversation. A massive round of applause, please, for the three of them. I'm going to try not to shock you as I go. It's always a risk now. It's like, thank you so much. Yeah, exactly. Amazing. A photograph? Photograph, guys? Let's get in. I'm going to join you for this one. Thank you so much. Thank you again. Amazing. Brilliant conversation. Thank you for your time. Thank you so much. Great, so we're going to be moving on now to look a bit more at the future of PropTech and some of those global trends that are shaping real estate innovation. So we've got some big perspectives of a very meta level, and this conversation is going to be led by my lovely friend, Mr. Abdullah Abu Al-Noor, who's going to introduce his panelists. So please welcome Abdullah. Shock, shock, shock. Woo! It's like Jeopardy.
صبحكم الله بالخير جميعا. أهلا وسهلا بكم من جديد في القمة العالمية للبروبتك في نسختها الثانية 2025. هذه جلسة حوارية محورها حول مستقبل البروبتك، الاتجاهات العالمية التي تعيد تشكيل الابتكار والتطوير العقاري. يشاركنا في هذه الجلسة الأستاذ إبراهيم الشهيل الرئيس التنفيذي لعقار. هلا وسهلا فيك. عبد الله السليمان الرئيس التنفيذي لحصتك. رزوة الحارثي شريك مؤسس في منصة نزل. وثامر العوض الرئيس التنفيذي لمنصة صك العقارية. أهلا وسهلا بكم جميعا. البداية مع إبراهيم. هناك تحول كبير في مسألة تداول
issue of from the traditional real estate business to the smart shift. The comments that we're witnessing on the behavior of the producer or the developer or the construction companies or the end user, the client requirements are changing. So the search is changing, and the client is more keen now to gain a great deal of information and on the real estate products and the options available in the market, real estate options available. Purchasing a real estate is one of the biggest decisions, so this impacts the journey and the experience of the customer. The ownership model is shifting from purchasing the land and then construction. Most of the buyers are seeking mortgage, so the journey for seeking a home is associated with the search of a mortgage. S- Also, the ownership journey from a legal perspective and the transfer of the ownership, we have been through many digital transformations, changing the journey of ownership from the issuing of deeds to the transfer of deeds, all the way until now. This happens through digital platforms, and all this changes the customer experience in purchasing a real estate through the modern technology. Mr. Abdullah, how does this change? How do you view this change at Hassatek? In the name of Allah, at the outset, I would like to thank all of those who contributed to the success of this summit, and this will be positively reflected on all. Shifting from the traditional real estate to the technological real estate has a positive impact on all levels, starting from the investor to the developer to the GDP. If we were to look at this change from the traditional to the technological change, has resulted in investment digital platforms where investors can invest in the platforms or have full ownership or partial ownership. Based on this came the AI and the interpretation, and helped with the shift from the traditional to the technological through data analytics and the use of technology in investing. Now the technology is being used by the investors. We at Hassatek, all of the answers to the investors are through AI or an AI agent or a chatbot that is trained and fed with all the information and the data in order to have the appropriate answer to the investors. In addition to establishment of channels, more effective channels for the investors, and data analytics expected to support with the strategic decision taken of the corporate. Roswa, how do you view this change from the traditional to technological? Ibrahim and I this morning, we had a talk that in the past, the real estate developers were individuals that supervise the project themselves. Nowadays, there is no time. Everyone is heading towards ready residential units. Correct. I would like to address this in detail from the business of the over business from the point of view of business sector. There is a clear gap between the traditional old ways and the current digital transformation. Many view this gap as a resistance from the market in adopting the digital solutions, but based on our expertise on working on real ground, whether it be with developers, companies, or real estate marketeers, it's not resistance as much as it is a difference in adopt in the pace of adopting these digital solutions. The digital infrastructure is available. The choices are available. The solutions are available. Now we have a digital transformation at an accelerated pace in comparison with the adoption of the end user to such technological solutions. I think everyone is buying in, and I think it's a matter of time for this to be widely adopted across all parties. When did SOC start? SOC started. We started by the end of 2022, November. The current change that we're all seeing, those wanting to purchase a real estate is searching searching, calling, asking. We have changed the customer experience with regards to ownership. I don't think worldwide anyone can access a portal or an app and explore a real estate with full data and a video with pictures and a contract and verify the identity of which through the NAFAD application and pay a down payment and receive an invoice. So this is our experience at SOC. All our sales are fully online with the various sectors, with the various residential sectors. I think this experience and this maturity that we have reached in Saudi, I don't think is applicable anywhere in the world. You cannot anywhere except from Saudi to buy a home without having to leave your home or without having to go. And this based on this here. This success is based on two things any business can build on is identity verification through NAFAD application. I haven't seen a country where you can verify an identity online, whether it be Britain, USA, or any other that we thought that they were technologically advanced. And the other issue is the invoices. Sadad is a service that everyone should benefit from. So we have facilitated the experience of the client. You can order a home from your own home, sitting at home like you're ordering food. We'll go back to you, Thamer. That, I will go back now to Ibrahim. The data and the field of the PropTech are now like gold, are like hedge fund assets, hedge. Data is the main pillar and the added value that the PropTech companies are offering. The product is untouched. So I think for the PropTech, the revolution of the PropTech is the use of data in various forms. Now the client is seeking credibility, speed, and safety. Data contributes to all these added values in various forms. We're currently going through the real estate balance, and this means that the market movement will witness a change. And what will help you understand the movement of the market and predicting the future is having enough data for the volume of the market and the real estate offered uh, and uh, and the price of the supply. This is applicable to sale and to the selling and to renting. And data helps you with decision taking. This decision could be the decision of a family in purchasing a real estate or the decision of a developer to invest in a real estate project costing hundreds of millions. I think having abundance of data on the real estate that cover all aspects, description of the real estate, the location of the real estate.
And for any other obligations, such a kind of data, if are they are integrity, if they are complete from different sources, and this is can give a high push of credibility and a sound decision making. Mr. Abdullah Sulaiman, to what extent data can impact on your share of taking decision in general? As for us, the data is the key foundation, and one day the data will be the assets, corporate assets, classified as core corporate assets being having assets has become accessible and faster, more accessible and faster, and we have two sources through the public sectors Ministry of Justice, CMA, and this can help us to identify the direction, strategic direction, and the data that we get from investors to provide the best options, and we process this kind of data to set the right way for the investors, and the best ROI for investors. And for the importance of data in Nozzle. Data is part and parcel of any tech company, but I would like to take it from a comprehensive lens. There is a point when we talk about a point or AI, data as an asset, and its similarity to the tangible asset, and can be likened to the gold alloy. But data has a displays the different behavior. So the value of the asset doesn't mean this value is a fixed value, but we have additional expenses. We have the sustainability of data to be updated constantly. So such the expenses of cleaning data might be higher than the gathering and collecting data itself. Uh, um, you have more than 1,000 units and available, and showcasing this kind of data. This is driven by data. We have two source of data. We have external data, market data, and the pricing of plots in some specific locations, and the changes. This is the general market data, and we have data of the income and the growth in a specific city, expansion, demographic data, and to build this kind of a project, if you are developer or marketing specialist. So this is the external data, and we have internal data as well, addressed by one of my colleagues. You know your customers. The percentage of the demographic percentage, and different segments of the demographic in the same area. Can help us to build to make a decision. In SAC, we have BI, including the full details of a client's ages, names, the time to purchase, and the time to take the purchase decision, and what impacted on the purchase process. Database decision can help us to think about the future. So data can identify your needs, and identify as well what the data that I should focus on to build, not on to build for the future in terms of scaling up. And from the data to business model, the new business model in the PropTech era, Mr. Ibrahim, I wouldn't narrow the scope of this question, but how can you leverage from the new business models? They can impact. We can introduce new business models to the market, or just use the operating business model in the market. We start to see business model backed by infrastructure, such as the digital title or digital deed, and and this is financially viable and financially valuable to finalize your procedures. But you are talking about the quality and the speed you need. You need to have fundamental services. The business model in PropTech are multiple business models which target developers and enhancing the life cycle of the real estate project and feasibility study and the returns on the project. And this is as an example. So we handle as such in cooperation and collaboration with the key partners. We have business models related to the marketing with the brokers and linking the linking consumers with the agencies. So we keep developing in terms of a new services and the products, and we keep as well the project as well. So a real estate, a car is a platform which connect the consumer with the supply and the new business model adjacent to such as long-term, short-term rental, and this is related to this sector. For the people who work in hospitality and tourism activities. And they have this kind of commonality and other surfaces. And as I said, this is the core of the entire market, and we have different models linking the contractors with the consumers, and on the other side, the owners and landlords and the maintenance business model to link the both parties. We can see abundance to solve a number of different models. Do you have a specific business model that you have seen great impact on the performance of the performance of the sector? Being specialized in the ownership, as in the past, this concept was confined to specific segments in terms of relatives for a number of the people who have this kind of relations to invest in a specific property. Right now, the new concept can help to invest through the platform, and I would like to dive in small details, being specialized. Specialized in this kind of concept, we need to make such data clear at any time and anywhere. The data of any property has been verified and cross-checked by the third party to give confidence for the investor that this property is duly verified, and to make and another guarantees from external valuer and appraiser to give the true value of the property. And right now we have a virtual tour to look into different details of the property through 3D. This is the model that has allowed or had made available for all to generate returns. And for renting out and distributing the returns over the shareholders and the investors through a digital platforms in Hassatk platform. To reply to your question, do we have new business models? Yes, we have a lot of business models for the development of the old properties and renovation and and reselling with having technology in a place. We have multiple options, which made it easy without being biased to some specific segments to have an access to investment and funding and data in a very transparent way. Rajwa, we have addressed business model and we have a specific concept and understanding which you classify into two classification or groups. We, today we have multiple solutions, many solutions, especially in the PropTech, and they are they are very complicated. But if we try to simplify, they will fall under two groups. Platforms try to find a solution or under the network and the platforms, and for the first parts you have service providers such as the financing models. The second type, which is supply and demand, so you should bring the concerned people under one place, in one place, and for each one of them they have different business model. For the second model, cannot achieve any kind of a profit without a big number of consumers, and the price the price tag is high. So nozzle under the second type or the second category. You cannot see properties, but we have more than 6,000 active users use our services and our platform, and we are working behind the scene. We are working on the scene. So we provide the services of the electronic payment. We provide this kind of technical support just to complete their businesses and to transform from traditional into digital transformation with the tools needed. This is the method of our business for doing business, and we provide some sort of comparison as well. The biggest question: what is the difference between nozzle platforms and the other supply platform? We still need foundations to understand the difference of the products in a very simplified way. Thank you, Razwa, Thamir. Just the same idea with Ibrahim without would it like with the business model you have seen in touch in SAC, which has positive impact on the outcomes. We have a lot of business models in the PropTech. The key issue right up till now, we are in a specific stage in real estate. We have new amendments, and so people, the business model working 3 years ago wouldn't work out, and we have new opportunities which can be regulated. So the opportunities keep changing. For the PropTech, it's not easy to invest in development and human resources and employment. So it's a risky investment. The key issue that I can see, many SMEs entered without a clear direction for the market or alignment with the market terms of the changes. So we keep saying that if you venture into a new market, try to get the insights of the developers, to be familiar with the landscape, if it's growing or it's a failure. Startups, for startups, they entered the PropTech, and the success rate is 10%. and they can take it as an opportunity in any business. You should ask as much as you can, and I think no one who have business, commercial or PropTech, that they wouldn't give you information. Business models. We have multiple business models. I chatted with the some people, and I asked them if they have the ability to continue. So the business model, we need the business model not to be a complicated or a complex one, but we need to be a simplified business model. And the idea, the idea. Uh, uh, so we did this kind of automation to the deed title, and we do a full automation for this process. So we try to provide services on the brokerage. So I keep saying it's not brokerage or auctions. So this is can complicate the entire process. uh, so try, if you venture in any kind of area on any business model, try to get as much information as you can, and ask as much as you can those who are the experts, and to look into the competition, if the competition which can kill the markets, or I have the ability to compete. And we have seen as such in some products launched by some companies. So it's very important for the business model related to the PropTech. Thank you, Thamer. Come to Ibrahim, and we move to the final part, which is the future vision of real estate in the PropTech age or era. What about the effective integration and the partnerships? The real estate market has entered a new era with the intensive focus on achieving balance between the supply and demand. And this is the biggest challenge faced by consumers. For us, our main focus on partnerships with the developers, and because they know the market very well, and to provide our services in a single window. And on the other side, in the light of the current challenges in the market in terms of real estate, the key surface and the key area that we focus on is the empowerment of the brokerage to communicate, to lead generation. And we can see this kind of linkage, or the link between the consumer and the broker is to cultivate it. If we cultivate this kind of relation, this would be a catalyst for generating demand. And for consumers, we focus on the new projects and on the experience, or enriching the experience with the information for the current and the future projects, and the changes in over the neighborhoods and districts, and for the undersurfaced neighborhoods. So in this case, for the construction and construction of neighborhoods, so we can find this kind of operation of constructions in full swing, and some full swing. And this is can impact on the location, and also the purchase and the valuation. So we are working on the three areas on in parallel. Mr. Abdullah, your future direction, in the light of our experience over the last years, I see the future is promising future, but rely on two things: the integration of concerned alignment and integration of concerned regulatory authorities based on the yesterday's His Excellency the Minister and the chairman of the CEO of CMA and Riga and other sectors, Minister of Justice and Riga, we have considered efforts to achieve the best for PropTech sector. This is the first part, the regulatory part. And I think the experience of the companies in handling this kind of opportunity will have a positive impact on the PropTech sector. Radwa, what's next for Nozzle? Do you have a new we have a lot of things going on through integration and electronic linkage with other platforms, and to leverage and draw on information. We better serve business sector, and in the past we had the developers need integrated technical team to launch a simple electronic website, and it was very painful to collect the insights and the feedback and inquiries and the RBC system marketing content, and they are fragmented. So in the past, so we were in desperate need to collect as such in a very systematic manner, and this is to help us to measure the speed of sale and lead generation. And right now we have a huge shortage of such solutions, and such solutions that we are working on. In the past, it took 3 to 6 months to offer a digital product, but with Nozzle, we have reduced the time to 3 hours only. Thank you, Radwa. Thamir, when we talk about integration, you said I will share this story. I will share this kind of before the regulations, and to achieve a balance all the we have a fragmented market, but when Aqar was created, Aqar unified this kind of market. We have more than agency. So if we have a booming market, people wouldn't pay attention to partnership or a product or services, and the market is booming. So when we have challenges, such as the challenges of the fees, so we needed a break to think over how can we raise the quality and the partnership and the product, and this is has made our issue. This is might upset some people, make some people angry. The hardest thing to do is to change the mentality of the real estate people, and we should be transparent. So the real estate market is the hardest market to change the mentality and the process in this market. So when you sell online property, so it's hard for the people to grasp and to accept, and for cooperation as a real estate platform, despite the challenges that we have faced from the formal platforms, we wouldn't have this kind of the meetings and the cooperation, and we sit together, we have this kind of cooperation, so the challenges can be transformed to open a new horizons and the new cooperations and the new partnerships at the level of the market. At the level of the market right now, those who have land try to find investment or fund, or the culture of funds is not prominent now. So it's a challenge right now, and if we have any kind of shocks, any kind of shocks or challenges, it's a chance to correct and for correction and raising the efficiency and the quality. And I think it's the right opportunities for the tech platforms. I don't think we have this kind of cooperation in a place among such kind of platforms, and despite having this kind of intersections. So so this point is very important, and I think it's a opportunity that we should take advantage of. We agreed to hold meetings to explore challenges and issues in the PropTech, and open the door, for discussions, and we debated for about 4 hours on the challenges and the issues that we face. And I think it's one of the key topics and areas that would be a transition to PropTech, and so if we have the key players in a PropTech sitting together in different specialities, and a rental purchase, and it's not solutions for a PropTech, even for the real estate markets. PropTech companies are solutions, quick and credible and reliable for the real estate issues. تامر العوض, the CEO of SAC platform, and Hazwa, the co-founder of Nozel, and Tariq Sulaiman, CEO of Hassatek, Ibrahim Shail, CEO of Aqar. Thank you. Thank you for being with us. I'd like to, we will announce the agreement between Aqara and Safat al-Ihsan.
Thank you so much, Abdullah, for
Shana
hosting that
Abdullah.
discussion and also for some more great honouring of relationships and agreements. We really appreciate your work. Fantastic. How are you all doing? Everyone good? Yes, still with me? Fantastic. We are going to continue with some more fantastic speakers. We've got 3 keynotes coming up for you with some interesting perspectives on different topics, so lots still to learn and hear about. But the first person who I'm delighted to introduce onto stage who's going to be talking to us about affordable housing at scale and market reforms. Affordable housing, such an important topic. It's been mentioned on some of the previous panels, and he has some really unique perspectives on this. So we're joined by Dr. Roland Igbinoba. He's the founder of Python Housing Company, and he's also the president of PropTech Nigeria. We are absolutely honored to have him with us here today. It's been my pleasure getting to know him a little bit, and I'm sure you will be fascinated by what he has to share. Roland, welcome to the stage.
Thank you very much.
Nice to have
Thank
you
you
with
very
us.
much.
Take
Thank
it
you
away.
very much. All right, thank you very much. I'm going to be talking about not just affordable housing, but I want to be having conversations around how do we scale affordable housing using technology. And what is interesting to note is that with a lot of the things that are happening already in the KSA, we're looking at how does the Global South have some kind of partnership that just enables there to be some sort of interaction and collaboration. And so affordable housing is not just about a housing agenda, right? Now, when you talk about affordable housing, we're looking at, investment in a global scale, okay, where capital meets innovation and where reforms sort of meet a lot of technology and where nations build prosperity. And so now I'm looking at across the global south, okay, what you find, I'm talking about Asia, excluding Japan, China is there, you have South Korea, you have African countries, right? So there's a lot of technologies that is happening right now. But what you will realize that at the center of all of the reforms in the global south, you have Saudi Arabia at the center with a lot of investment in technology. And so we're saying that if you want to scale affordable housing, okay, how do you leverage on the transformation that is happening in Saudi Arabia, where you have, over 300,000 housing units delivered, right? Digital transformation is at the 100%, okay? And you have a mortgage market that has done over 400% within the last 6 or 7 years. And so how do we leverage this for the entirety, of the global south, where you have Africa and you have a lot of the countries in the Middle East as well. Now, if you look at the scale of affordable housing across the world, the housing gap is put at about 1.6 billion. Okay, so just try and contextualize that, where you have a housing gap of 1.6 billion people, units of housing that needs to be delivered. How do you scale that across the world? And interestingly, 80%, okay, of this housing gap resides in the global south, which are the countries that I've just mentioned about. Now, how do you begin to solve that problem at scale, right? And this is where the collaboration, that I'm sharing with us comes about. So, for example, you have Africa, okay, where you have a talent pool of over 700,000 people, right? In India, for example, you have engineers, totally around 1.5 million engineers that are churned out on a yearly basis. So, for example, if you look at Asia and you look at Africa and you look at Global South together, we have close to around 220 unicorns. For example, I'm from Nigeria. You have around 7, now going on 8 unicorns alone in Nigeria. And what has brought about this? It is because of the kind of talent pool that is in the Global South. And what I'm saying is, if Saudi Arabia, right, with its capital influx, can tap on the talent and the resources in Africa across the PropTech space, we'll be able to meet this housing gap that is at 1.6 billion units. And so just to give a few examples. So for example, what has happened looking at a few of the global south countries. If you look at Nigeria, there's a PropTech startup who has helped in digitizing land administration and blockchain. And so today what Sitemap is doing is helping to digitize land registries. Now, if you go to Nigeria, also PropCrowd is a crowdfunding investment platform that is licensed by the Securities and Exchange Commission, helping to democratize real estate investment. So which means even at the bottom of the pyramid, people can invest with as little as $10 or $20 to be on the real estate platform. In India, where you have No Broker is a big Indian property listing company valued at over $1 billion today. And so the conversation is that how can everybody in the global south begin to tap on the resources that we all have? So let me just run. And then if you look at Kenya, and if you look at India, and you look at Nigeria, you see that PropTech are sharing a lot of housing infrastructure. And this is what I think that it is very necessary, here in the KSA. Artificial intelligence is big. So how we sell, how we build, how we manage property, AI is helping to do all of that. And Africa, Middle East, and some other countries in the global south have talent. Lots, like I said before, over 2 million talents helping to create all of these products. And so this is where I see the power of collaboration, right? In Saudi Arabia, for example, there is a lot of regulatory clarity and scale. There is institutional financing platforms. You have established governance frameworks, and you also have national level delivery mechanisms. Now, if you look at the global south, talking about the countries that I've shared before, you have innovation, speed, and agility. You have low-cost technology experiment, and then you have tested products from a whole lot of market. And so together with this partnership, I think that we can power intelligence platforms that helps to solve that problems of housing. So for example, how do we know what the poor can afford? Those at the bottom of the pyramid. How do we know where they live? How do we know how to help them in just mapping the kind of housing that is needed? At the bottom of the pyramid, you find that a lot of the people do incremental housing. So for people who do incremental housing, how do you scale that? How do you bring in modular technologies? How do you get 3D? How do you get precast technologies that enables these guys to be able to get to the ladder of housing? And that's the kind of collaboration that we are talking about, where this fits into the vision 2030 of Saudi Arabia, where you now have the global south bringing a lot of talent pool and resources to be able to enable that. And so in scaling, what do we need to do? Okay, how do we solve the problems for affordable housing? Now, let's take a look at, again, these 1.6 billion people who need housing. How many of these people at the bottom of the pyramid can even actually afford a home? How many can get onto the home ownership platform without some sort of help from the government, right? Is it profitable for developers to come to the bottom of the pyramid and finance these low-income households? How can technology help to solve this problem? And that's where you see where you have some co-investment platform, where you begin to look at fractional investment. You begin to look at crowdfunding. How can you crowdfund for these people at the bottom of the pyramid? Now, even if you want to do this, how do you do this at scale? And this is where technology plays the part. And this is why I'm saying that with a lot of talent and pool resources in the global south, we can help the KSA and the regions to sort of build all of these platforms that helps generate the mapping and the kind of capital that is needed to fund the bottom of the pyramid. So for example, can there be a South-South Housing Innovation Fund? Or can there be a Global South Accelerator Program, such that you pull talent from India, you pull talent from Africa, you pull talent from China, who then helps to be able to solve the scale of affordable housing gaps that we have. And where does Saudi Arabia comes into this? It's because that your regulatory frameworks, has been developed so well, such that the sandboxes, the example of the different sandboxes that have been created at the KSA, can be tapped into by these product and talent resources. And that's exactly what we are looking at in terms of how do you scale affordable housing. And so if you look at the investment opportunity, just like I've said before, right? We have about 1.6 billion people who need housing. 80% of that housing gap is located in the emerging markets, right? You have unicorns across Asia, over 200. And then you have a total investment in African startups alone just over the last 3 years at $6.5 billion. So the question is, why do you have people investing in African startups? Because they have the capacity, they have the capabilities, they have the talent, okay, to be able to develop products, and processes that help scale housing in that regard. And so what I'm sharing here today is basically a vision of shared prosperity, okay, between the Saudi Arabia, Africa, and within the global South, the entirety of the South-South relationship, such that at the end of the day, right, Saudi Arabia can bring its capital, Africa can bring its PropTech agility, you have fintech in Latin America, you have the talent at scale in India, and so we can, with all, whether about India, you're talking about Africa, you have products already ready to scale. So in the medium term, what we can begin to do is begin to come together and see how we make this scale very, very effective. And in the long term, definitely we will build an architecture where housing operations, it's being established, and then to solve that problem for 1.6 billion people becomes really, really possible. And I think that's my conversation today. I hope I'm on time, right? And so we're building, this conversation about building the scale, okay? Building the scale for affordable housing. And again, I'm saying that Saudi Arabia needs to be at the center.
So passionate, you have such big vision and ambition. What keeps you going?
So if you look at what I just shared, right? You have about 1.6 billion people who don't have housing, right? How do you cover that gap? From Nigeria to Sri Lanka to India, right? You have these people who, there's some economic empowerment, right? But they lack access. They lack access. And without access, you can hardly get to that space for affordable housing. So we're looking at how do you use technologies to create access, affordability, and then availability, because these are three different things that is needed at the bottom of the pyramid. I mean, if you look at about 4 billion people live on $2 per day across the world, right? So for example, how do you then provide housing for those kind of people? In Nigeria, for example, right, the housing deficit is somewhere over 20 million. So how do we continue to live and live large while you have people at the bottom of the pyramid who are not able to afford shelter? And so that's the passion and that's the drive. And with what technology is doing, interestingly, I work with the PropTech community where you have over 120 startups, right, in Nigeria and across Africa. Now, the interesting thing is that these guys have solutions that have scaled, right? And I'm just saying that with KSA at the center, with all of these innovations, that relationship for the South-South, right, where there's capital from Saudi Arabia, right, and there's all of the talent pool and resources to develop the product here, and I think we can solve that problem.
I would say you are passion and purpose and mission wrapped up into one amazing package. Thank you so much, Roland. Can you join me in giving a massive round of applause? Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Amazing. Very inspiring. Thank you for those core key words. So next we're going to look at driving PropTech at scale, really driving that innovation at scale. And we are joined by the Group CEO of Singu. I'm delighted to welcome onto stage, and please join me and give a massive round of applause to Pavel Malin. Pavel. Can't wait to hear what you have to share. Here's a clicker for you.
Excellent. Thank
There
you for having
Take
me.
it away.
Thank you. I think it'll be very difficult to follow kind of the energy and the passion of the previous speaker. But I'll do my best, and I think Roland talked about billions of people. Today I'll talk to you about the millions or the hundreds of millions of square meters that we cover at Singu. So maybe before I introduce myself and introduce the company that I run, what are some of the challenges holding kind of property operations back? And what we focus on is really property operations. And what we see is fragmented systems, siloed data across assets. It's the reactive maintenance, manual workflows, growing compliance and ESG obligations of commercial real estate and buildings. It's this inefficient vendor and tenant communication, lack of any standardized reporting. This is kind of what we see in property operations globally right now. And what are some of the business impacts of that? Well, there's actually quite a lot. It's limited visibility, it's poor decisions, it's OPEX, it's wasted time, it's you wasting essentially resources on so many things that you could be doing better. It's increased risk exposure, penalties, insurance costs essentially skyrocketing, lower satisfaction, service quality, inconsistent insights, and a lot of fundamentally essentially missed opportunities and money being wasted. Well, so what gives me the authority to really talk about this and tell you about property operations and what to do with them? Well, we address a lot of those challenges and we address them at scale. So, who are we and what do we represent? So we are a one-stop shop for property operations. So Singu is a platform, and I know your previous speaker also talked a lot about the platform, that really allows you to centralize all of your facility technical maintenance management across essentially one system. And again, and what gives me the authority to talk to you today about is really the scale that we've built over the years. So we're currently managing over 250 million square meters of commercial real estate. It's about 3 billion square feet. So quite a lot across 41 countries, including the one we're here today, hundreds of thousands of users, thousands of clients, and hopefully a fairly good return on investment, which I'll talk to you about in a second in terms of how technology really drives change and drives this transformation. Because the way we think about our platform and technology, if you're not transforming, you're decorating. And I think in 2025, we are done with decorating because no one really has money to essentially decorate your building. We're looking at transformation. And how do we get there? How do we get to kind of the 250 million square meters? We're originally actually a Polish company, started in 2009, and over time we focused relentlessly on commercial real estate, and essentially from market traction and validation, through essentially entering that scale. We now accelerated ourselves into this global powerhouse, unifying a lot of leaders and unifying a lot of industries into essentially creating this solution that allows us to really understand what scale means and what it actually means for your properties and how to do things efficiently and actually drive real value. Our objective is very simple, right? We're building the most comprehensive platform for property management. But what does it actually mean? Well, we're here to deliver savings. There's only two things we care about. It's your revenue and your net operating income, which comes from operational efficiency. So we're here to maximize cost savings. And some of these numbers are actually based on real life case studies, saving 25% in vendor costs, things you can do at scale, time efficiency, empowered decision making, seamless collaboration with your teams, with your tenants, enhanced tenant experience, and sustainability and scalability of the operations. And one example that I wanted to talk to you is ECE, one of the largest German shopping center operator, a couple hundred properties. What we've done with them is essentially a proper transformation that allowed them to get a decent return on investment, but also extend asset lifetime by 10 to 12 years. In certain countries, that's almost as long as the buildings exist, and actually realize maintenance cost savings per building per year, which far obviously exceed the cost of technology or the cost of software. And the impact at scale was this enhanced operational efficiency, which results in savings, preventative maintenance excellence, data-driven decision-making, and essentially cost effectiveness. Because again, if you're not charming and saving, you're really just decorating, and we're really not about that. And who trusts us? Why scale matters? Well, because scale allows us to really understand the pain points and really understand the use cases behind the solution and behind the software and behind what we do. So, working with some of the largest companies in the world, obviously CBRE, Cushman, all of the guys that you actually know, but also, the likes of, Prologis. Prologis, the largest commercial real estate company in the world, currently covering over 120 million square meters of warehouses all over, across the world, including, a lot in the Middle East. But what we focus on is really this, allowing you to transform your operations across sort of a variety of asset classes. Our geographic reach, just to talk about a little bit, over 10 offices and partners, 35 plus language versions available. We do work, locally, not through partners, but actually directly. And sort of what does it actually mean to use technology, and what can you actually do with it? Again, it's this reactive, it's streamlining your reactive and preventive maintenance. It's centralizing all of your operations across vendor, CapEx, and bid management. It's running all of your property audits and sort of analytics across your entire portfolios. It's tenant management. It's having everyone on one platform. And I think it's incredibly important in sort of this very decentralized world well, not decentralized, but like the world we live in, where everyone is using something completely different for a lot of different use cases. But suddenly you have one system that essentially centralizes it all and actually can do this at scale and in multiple languages. And then obviously ESG reporting and utility data automation. I think ESG is a buzzword I really dislike myself, but unfortunately for a lot of investors, a lot of use cases, we still need it and we still need to report on it. But what we did with, for example, ESG, it really allowed us to, the scale that we operate at, really allowed us to understand what are the use cases, what do people actually care about. And what we realized is that across managing very large portfolios, sometimes of tens of thousands of buildings on a per client, actually all people care about is ability to collect the utility data. It's collect the energy, the gas, the kind of the heating data, and have it essentially in one platform, so you can do the very, very basic ESG reporting. I mean, this is just in terms of sort of what we do. I mean, essentially everything that touches the building, right? So really kind of end-to-end building operations, software management that touches sort of the scalability, transparency, and automation. And then, I mean, this is obviously about seeing good self, but talking broadly about technology and talking broadly about sort of PropTech and what does it actually deliver. Well, it's I think real ROI, so proven cost savings and transparency, and that stakeholder satisfaction, and sort of up to 33% reduction in client maintenance costs, as essentially measured across a large portfolio. It's scalable. It's having kind of a scalable and intuitive solution. So having a cloud-native, modular, user-friendly sort of architecture with real-time insights really can cut response time by 20 to 25%. Across essentially the vendors and across all of the stakeholders that touch your buildings. It's providing actionable intelligence, so unified visibility that drives proactive operations and ESG goals, essentially cutting inefficiencies up to 40%. And this is, again, these numbers not just purely made up. It's from the data, it's from our data of doing this at scale. And then, obviously, for us, it's expert implementation support. So essentially, what we can do for you. So how can you enhance your property operations? Well, you can start your journey with us. Start with a discovery session, book a demo, run a pilot, and scale globally. So if you'd like to join industry leaders to really kind of take the next step towards smarter, scalable facility management, feel free to grab me at the conference. Feel free to sort of get in touch, and we'll be happy to tell you more about how to drive essentially your portfolio with efficiencies of scaled PropTech solutions. Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Pavel. Appreciate it.
Great.
I'm going to thank you and just remind people that if they want to connect with you more, that they can meet you. You're going to be out in the exhibition area and book in that call or look at that, because scaling is such an important part of what we're here to do. So,
absolutely.
Yeah, wonderful.
Great.
Thanks again, Pavel. Really appreciate you being with us.
Thank you.
So let's talk now about big wins in savings and governance. We're going to look at PropTech and procurement and the links between those two things, joined by the CEO of Penny. I'd like to welcome onto stage, please, Iyad Al-Dalouj. Iyad, are you with me? Oh, there you are. Look, making a grand entrance. Can we have a massive round of applause as Iyad takes all this time to walk to the stage? Keep it coming, keep it going. Absolutely wonderful to have you join us. Thank you so much. I have a clicker for you. There you go.
Thank you very much.
And yeah, can't wait to hear what you have to share.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته جميعا. My name is Iyad.
اسمي
Requested. I'm the CEO of Penny Software. So what is Penny Software? We are an enterprise technology for procurement management. We work with companies across multiple industries. And real estate and property management are one of the industries that we proudly serve. And we help them provide governance and saving to their procurement. Today I'll be talking about procurement, which is, to many of you, is probably a bit of a boring topic, so I'll do my best to make it as exciting and as interesting as possible. Today, we're going to redefine and reimagine procurement. But before I tell you so, I want to start with a story. I was having a conversation with a procurement leader in rather a leading company. And we were talking about digitizing procurement and why it's so important to digitize the procurement processes at the sourcing stage and everything before the PO decision making, which seems very obvious to procurement professionals. But he said something. He said that we need to have data, we need to provide this so we can convince the CEO, we can convince the CEO why we need to invest in digitizing procurement, which is really, really interesting. Got me thinking about why procurement leaders feel like they have to explain why procurement is important. And procurement is different than purchasing. Unfortunately, in many organizations, companies, or let's say C-level leaders, think of procurement as a cost department, think of it as purchasing. Like, we want to buy this, go ahead and buy it. That's what procurement is all about. But it's not. Procurement is the backbone of the organization. It's actually a savings center. And here I want to talk about the difference between procurement and purchasing. I always think about the relationship between procurement and purchasing is the relationship between the brain and the muscles, where procurement is the cognitive work, is the strategic work of the process. So procurement is strategic, value-driven, value-focused, covers the sourcing and negotiation and contract, receiving offers, comparing them, analyzing them, negotiating them, all of that work, and to ensure alignment and compliance. And procurement happens before the PO. Purchasing, on the other hand, is operational and execution focused. It handles the PO, the receipt, the invoices. This is all the mechanical work of the process. So procurement is the strategic work that happened before the PO decision. Why did we go with this vendor? Why did we go with this product? Why did we choose this service? That's procurement. And this is where saving happens. And not only saving, we're talking about governance and compliance. And unfortunately, a lot of companies don't have a system to digitize what happens before the PO. They rely on offline processes. And procurement leaders often find themselves trying to explain why they did what they did, but they find themselves telling stories. And that's not the right thing. They want to provide data, because procurement is data-driven. It shouldn't be a story-driven. And here's the question, why should they care? Why should CEOs and CFOs and other leaders care about procurement? And to answer that, let's say, why don't they care? Well, because procurement without a system is fragmented. It's all about fragmented data. It's story-based, not numbers-based, not aligned with their KPIs, lack of awareness. It's not that they don't care, it's just they don't understand it. They don't see it. Now, wear the hat of a CFO or a CEO, and I was a procurement manager, and I come to you with a lot of stories and this and that. You want to know, how much have I saved the company? And what strategic decisions that driven value to the organization? And why should they care? Of course, we know that big saving happens in procurement. Visibility visibility drives control, and procurement is not a cost center, it's actually a profit center. And of course, data tells a much better story. Data tells a much better story. So today, we're going to talk about what we provide in Penny. We're going to talk about 4 offerings in one solution. 4 offerings in one solution. Let's talk about the core product, the flagship product of Penny, which is the source to pay, which helps you digitize the full procurement process from purchase requisition all the way to payment. But of course, sourcing, which we call e-sourcing, is the heart of it. Everything from RFQs to RFPs to receiving proposals and offers, comparing them, analyzing them, negotiating them, going through approval workflows, benchmarking with budget, and etc. All of that happens fully digitized, fully consolidated. The data is consolidated inside Penny. So Penny helps you digitize the full process. Think about it as the main system for the procurement department. It provides vendor management, RFQs and RFP, quotation, proposal, gathering, comparing, analyzing, benchmarking, data-driven mass negotiation, analysis, and report. In terms of saving, we looked at the data across all of our users. Today, we have more than 17,000 users across more than 60 countries around the world. And we looked at the data across our customers. And what we found, we looked at only, in this presentation, only 2 KPIs that are core in procurement. Of course, there are multiple KPIs that we look at in terms of saving in procurement. But today, we're going to be covering these 2 KPIs. The first KPI is direct saving. So what is direct saving? Direct saving is the difference between the accepted offer in comparison to the initial offer from the awarded vendor. The accepted offer in comparison to the initial offer from the awarded vendor. And in average, across all of our customers are saving 6.11%. Now think about that, 6.11%. This is a low-hanging fruit. This is a quick win. This is a saving that happens because our customers have a system that helps them mass negotiate, provide data-driven negotiation, and no manual work, by the way. It's all automated within the system. The second KPI in saving is cost avoidance, which is the difference between the accepted offer and the average of all initial offers. Suppose that you have an RFP or an RFQ, and you have received offers from 15 different vendors. The difference between the offer you accepted, post-negotiation, post-everything, the difference between that offer and the average of all initial offer. That's cost avoidance. And in average, our customers are saving 27.5%. In terms of direct saving, suppose that your organization spends 200 million, 25% of that spend is sourced spend, meaning that this is the spend that you do RFQs and RFPs for. Then with that 50 million is the sort of spend, you will be saving 3 million riyal or dollar based on negotiation. And this is happening all automated throughout the system. And let alone the unfactored value, such as time saving, manpower optimization, risk mitigation, and governance and transparency. I'm going to go next to the second offer we offer, which is local content baseline tracker. We're proud to be the first and the only company in the market that provides a system to help you fully digitize and automate the calculation of your baseline score. Pioneering with Tahakkum, PIF company, we piloted the first digital tracker of LCGPA baseline, joint effort created technology solutions that meets and exceeds regulatory requirements. So what is this product? Now, as we know, the local content baseline is growing in importance to most organizations. And what this system does, it integrates across your ERP, across your procurement system. By the way, this comes as part of the procurement system or a standalone. So you don't have to use Penny for a procurement. Suppose that you have other products for procurement, this system integrates with it. And this system integrates across the major verticals, which is product and services, capacity building, labor, asset management, depreciation and amortization. It fully integrates throughout the system, and it provides you with a score that can help you throughout the year, anytime, calculate and track where you stand in terms of your local content baseline. And that, of course, creates a digital consolidation of all 4 scopes of local content baseline, live tracker of your targeted local content score, organized paperwork and easier audit, cost reduction, and of course, risk mitigation. The third offering we're excited to talk about today is vendor financing. Vendor financing. And we work with our licensed partners to provide this service. So what is vendor financing? Today, when you are negotiating with your vendors, or when you are submitting an RFQ or an RFP, of course, you're not only looking at the price, you're looking at other factors, such as payment terms. Payment terms, in fact, is one of the major factors you look at in the qualification of any offer in an RFQ. So what you end up doing is negotiating multiple payment terms with your vendors. So suppose that you have a vendor that you want to provide, you want to have 30 days or 60 days or 90 days payment terms from, you have to do this negotiation yourself. This is the general practice in the market. What's wrong with that? Well, I'll tell you what's wrong with that. Usually, and we're talking about the kind of companies that use Penny, are large organizations. They require such payment terms. The problem is, majority of vendors are SMEs. Those SMEs are between two fires. One, they cannot lose you as a customer. You're sending them a PO, suppose for 500,000 riyal. On one hand, they can't lose you. You're a very important customer. On the other hand, they cannot afford 60 days, 90 days. So who is taking the hit here? The poor SMEs. So here's what this product offers. If you're using Penny, automatically the system would offer financing to your vendors. And this is instant acceptance, instant financing through our licensed partners. Here's how it works. Basically, think about it as corporate buy now, pay later. The Tamara or the Tabi of corporate, only when you are using Penny. It unifies the credit term for you, and instead of negotiating 30 days with this guy and 60 days with that guy and 90 days with that vendor, You unify. You don't have to worry about them. You can pay 90 days across all of your vendors, and your vendors won't have to take the hit. They will be getting their cash today, and it enables your vendors to get access to cash flow. Most importantly, it's completely free of charge for you. So the way it works is through invoice discounting or invoice factoring, which means that we are factoring your invoice to pay your vendor today, but the vendor is actually taking a discount on that process. So the way it works, how is it instant financing? How is it instant acceptance? Because we actually don't work with suppose that you are working with 3,000 Saudi vendors. We don't work or KYC those vendors. We KYC you as a buyer, as a Penny customer. Again, we do this through partnership with our licensed partners. And once you are approved the credit line, suppose that credit line is 30 million riyal, you can revolve that credit line. And the way it works is once you are KYC'd and given the credit line, the moment you submit a PO to your vendors in the system, they will receive a PO from you. And in the PO, they will have an option to finance the invoice. So suppose that PO is for 100,000 riyal. They will have an option to get their money today instead of waiting for 90 days, but instead of, let's say, 100,000 riyal, they will be getting it with a discount, suppose like 96,000 riyal or 95,000 riyal. The choice is there. They can say, no, I will wait 90 days, or no, I want to get my money today. The moment they choose to get their money through our licensed partners, they will immediately be accepted because we're actually not working with your vendors, we're working with you. So Penny financing is free of charge, reduced cost of capital, seamless integration, zero overhead, control risk, and predictable return. And last but not least, our fourth offering is Penny Expense. What is Penny Expense? At Penny, our aim is to help you fully digitize and automate all of your spending except payroll. All of your spending except payroll. So we talked about procurement. We talked about the large purchases, the RFQs, the RFPs, the procurement purchases. But what about your office expense? What about your petty cash? What about the travel redeem to your team? We got you covered. In Penny, you get free of charge this service, which helps you provide digital credit card, and through a digital system, you can create prepaid credit card. You can track the spending of your team. You know exactly how much they spend. You track the petty cash. You track the redeem. You don't have to ask them to submit invoices. Everything is digitized through the system. Penny Expense, we do this in partners with our partner Mola. And we help our customers fully control and digitize their strategic procurement spend and petty cash spend. This service is also free of charge for our Penny customers. So, procurement redefined, reimagined, source to pay for your strategic core procurement, local content to help you track your LCGPA score and stay in compliance with LCGPA, Penny financing to help you enable your vendors and provide them cash flow today instead of waiting for 60 days or 90 days. Penny Expense to help you fully digitize the expenses of your organization. Well, thank you very much. That's my time. We have a booth here. Please do visit us. Have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Electric shocks again, Eyal. It's been fantastic to hear from you. Thank you very much for that insight. I'm going to hand over now directly to Abdullah Abu Al-Noor, who has an announcement for us, and then we'll moderate the next panel discussion. So sit tight, and Abdullah is going to take over for a short while.
Thank you so much, مريم ستانلي. سنشارك معكم تبادل اتفاقيتين قبل أن نبدأ جلستنا التالية. البداية مذكرة تفاهم بين شركة بيتونيا للأثاث والتصميم
Betunia
الداخلي
Furniture and Interior Design with Rafal for Real Estate Development. Betunia and Rafal. Betunia Furniture and Interior Design with Rafal for Real Estate Development. And the second one is between FOM and Atar, an MOU between FOM and Atar platform.
فوم وأتار موجودين. Switch the screen, please. Next. أبارك لكم هذه الاتفاقية. السادة والسيدات مباشرة
Ladies
إلى
and gentlemen, now to our next panel discussion on the digital innovative real estate bridge. We have حمود الغصن, chairman of حصتك, مع دكتور معالي اليحيى, CEO of الراشحي Federation, and Fanar Mr. Abdullah Saleh, CEO and founding partner of Second, Rami Al-Ajrami, Savvy founder.
أحد موجود معنا من حصتك، تطبيق حصتك.
حصتك application or your share application, Mr. Hamoud Al-Ghusn. We will start and hope that Mr. Hamoud can join us soon. We will start with Mr. Muhammad Al-Dosari. Real estate development is a huge issue. Supply chains, great deal of details, maintenance and improvements. These processes, traditional and advanced, how can we embed them and integrate them with the real estate technologies? Good afternoon. This is an important question. I don't think anyone here today hasn't been through a challenge related to real estate development. Each and everyone has a story related to suffering, and they have been through various phases of how they can start to develop. Many of the prop tech we see outside this room. these PropTech provide a solution to many of the issues that we see in the market. But what is lacking in the market of KSA, there are challenges everywhere and in every market. Real estate development has its own issues everywhere. However, today, it's not possible for a generation that is used to Abshir and Tawakkalna to continue with this type of traditional development and the current issue. So the market is missing a lot and many challenges need to be addressed. Dr. Maad, this is a huge issue, the real estate development, whether be traditional and modern. We have addressed at the previous discussion that it was started with individuals and then became into corporates, and then people are now inclined to buy ready-made products. How we include the PropTech with a huge sector. I would like to thank you for the kind invitation and for the question. One of the blessings of PropTech is to meet Mr. Muhammad Dosari. He is our neighbor, who was neighbor 30 years, but the PropTech gathered us today. The real estate development is somewhat new in its modern phase, and we see many successful traditional companies that have taken the initiative and came into the technology market throughout its various phases, from simple uses to core uses, and the impact of the use of this PropTech is assessed directly and indirectly. Many of the works we see, starting with studies and designs, all the way to implementation and delivery of products, whether it be a land or a unit or a commercial activity. The impact of PropTech is evident, and if there is integration between such these various systems and phases, it will lead to a great deal of improvement and development. Any company that is still thinking will be negatively impacted, or still reluctant will be negatively impacted and will have difficulties coping with catching up with the market. Mr. Rami. Same question, but the robot in the exhibition is one of Rami's babies. I have came into your pavilion, come into your pavilion yesterday. There are direct solutions in the core of the PropTech, like the solar panels. If we were to look at this, as Mr. Hamad mentioned, it's not only platforms, also the construction systems. It's not only platforms, it's also construction systems. How do you blend between traditional and PropTech? Thank you for the kind invitation. I'm representing Savvy platform, that is a Saudi platform concerned with providing solutions for the smart homes, smart sustainable homes. My colleagues previously mentioned that the agenda of the summit is in the line of securing a sustainable smart home, sustainability as an agenda. Based on this, we are presenting in this exhibition the smart home, our definition of a smart home, that is a home that knows your customs and your schedules and amends accordingly. The lighting, the curtains, each and every detail. The home acts on your behalf with the use of AI technology. This is on the smart aspect. There is also linkage to the available services of the state. One of the companies have introduced many platforms, to help us, to help link these homes to the available services of the state, like Sakani and other. And with regards to this sustainability, we have introduced a profitable model, and this is a disruptive model. Sustainability is not only environmentally but also economically, so that the solar panels would generate revenue, would have an environmental use, and would generate profits for the owner to use this revenues for the development and the maintenance of the real estate. Mr. Abdullah Saleh, have you been through an actual experience where you so there is a need to integrate PropTech to traditional, or you can tell us about this since you have vast expertise in the market. Thank you for the kind invitation. PropTech has a great role to play and is complementing the development and the real estate sector. If we were to see the real estate landscape, there are multiple stakeholders. There is a developer, the buyer, the real estate platforms. Each one views it from its own point of view, their own point of view. The cycle is relatively long for the developer to start to develop the real estate and to understand the requirements. The, Perhaps by the end of the cycle, the market trends will change, and the real estate that he has developed maybe will have difficulties marketing it. Maybe some products will be on demand, some won't. And here comes the role of the technology and the data that comes of great help to the stakeholders. Always there is a demand on data. The data, we need it not only currently, also when we plan for the future. Currently, there is a demand on some type of real estate. Perhaps this can change tomorrow. How can I predict this? Therefore, we need an integrated ecosystem where we can see and predict, do the analytics and predict the demand on real estate, and there will be economic factors coming into play. What we're seeing in Riyadh right now, it's attracting many people from outside of Riyadh, not only from foreign countries, not only from like us from Kuwait, even from within Saudi. People from other administrative regions and other cities are now coming to Riyadh. So there is an increased demand on the units, one-bed units or studios, but the market is not meeting this demand. So certainly data will help the developers in addressing such issues. Muhammad Al-Ghosn, the experience of حصتك, you sell parts of you sell the real estate units partially. But tell us about your experience in integrating PropTech with traditional. Good afternoon. Thank you for the kind invitation. With regards to the traditional development, will not go away, but there will be a digital cover integrated with the traditional development. So reliance today on, for example, on reliance on the concrete will vary from reliance on data. We are part of a system at Hassatech that we all aspire. The regulatory entities seek to have a robust infrastructure that increase the competition and the data we're seeing. Our mission at Hassatech with regards to the partial ownership of real estate that is income generating, where our mission is to transform these real estates to digital assets in the future, in collaboration with the regulatory entities will be easily traded, even with foreigners. There will be a great deal of transparency, safety, and good income. Hessa Tech is a part of a great ecosystem. We're capitalizing on the use of data analytics and AI. Even in the issue of real estate assessment is not only based on deals and based on expertise, based on digital predictions, clear digital predictions. Go back to you, Mr. Al-Doshari. So no doubt that the sector currently needs integrated digital systems. If you will allow me kindly, let's go back one step, and then I will address a question in a minute. In order to address the issue, we're talking about the traditional real estate, we need to know where the issue is with the corporates that are working on ground, not only the applications. The applications provide a part of the solution, and therefore the traditional companies that are working on ground need to integrate, need to believe in these technologies and applications and platforms. We at Funner, we came up with a revolutionary solution. We're helping real estate developers, whether be individuals or institutions, to develop the real estate through the phone, and provides them with the service providers that provide the services to them on the application throughout every phase. We need one platform that gather all these applications. We, over 20 years, have put all this expertise on this application to reach an excellent customer experience and help other applications and platforms to make most use of the opportunities available in the market. Building this ecosystem starts with gathering and integrating these various parts of the puzzle. We have great work taking place in the market, but we need to gather them under one umbrella on one platform. Dr. Maad, the digital systems, if we were to address this practically, we have a successful system. Was used in the housing sector, and then it's now being extended. The IJAR platform, many of the services provided have specialized platforms. However, a specialized platform in selling that inclusive of all the processes. The closest to come to this is the Sakani platform, but it only serves a specific sector, and the procedures may be incomplete. So as a real estate developer, one of the difficulties I am facing to reach the beneficiary in this region and to acquire his data, this is a long journey and gathering data from various sources. But if there is a specialized platform similar to IJAR, specialized in selling, it will have a positive impact and a clear impact on the price and the cost of the residential units. The developer will sell the developer will sell, his cost will be less, and the end user will also benefit. But having this platform needs support from the regulators, as well as the integration of some sectors, and need to capitalize on the selling on the map. Me as a developer, to reduce my cost and to sell on the map, I need a specialized platform that's specialized on sale and that is supported by the government, similar to IJAR. This is one of the platforms that the market needs, and similar platforms to IJAR the market needs. I think now the developers are developing their own platforms for the purpose of selling, but they are not as we all hoped. So maybe this could be one of the recommendations of the summit, that next year There will be another platform launched. I think everyone will be happy to see another platform similar to Ajar. Rami, how do the digital systems? Can you give us an overview on the digital systems? What are the models you are employing, and how does this support the market growth? I would like to answer digital data and the rationalizing the use of the digital data is one of the important assets for real estate developers. It's just as important as the asset itself, the real estate itself. We are now in the era of data, and the data is not yet organized in a manner that we can fully benefit from it from the point of view from SADA or Saudi Data AI Authority. How is it working with the governmental institution? SADAYA will come into the governmental institution and follows a specific mechanism in order to determine a score related to the maturity of the rationalization of the data in any given governmental institution. And then they tell you your score, data score is 70% or 90%. It's above a specific value, you're in a good position, and therefore your data could be linked to SADAYA as a central point. The real estate developer is not yet there, and the data is not organized and developed in a manner that could benefit them. Therefore, you have a management and a governance mechanism for the data. The beauty of the issue is that there is a great opportunity in KSA. The infrastructure, there is room we're still building the infrastructure. We only just started focusing on the data. There is a golden opportunity to correct and to organize your infrastructure so that you could make most use of the data. And for the 2030 vision, to be able to link, you need to link it to SADAYA, and SADAYA needs to have you need to have the correct score to be linked to SADAYA. This imposes on the real estate developer to follow certain steps related to security, authentication, governance, and management, anything related to privacy and the general standards of data management. This is now a very good time. There is Agile, there are other platforms to support the real estate developer to be linked to the ecosystem and to make most use of the data. This is part of Savvy's agenda, that the information that the robot generates on the interaction of the audience, this reflects the dynamic of the recipient. This is an information that shouldn't go away. We should make most use of who's watching this robot, which age bracket, what type of communication. Any you should, if you have a big screen advertising, you need to have a mechanism to see how the audience are interacting with your advertisement. So you're gathering data from the market on its interaction and its behavior, and this makes the performance of the data, turn it into a profit source, not a burden for the real estate developer. Mr. Abdullah, how do the digital systems support the market growth? With regards to the digital systems, I would like to emphasize what my colleague Muhammad mentioned. Digital systems, in order to fully operate with efficiency, there needs to be a belief by the stakeholders in registering the data and sharing the data. Even if this happens in the form of integration with other platforms, purchasing decision is a lengthy decision, and this is probably the biggest asset one could invest in throughout his or her life. You could end up buying one real estate. So our role as platforms is to connect these products in the market to the end user and to start this dialogue with this end user in order to stay with you he until he concludes the purchasing of his real estate. This part of this is financing, part of this is the decision where geographically he will choose to live and what type of real estate does he need. These are all criteria that need to be that that needs some form of profiling and, and to be shared with all the relevant stakeholders, whether it be banks, developers, and other. This is a cycle this is a lengthy cycle. Mr. Hamoud Al-Ghasnawi spoke with Mr. Abdullah in the previous session on the business models, and sometimes in the field of the PropTech, sometimes you have successful business models, but sometimes you are surprised that you're dealing with a real estate developer. There is no linkage, there is no integration. How do you address this? The biggest challenge is to increase the level of awareness in the market, even on the level of corporates and startups and entrepreneurs. They try to innovate and apply successful global models. They copy them here and they adapt it to the Saudi context. So I think the biggest challenge is to increase the level of awareness in the market. Now there is a great leap in the field of PropTech. The regulating entities and the legislators have the infrastructure. I don't think it's fair to blame. I cannot point the fingers, as this is organic growth and the entrepreneurs can cope with this. This is a system, and the platforms are these platforms are part of the ecosystem for a concrete infrastructure by the regulators. This is a good start. As I mentioned earlier, the traditional reset development will not go away, but will needs to be coping with the PropTech. We are hoping that we're now convinced that the PropTech is not a luxury anymore. It's a necessity that we need to embed in our work. What about the PPP to accelerate such transformation? As I mentioned earlier, we're hoping that the PropTech will be an organic part of the real estate ecosystem. The partnerships between the PPPs are also a necessity, but however, today I think that the public sector has reached an advanced level. Therefore, the private sector should be able to prepare to co-op with this in order to have a successful partnership. The two parties need to complement each other. You cannot. I think the private sector need. It's unhealthy that the public sector is ahead of the private sector, and it will not. This will not be a healthy partnership. The partner the private sector needs to take a few steps forward and to start growing in order to have a healthy partnership with the private sector and to adopt these PropTech, believing that it's positive and it will have a positive impact and will benefit them in order to have a healthy partnership with the private sector. I don't want to repeat myself here. The public sector is reaching out to the market through a great deal of programs The digital government has its own programs. The IT ministry has its programs. Housing ministry has its own programs. However, the private sector needs to be able to cope with all this and needs to reach a level of maturity in order to provide. Once they go into partnerships, they provide concrete beneficial products for the sector. I will now pose a different question. We, within 20 years, we have moved from following the news on TV to following it on mobile. If you used to walk up to the main road to get a taxi, now you order an Uber while you're home. These are rapid changes and sweeping changes. Some still are some are still in the old era. They need to actually have a smartphone in order to make most use of all this technology and these application. And this is similar. How do you integrate between the two, the traditional and the PropTech? We need to have a firm belief that the pace of life is very fast, and linkage between the traditional and PropTech. There needs to be a belief, a deep belief, and then you need to determine objectives and then the integration. With regards to integration, linking linkage between between the two sectors, public and private, is we see it in many domains through the commercial chambers, through the national transformation programs, where and takes part in this development work a number of sectors. When speaking of the sector, there is a company working in 5 regions, in 6 areas, in infrastructure, residential units. I am almost evident, not from practical point of view and from the studies point of view, the reason for the success of any technological development because of the maturity of the entity and having modern technologies. But no, but it turned out that having the high level of awareness and the service provider, whether it be contractors, parties, or offices, it was evident that some contractors or developers have not used certain technologies, and when they started using them, uh, they said that they cannot do that them anymore. So there are many examples in that regard. One example, in the delivery of the projects, the engineers need to conduct several rounds to deliver the work. Now we have the technology, and now the delivery takes place through the mobile. Now the engineer attends and the contractor attend, and through one round, a comparison to 5 rounds in the past, and in a shorter time, has received the unit and has handed the comments. This is less time for the contractor, less prices for the future projects, and I can sell to the people in a lower price. So having this technology in the delivery, this only in the delivery of the unit, you see the impact. So how about using it in a number of areas? This is only a small example for the delivery. Also, so the use of clearances. So the culture has completely changed. Usually the clearances would need 5 days to prepare. Now with the emergence of modern technologies, perhaps you can conclude all these clearances at the very last day of the month within an hour of work. So this is not the press of a button. These are a number of technologies that needs awareness, and a will. the idea of delivering on mobile is similar to the idea of car rental in the past. In the past, it was the traditional way, and based on the car condition, you receive. Now it's done through the mobile and electronic signature, and it's done. Mr. Rami, Mr. Rami, I think you have many examples. I'm talking about integration between. I'm watching the integration between the two sectors from the media point of view. The world is not watching the kingdom as a private sector or public sector. They view it as an entire ecosystem. There is a great, the public sector is advancing, and the private sector is trying to catch up with the public sector. This is unlike any other country in the world. The public sector is advancing, and the private sector is trying to co-op. The developers in the kingdom, from the point of view of brand awareness, they need to work. They need a great deal of work to bridge the gap between the two sectors.
We tries to make our brand stand out to reach the appropriate level of the private sector to be fully aligned in terms of the available innovations and billboards and business models, profitable business models to develop the developers to create ecosystem and a mechanism easier for the private sector to integrate and to cope and catch up with the public sector with the current pace. The role of partnerships of a private and the public sector in supporting the market growth. The PPP can be seen in most of the majority of the projects, the majority of which is state-owned land. So this is can accelerate this kind of a process, and the data and sharing data as well help support informed decision making. We hope to see more for Ijar to be to open for the partnership real estate. So we don't have a unified standard or a standardized sector. The same process. Know your customer, and you have IPAN and the SWIFT in all over the world. But the standard is not applied in real estate industry. So we need to find or to agree on standards which can which can ease the transactions, and this should be shouldered by the private sector as the key regulator, and to be available for the beneficiaries and the consumers as happened in HR. So the rule, we have a huge integration in this rule in terms of technology on or in the ground for the development of infrastructure. For the partnership of Mr. Rami mentioned a crucial point that the world not viewed private and public sector, but integrated ecosystem. So the regulator has done its job, and we as entrepreneur we should do our duty. And I think next year the real estate landscape will be different for better. And we ask Almighty the God to support us. The final point, as time is running out. So the final point. Digital capabilities and the capacities as a core for innovation. Funnel, for instance, it's not available in the market, but how can you foresee the future? How can you develop the digital infrastructure and the capacities and data collection? As my colleagues mentioned, that data is part of the direction of the public sector. Data is the essence and the the key assets of the an investment for the future. Um, you cannot take any kind of step or without having supporting data, and you cannot foresee the future without filtered data and accurate data. And I think we need to see more models in the private sector, how to analyze such data, how to generate a final product, and to have this kind of filtration of data which could move the private and the public sector forward in a healthy manner. And ending up with the this kind of spontaneously and systematic manner. So we have an issue that we don't have a systematic approach, and this can help us to find the gaps and to provide the data, and from the data we can generate insights which can help others to take a step ahead. And Dr. Maad, what if new technologies will be in the marketplace? So are we ready for any emerging digital technologies? Well, we can see accelerating rate of the diversity of technology, but for the technology, for us, and for the innovator of such kind of tech, we should consider a number of points I enjoy when I see softwares, and first of all, uh, um, to identify issue identification. I need technology which can help us and to ease and streamline the procedures. And the fourth point, the integration of such technologies with the systems, because some companies might offer a wonderful product, but they have ARP. So we should take into consideration integration. So some one amazing applications such as jar application, but up till now they are grappling with the integration with the regulations. And one of them is, as Mr. Mahmoud, for the integration selling shares, we should have some connection and linkage with some of ministers. So the foresight is available, and desire, and we have the desire, and we embrace any kind of technology, and we love risk taking, and for the pilots and sandbox, and we are proactive in this regard. Proactive in this, and we invite the private and the public sector to try and to pilot their products, and this is part of our contribution, small part of the contribution as out of love to our nation. But we should consider some points. You might have a wonderful idea, but what the added value it could create, and this is in a nutshell. And from Mr. Mahmoud, how can we do have this kind of connection of shares in the uh, in residential units and property units? For some regulations, they might constitute hurdles. The entrepreneurs is a good rebel, they know where the profit is in حصتك share. We have partners as developers, as a startup. We pitch for the we pitch for the entrepreneurs, and we were not taken seriously because they wouldn't know what's going on, and we have proven the case, the use case in appropriate manner, and just to prove that for the market that investors desire to have such kind of opportunities. After that, today, and we have started 1 year ago. We have seen a growing interest from for the conscious conscious developers for the next development. We cooperate with them and we have assisted in creating healthy environment with high returns. So the investors, the small investors, for them this is a new liquidity for the real estate sectors and for the developers, and with the next generation of regulations and the stable coins and the cryptocurrency can create massive investment here in Saudi Arabia at the national level, God willing. So you are ready. You are ready with the mechanism for the integration and linkage. We were the first, the first Saudi platform in the partial ownership, and we have attracted international models which were for which we did this kind of adaptation to the local context. For Mr. Rami, they are ready right now. It's very important for the digital capabilities. Do you see the market ready for such sophisticated digital capabilities? The market is not only ready, but is faster than us. The integration, the regulator accelerates, and technically speaking, it was a nightmare to be linked with the digital platform. Right now, we have new technologies. Within 3 hours, you can be connected and linked with the state on the platforms, and the government has done a wonderful job in streamlining the procedures. But for the investors and developers, you have an issue that when you have a profit, carefully studied a profit behind this kind of integration. In this case, you can find this kind of acceptability by the market. Right now, we have a mechanism through AI. You can study what's going on all over the world, and within minutes, you can look at what is going on in USA and Germany and parallel and similar to the integration, and you can establish and consolidate use cases. So it's easier, right? Much easier right now to do integration with any platform, government or private platform. And another point, which is AI. AI right now, it's a mechanism and a vehicle that should be fully taken advantage of on the spots. We should learn from AI. We should leverage AI in different aspects of integration and the customer journey, or adding any customer or showcase the marketing campaign and the brand and the trademark. We have a lot of international experience that we can learn from. For a way or another, for the lack of for AI, it was the unknown. Right now, in ChatGPT, you can ask about any similar developers across the world. What are their mechanism and how they handle the market, and from which you can take away the learned lesson. So it has become much more simpler by using much more simpler by using AI. Do you have a future vision for or a perspective for second for your next steps? I'm talking technically speaking. Technically speaking, as Mr. Rami has demonstrated, the future is going towards AI. And we haven't seen until now we haven't seen a chat do analysis does analysis on data, but we don't have the agent the agent is still in the initial stage. So our direction will be in this direction, and we have a number of sectors inside the real estate platform that can leverage AI. We have the research and matching, and do the matching for the end user. How can they search for and do matching for the appropriate property, and which is personalization and individualization, which fit their own lifestyle. And as we know, most of the application used knowing or unknowingly, we have cookies and the tracing, and we do accept, but they trace and they track our what we do and our process. So we can reach and this is can save time and save. So each brokerage can set his own version, working 100 times in communicating and attracting properties as well. This is a different area, and the financing. So I think multiple sectors can benefit from AI. Thank you, Mr. Abdullah Saleh. I would like to continue, but we stick to the agenda. Thank you for your time, and thank you for being with us. Thank you.
Thank you all. Sorry to wrap you up, Abdullah. I know it was a fascinating conversation. Have your photograph. That was amazing. Thank you all. Photograph. I think it's like the way with so many of these panels, we could have conversations for such a long time to get into so much insight and interesting depth. But yeah, we are moving on through our agenda because we've got a lot to get through today. So thank you so much. Really appreciated that. Great insights. Thanks again, Abdullah. Round of applause, please. Thank you so much. That was wonderful. Okay, we're going to move straight on now then, and we're going to start looking at how we really accelerate PropTech adoption within legacy real estate, because I know that's something that a lot of people struggle with. How do we introduce the new when we've always done things a certain way? How do we really encourage people to adopt things that are going to make the biggest difference into the future? So I'm going to be joined by two panelists. Sadly, Mishal bin Omera is unwell, so is not able to join us with this panel, but he has delegated very ably to Talal. So I'm going to introduce my panelists. Can I please have Talal Al-Najjar, the General Manager for Business Development at Al Saiden Real Estate Company. Come and join me, Talal. It's wonderful to have you with us. Thank you so much for stepping in at the last minute. We know that your insights will be appreciated. And we also have Oliver Morgan, who is a partner at Deloitte Middle East. He leads the real estate advisory practice across MENA, and he advises governments, developers, and investors. I mean, what don't you do, Ollie? Fantastic. Please take a seat, gentlemen, and let's get straight into it. Wonderful to have you here. So, This is all about adoption, and I think it is definitely a challenge that people wrestle with. How do you get people to actually take action, to adopt this PropTech technology when things perhaps have worked a certain way, perhaps people are change resistant? So what we want to do is talk today about moving away from the conversation and into action. And I would love it if we can keep it super practical with some real-world examples that people can really go, oh, I could use that in my company, in my business, with my colleagues. So let's start by really looking at, what is AI, what is PropTech, what does it do, what do people think they want versus what they really want or need? So from your perspective, Oliver, we'll begin here. You hear in your advisory role, we want AI, give us AI solutions. But, when people say that within Saudi real estate, within this specific industry, what do you think they really mean?
Thanks, Miriam, and salam alaikum. Good afternoon, everybody. It's really interesting. Obviously, for the last few years, we've had the large language models, including ChatGPT, Grok, and numerous applications where you can ask a question and you get an almost instantaneous answer.
Yeah.
Now, people have had that insight, and it's really interesting. From the clients that we work with, we get clients who do come to us. We've actually got an AI institute, and we're going out and we're actually sitting with key clients to work through, well, what are their problems?
Yeah.
We have a framework to understand how actually can we be very selective in terms of the implementation cases for AI, because firstly, there's quite a large cost in terms of transformation of usually legacy technology solutions.
Yeah.
They may need upgrading. But also one of the fundamental points is also centered around data. And I heard it mentioned on the previous channel through my translation. Unfortunately, my Arabic isn't that good, but very much about the data quality. And so, again, we are working with a lot of clients to get the very basic standards of data implementation and standardization in place, because if you actually, it's not just a Saudi issue. We see it globally in terms of organizations not being ready and having the right data standards in place to actually adopt and bring real estate assets into that environment. Because we are talking, when we talk about a real estate project and you think about the number of data points that are involved, if you take the life cycle component, you're talking about every nut, bolt, if you've got irrigation pipes, every irrigation pipe within a project. So there are literally hundreds of thousands and millions of data points within a project. So again, how do you organize that? How do you have standard protocols? We do have building information management protocols, but actually, is that well adopted? And one really interesting area we might come back to when we talk life cycle is thinking about actually how is that information handed over between, let's say, the clients that we work with and the other organizations, whether that be government organizations that they need to link to and have APIs to actually process that information, feeding information both ways, and then also consultants that they work with. So how do they receive the information from consultants? And again, there is so much depth in that information. How do you actually keep that well organized and managed? Ultimately, we're humans. We've got to find out information that we can process. So we need to think, look, how do we use those AI use cases to actually help us make sense of that information?
Absolutely, because I think there is a gap, isn't there, often between people going, oh, technology, AI, let's grab this as a solution. We need it now, without necessarily knowing exactly what it is that it's going to do for them. And Talal, I imagine within your business development role, you must see this all the time, this gap between what people think they want and the things that actually would make a bigger difference to them. So could you just speak to that for us?
Yeah, sure.
It'll come on when you speak, yeah. Oh, is the button? Yeah. Can we have Talal on?
Hello?
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Yes, very, very important subject or question. Actually, Oliver already explained very well, but let me take you through from the developer point of view. Usually we see the AI term a lot from the top management to all the department section in the company that we want to use AI. Yes. You want to use AI. I believe people think it's more of like a progress. Okay. But they don't know what it actually is, what is used for, and how it's practically been used. I believe the gap is between the AI itself and how it's practically been used. It's not just like a tool where you just like plug it and play. It's about how you're enabling these technology and all the segment of the real estate supply chain in the real estate companies.
Yes. Yeah. And is there a particular use case within Asaidan where you've seen it work really well at implementation level rather than just, oh, we've got to do this because it's the next new thing?
Exactly. I mean, listen, we have different real estate supply chain, starting from the land to design phase to construction to sales and leasing. Then after that, the facility management. We're trying to apply different PropTech in all the real estate change.
Yeah.
However, we're still facing some some challenging and adopting from both from the employer side and from the customer and the consumer behavior side. So.
Yeah. So you mentioned the supply chain, which is a great link into kind of where we can really dig into this conversation. Was there a place, Talal, where you started with the digitization, with the implementation of PropTech? Was there an obvious part of the supply chain within the organization that it was like, yeah, this is where this is going to make a big difference?
Okay. As you know, each PropTech company want to apply technology to make the real estate product more efficient and smarter. And so basically, from developer point of view, we have actually, through all the supply chain of the real estate, there is two areas which we believe it's the digitizing is seeing the result.
Yeah.
The first one is actually the sales and marketing.
Okay.
This is the first step because the benefit is immediate and visual. So for example, using virtual tools, 3D modeling, CRM system, where this will reduce the cycle of the sales and leasing.
Yeah.
Another thing is, for example, the using booking online and reservation that reduce the human friction and better consumer awareness. So I believe the sales and marketing is the first step, which is I mean a good witness in the digitizing. The second one, which we witness in our company, that's the project and construction management. I mean, that's by digitizing all the delivery phase of the project by using, for example, BIM, digital platform or dashboard, IoT, drones, for example. I mean, all this, let's call it technology or PropTech, actually help reducing cost, safety, and the project became more efficient and actually it saved a lot of time for us.
Yeah.
It's quite an interesting point on the cost point because actually, although there might be an initial spike in the capex, what happens is you're right. If it means you can deliver something quicker,
exactly.
The time value of money and the saving you have because actually you've delivered something quicker. So an implementing of, as you say, an IoT technology that gives you let's say a faster response or a quicker readout, it means that actually, you can save time, but also the customer satisfaction levels can be higher as well if you can actually make a difference in terms of somebody who's bought a product and make it work better effectively.
Yeah.
And it's a key point for adoption, isn't it? When people see the results of something, then obviously they're going to want to move forward with it and adopt it better. So is that part of the benefit that you saw?
Yes, that's actually, we saw a lot of benefits, especially for the cost, to be honest with you, and for the timing.
Yeah.
Because for us, real estate development company, that's for us a big value. Delivering in time and the project become more efficient, which is going to help us later on in the facility and property management, actually.
It's easier to sell future solutions when you can point to the success of an existing solution,
Absolutely.
I imagine.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And for you, Ollie, so from your Deloitte lens, where has tech really moved the needle for you? Where's it had its bang for its buck? Where have you seen kind of people wanting to adopt it and the adoption being better because the technology just worked and it made a difference?
So from a real estate development perspective, when you look at the 4 key stages, so if we take the pre-development stage, a lot of studies have been done, and Urban Land Institute have identified it's between 80 to 90% of project value is established in that pre-development phase. So as I mentioned before, any AI use cases or digitalization, they have a cost. Now, where do you see the best bang for your buck, to take your phrase there, Mariam. It's very much, we are looking very heavily in the pre-development phase, and what that is a lot of complex information to do with revenue and cost associated with the project, and it's the forward planning of actually when are you going to receive that revenue. So again, looking at the data points, and actually there can be billions of data points in the information that's now available in the marketplace to understand that how consumers behave in the marketplace, how they move around cities. So you harvest that information to identify, look, what is really, really relevant for our particular project and location. But then also think about, look, where can we spend that little bit more to appeal to consumers? How can we plan our marketing campaigns, budget all of this up front in order that actually you do see the return through the project life cycle. And I also mentioned anything that you can do to save time during the development process. So we're using generative design now. So what would take, let's say, 8 to 12 weeks to do a pre-concept study on a particular site, we can run in 30 minutes an actual development layout for the project. Come and look at it. We've got it on our stands just to plug that. And so from that perspective, you can actually extract computer-aided design file in that format and move forward rapidly into a process, the master planning process, which again would be taking another 16 weeks. So effectively we're condensing that time frame and that time to market. With there's been so much competition out there, so much competing supply, it allows you to differentiate, bring projects through that are quality, but also configured in a considered manner that face the market, and that's how you generate that 80 to 90% value within your project.
I think it's a really interesting point about differentiation, because I think that's what we're all trying to do, isn't it? Find those unique selling points, those unique factors that help to differentiate. And you talk about this pre-development phase, and Talal, I see you nodding along to that, and some people listening to our conversation. So is that also something, just to kind of find out from your Al Zaydan perspective, is it very much there that, you know, the pre-development phase is also somewhere that there's a lot of value?
I mean, honestly, the pre-development actually phases, which consists of the what you call it the phase of the land itself and all the visibilities and plus the what you call it the design phase.
Yes.
This is, I think, the most that's more active area where you can see the technology is enhancing a lot and support helping us. Of course, with the helping from the government program that's enabling the private sector or developer for using the data and how it's smoothly can help us to.
In the kingdom has it. So what, you see it as a problem. Tell us about that, Talal.
From what we witness, yes, we deliver very nice projects in time with all the numbers. However, once we deliver the project, especially let's call it from small to medium portfolio, we found difficulty in applying the PropTech technology, and the reason is sometimes it's from the end user themselves, because they find difficulty to adapting to technology. So for example, people, let's say end users still using phone calls rather than using like a portal digital. They're using, for example, payment method like traditional method rather than online methods. So we still actually struggling in that they think that the cost and the benefit of the PropTech it's more for them. So that's why I believe this is need more of like enhancement actually. And the reason is that you're not just dealing from the developer side and from the vendor, because you are dealing with the end user. So always the end user, if you don't have this, let's call it knowledge, and he recap all the technology and all that, you'll find difficulty to adapt all this technology.
And I think that's a critical point, isn't it? Because adoption comes when people feel comfortable with the tools that you're offering them. And we talk about B2B adoption, but you're right, there has to be a consideration of the B2C adoption.
Exactly.
And making sure that technology isn't something that people are resistant to, or that they just don't feel like they have accessibility for, or, you know, we might be looking at demographics or, you know, tools that they feel comfortable with. So I think it's a critical thing to keep in mind. And Ollie, you were just going to jump in there.
Yeah, I think in terms of we've got to consider life cycle. So, upfront and the pre-development is very much revenue and where you create the value in a project, whereas the most significant cost is that life cycle, and it's the FM and it's the actual asset management to control that. Now, we've seen an absolute revolution in the kingdom in terms of we've now got Google Private Cloud available, we've got AWS, we've got Oracle, all the large cloud providers providing data residency in the kingdom, so that actually you can then go out and adopt. I've seen, we've got the Yardi stand out there, we work with Tariga, there's a lot of different providers, Maximo, both under IBM, who are now making the solutions available to hold that information. So we've got the infrastructure in terms of the cloud is here to hold the data. We've now got the vendors and the software vendors. And as Deloitte, we're working with clients to actually implement those solutions here within the kingdom. Go back 5 years, that wasn't happening full stop.
Yeah, interesting. So what would you say is really helping adoption? I think, Talal, you just referenced sort of government initiatives and support. And obviously, Vision 2030 is, this once-in-a-generation shift. But are there some things you can point to, Talal, that are really supporting the adoption of PropTech solutions?
I mean, honestly, I've been in the market for 15 years for in real estate development. You cannot imagine what was the market like 6 or 7 years ago in terms of regulations. With the vision, where the initiative, all the Saudi program, like BIF and the quality of lives and the Ministry of Housing projects, all this thing, actually it supports a lot of many sectors in the kingdom. For example, for us as a real estate developers, Riga actually has initiated a lot of actually program. The off-plan sale, the brokerage, which is FAL, the auction market, the Mulak, which is actually dealing with the property management, Itmam, which is actually helping the private, the real estate developer. We have also from Ministry of Housing, you have Beledi, and you have also from Ministry of Interior, you have Nafat. All this integration had helped us a lot in real estate. And I believe, as we in Saudi Arabia, there is a big room for PropTech company to come to the Saudi to develop their ideas actually, because the ground itself is supporting, the government actually is supporting. However, yes, there is always.
I love your however. It's very gentle.
We still because this is like a new initiative program from the government. We still facing issue with the transparency and data gathering. There should be like let's call it collaboration between public and private sector, and maybe we go more extent that we have to make like a partnership even with them actually, in order to make this actually more efficient and adopted.
I think there's a good example as well in terms of when we look at a planned development or even a finished development, the measurement standards. So we've got international property management standards out there, but again, we do see lots of hybrids being undertaken within the kingdom, and it's a very, very difficult mindset to shift because there are various local practices, even across Saudi, in terms of how units are measured. But when we come back to that first challenge with AI and technology, it's very, very reliant on the information and the quality of the information that goes in. So that's why we have to have certain standards that are set and maintained across the marketplace. So everybody's consistent in terms of when we're talking an area, if we're talking an apartment that's 150 square meters, it definitely is an apartment that is 150 square meters.
Yeah. Anything else from your perspective, Oliver? I know that you've seen a lot of these positive shifts and alignments. I love that word as well. But anything else you want to see more of? You want to see some levers pulled that will be good enablers for adoption?
I think one of the really exciting areas is the tokenization. And again, on the previous panel, there was a bit of discussion around that. But it's not just, again, Saudi can actually be a leader in this place because it's emerging. CMA already has regulations. Riga is already looking at sandbox and ways to actually test this out. But I think it's that next step forward in terms of, look, if you think about all of the projects being launched by 2030, there's $1 trillion of real estate that's actually in the pipeline. So we've got to think about, we've got a whole different generation who are buyers and who are end users of this product. And that generation are using PropTech, and they're ahead of the game. They're using, and they're already the projects that are coming tomorrow, we've seen instances where, look, you've implemented gamification so you can actually get a look and feel of those projects. So the next step is, well, actually having a transactional environment for that generation to actually, the next generation to actually embrace and actually engage and buy and participate in the marketplace.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's no doubt we can't deny that, you know, traditional real estate is changing. Talal, what are you kind of seeing in terms of what the private sector needs to be doing more of and thinking about to really respond to these changing customer behaviors and expectations? Because you've got on the one hand, like you say, this generation of people who, you know, absolutely PropTech's integrated gamification, but maybe without, I suppose, alienating this end of the scale. Are there some thoughts you have on that?
I mean, listen, I think the private sector should be shift from thinking from project focus to experience focus.
Oh, I love that.
Actually, by integrating the technology and through all the real estate segment phases, and let me make it much easier for you. We as a developer, yes, we are welcoming all the PropTech companies. We welcome all the new ideas. You know, we have hundreds of vendors. I mean, half of them in the back.
Yeah.
I know them actually. However, which we saw actually to become more practical, the best way to make it more practical, that we do partnership with them.
Okay.
So we, as a real estate developer, for example, we have partnership with one of the brokerage firm who's listing all our real estate residential units in the platform. So actually, we have invested in this platform by us, and the reason that from inside the employees and the firm itself, they believe in this platform. Plus, it will reduce the learning curve and the adaptation. We have also, for example, done a partnership, for example, with a furniture firm where they're using AI, where they can furnish, consumer can furnish his units by AI. So again, this vendor came to us and listen, let's take it another way, let's partnership with you. Yeah. And the reason that once we do this step, actually, we see it's more efficient to the real estate development. Because adapting any PropTech or any new idea in real estate, yes, we welcome it, but once we try to apply it inside, we saw a couple of, let's call it, resistance and challenging to make some changes.
Absolutely, yeah, challenging.
Yeah, I think the Kingdom is a fantastic case study, because I think if you look at the next 12 months, one massive area I think is going to change is the fact that you've got a lot of large-scale, really high-end projects that are coming to market. But if you look at the traditional, if you look globally, how these projects are marketed, there'll be a big-name international brokerage who take that project to market. You visit them at a trade show or you go to their offices. I think that experience is completely changing. It's people picking up the handset, looking at projects that they're interested in, and it's going to be let's say the developers and investors who are bringing projects through the platforms that are easiest to use to access inventory, and are very transparent in terms of actually how you can make an acquisition. But that needs a complete transformation in the back end, because there's AML requirements to consider, there's integration of CRM technologies behind that, there's 3D visualizations, as you say, there's planning tools in terms of layouts and customizations that can happen within units, but certain things can't be customized as well.
Absolutely.
So it's, what are the extent of that? And then coming back to the valuations, which then links into the ability to get a mortgage. Now, all of the seeds have been planted within the Kingdom in terms of going from a sack and crookie that used to be a piece of paper that you would pull out years ago, to now everything being digital online. So the technology is there. It's a case of, look, I think we're actually going to see a lot of innovation, and it's everybody out here who is participating in that innovation. And the traditional way of doing things, I think, will definitely change. And it's going to happen in this next 12-month period as well. So I think quite exciting times to be in this market.
I mean, that was a really strong closing statement, because I was about to come to you for some closing words. Do you want to just kind of add anything to that? Is it, what should we be looking at specific tools? Should we be looking at mindset? Should we be looking at, you know, different innovations? What is it that you think is going to make the next decade super successful with the adoption of PropTech?
I'll defer to Talal. I think Talal's made the strongest statement, to be honest, in terms of partnerships. And it's working together between all the stakeholders, so government, working very closely with private sector, and that's where we are seeing those results.
Yeah. Talal, from your perspective?
Changes, actually.
Changes?
Yes, actually, what I saw is from the change from the environment of the company. So I try to emphasize the culture of the company, that we have to do some changes. So I lead by example. So for example, me myself, I use platform to track my projects, all this thing. I keep telling the employee, the team and the company that this technology is important. It's because it's going to help us, not to replace them, actually.
Yeah.
But again, we are committed to lead changes and the integration and using of technology and building new cities and also collaborating with the public and private sector. Our goal actually is to make the Vision 2030 is a reality by investing in people and innovation, actually.
I love that. Lead by example, investing in people, innovation. This is a great opportunity. We need to grasp it. These have been fabulous insights. I could have chatted for ages, but we need to wrap up. Please do stick around. If anybody wants to hear a little bit more about what the Al Saidan real estate company is doing, then Talal is a fantastic person to share some thoughts on that. And as Oliver said, Deloitte also do have a stand. I know they've got some really interesting tools and technologies that they've been developing to help all of these areas of the supply chain to become more successful and more future-proofed. So please take this opportunity. These are very, very bright minds I have on stage with me. Thank you very much, Oliver, Talal. A massive round of applause, please. Thank you. That was absolutely awesome. Loved that. There's a picture, I think, guys. Please go have your picture. I will get out of your way. You can have it, the two of you. Amazing. Oh, looking very formal, gentlemen. No smiling. Amazing. Thank you so much. Another round of applause, please. That was awesome. Really enjoyed that. Thank you. Fabulous. Very, very inspiring to hear what's going on practically in the marketplace from two very different perspectives, but yeah, with a wealth of knowledge and experience there. So we're going to move on to our next keynote, and this is all about reimagining real estate. And I'm delighted that we're going to be hearing from the CEO of Sakani. This is Engineer Walid Al Harkan. And Engineer Al Harkan, if you're in the room, wave at me. Whoa. Do we have? Yes, see? Okay, that's an entrance for you. Hello. I want to see you do that again. Absolutely, an absolute pleasure to welcome you onto our stage. Thank you so much. Do you need a clicker?
No, I'm okay.
Fantastic. Then I'll let you share your thoughts with us.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you very much. السلام عليكم. مساكم الله بالخير جميعا. اسمحوا لي راح أتكلم بالعربية. Allow me to speak in Arabic. For those who would like to have translation, they can use the translation sets over there. يعطيكم العافية جميعا. And I know it's the end of the day maybe ونهاية اليوم وإن شاء الله ما تكون مملة الجلسة. طيب لما جلست أعد لي السبيتش اليوم والكلمة اللي راح ألقيها reimagining real estate. جلست أفكر يعني reimagining في إعادة تصور مرحلة قديمة لمرحلة جديدة عشان نقارن المرحلتين مع بعض. كلنا نعرف إنه التطوير العقاري يمكن من أقدم المهن على الكرة الأرضية. التجمعات السكانية، الحضارات في الشرق والغرب اعتمدت على التطوير العقاري. وجود مساكن، وجود مجمعات الناس تكون قريبة من بعض. هذه الأشياء صار فيها تطور في المواد البناء المستخدمة، صار في تطور في أساليب البناء المختلفة، صار فيها تطور في العمارة وأسلوب العمارة وطلع فيها عمارة مختصة في ثقافات مختلفة على احتياجات لما تكلم عن
When
نواحي
he spoke of the regulatory aspects of Riga, and His Excellency Al Kuwais from CMA, from Capital Market Authority, in the governance of the private equity in the real estate development. Also, Engineer Ryan Al Aql, where he highlighted the role of NHC innovations in supporting the sector with the digital transformation. Where does Sakani lie among all this? Sakani is a platform established in 2018. The purpose of it was to support and assist the individual, the citizens, to own their first home. And we have achieved great successes. And we have also achieved figures that are well aligned with 2030 vision. Now, Sakani, as a platform, has changed. It has additional tasks. What are these additional tasks? One, innovation. Innovation. Transparency and availability, accessibility, and empowerment. All this with the stakeholders who are the real estate developer, the real estate financier, and the real estate broker, and the end user. These are the stakeholders, and these are the pillars, and these are the pillars related to innovation. What do we innovate? We rely on AI, on data science. We support the real estate developer to take the appropriate decision with regards to the best use of this location, this land where he wants to develop this project, the type of residence, the purchasing power, the comparative prices. We also support the financer. What it is the purchasing power in that area? What are the obligations to be able to compare it to the data available on the Sakani platform? The real estate broker, where does he go? To which client? At which time? Where exactly in the kingdom? When speaking of the user, the end user, in the recommendations, reset recommendations, we summarize a lot of work for them based on his uses and his needs for that real estate. When speaking of transparency in the decision taking and in unifying the processes between the stakeholders, unified procedures, clear, without complication free, seamless journey where the decision taker from all of the four stakeholders can take the decision seamlessly. When speaking of accessibility or availability, this data, yesterday, as Engineer Ryan mentioned, the launch of Tech Hub, it's a number of API services made available to all the stakeholders that we have just mentioned, where they can access these services and take the decision based on what's in these. We have accessibility and availability, and the service is available 24/7. Working on it, a group of excellent teams working that is appropriately operating. When we're speaking of empowerment, what are we empowering? Who are we empowering? When I empower all the stakeholders with the AI usages and the data science and the data analytics, this will enable them to take the proper decision and linkage with governmental entities that facilitate a great deal of processes. Do all this, is all this a dream? Are we dreaming about the future? No. These are facts on Secondly platform, and our role is to empower all to access the information. Our role also is to also work with the entrepreneurs through the sandbox launched by Riga. We work with them to come up with products that serve this sector and help take this sector further. We have successful experiences in other sectors and other industries where we achieved great successes. Today is the day of the real estate and housing ecosystem, the municipal ecosystem, and we invite all of the businessmen, the supporters, the stakeholders, the investors to support this ecosystem to achieve the objectives of the sector and to take it further. The use of AI for us is not is part and parcel of what we do, and the use of the data science is of prime importance to realize these objectives. The applications are still there and are growing. We're supporting all of those transacting with us and all those using our services. Hoping that this will help realize our objectives and the objectives of the kingdom to the kingdom's ambitious vision. I wish you a great day and I hope this was useful to you. Thank you. Thank you مهندس الحرقان، ممتن لكم، شكرا جزيلا، شكرا على حضورك، شكرا جزيلا على المشاركة. سينضم إلينا مدير ديجيتال اند تكنولوجي at AWJ Holding Company القابضة لي أن أدعو السيد صالح الربع. يشرفني أن ألتقي بكم. شكرا جزيلا. Good afternoon.
أشكر جميع القائمين على هذا المؤتمر الرائع جدا اللي يتكلم عن البروبتك. First of all, I would like to thank everyone that joined the yesterday and today about the global PropTech summit. If you allow me, يعني my slides is in English, but I'll speak in Arabic, and the same let's say guidance to whom who don't know the Arabic might take the translator in the backyard. اليوم الذكاء الاصطناعي I think everyone يعني he knows what is the AI. أتوقع كل تلفون فينا فيه chat GPT ولا فيه copilot استخدمه مرة أو 10 أو 100 مرة. بس الفكرة بشكل أعمق إن اليوم إحنا more than traditional AI to the Gen AI beyond the automations. I will jump into the agenda. الأجندة بتتكلم عن التايم لاين فور ذا AI. متى بدأ وين رايح وين احنا متوقعين فيه أكثر. مثل ما ذكروا الأخوان اللي كانوا موجودين قبلنا في الستيج. الارتفيشال انتليجنت أو الذكاء الاصطناعي اللي شايف عندنا سلايد اليوم يعرف إنه بدأ أصلاً بري 1950. قبل 1950 بدأ تفكيرهم في موضوع الذكاء الاصطناعي وكيف احنا نحول الكمبيوتر إلى لغة بشرية ولغة آلة. ثم إذا بتكلم على الذكاء الاصطناعي كمصطلح 1956 بدأ مصطلح الذكاء الاصطناعي من كون إنه ثيوري إلى كون إنه مصطلح معروف وعلمي وتحول إلى مسار بحثي إلى أن وصلنا اليوم إنه 2025 2024 و2026 والسنوات القادمة الاي اصبح everywhere. الذكاء الاصطناعي اصبح في كل مكان، سواء كان كووركر او حتى اصبح في البزنس او حتى اصبح في التعليم او في الصحة او في غير من المجالات. مع سياق التحول
other domains. And with these huge transformations that we're witnessing with AI, I will take it to another step. We will not address the ChatGPT and the Copilot. We'll talk about Gen AI and how we can invest, we can make most use of AI in a different form. What is Gen AI? It's a technology that creates images, presentations, websites. You give it the order and it will do the necessary changes, add the necessary content, and so on and so forth in a more accurate manner, in a faster manner, and a smarter manner. As a human language, we may need some time to prepare a PowerPoint presentation, but for Gen AI, if we provide it with the correct information, we can shorten this to 30 minutes or 20 minutes, and then we can do the final touches. It's no secret, this presentation, this was AI generated. However, we added a few things to it. No. Does Gen AI, is Gen AI the end? No, there is more, and this is what we will see in the slides. The mere use of Gen AI will increase productivity of employees by 150%, according to statistics from Worka.
daily routine work more than او up to 150. يعني نتكلم احنا على موضوع text analysis، موضوع document creations، drafting emails. انا بكتب ايميل، ليش اكتبه من البدايه من الصفر؟ انا استخدم الذكاء الاصطناعي اعطيه المحتوى.
Email, I will give the email the context and he will give me an answer. I will take this answer and amend it and then send it. This is one style of Gen AI that we could make most use of. 150% increased productivity across all of the tasks you see here before you that are repeated tasks and operational tasks. Go back to the Gen AI and the traditional AI that we use repeatedly. I can open my ChatGPT application and ask it about the nearest restaurant or ask it about. But today, the traditional AI, it it can search 1,000 residential units using the filters, whether it be a city filter or a space filter, or if we were to take the Gen AI, it will understand what your needs are and will change the language of the response from being a computer language to a more familiar, more friendly language. In the example you see before you, understand family-friendly villa near good schools under 3 million price and creates personalized recommendations with reasoning. It's not only it contextualizes the information and provides it in a friendly language and provides you with recommendations. Also, in the feedback, when you search a normal page without AI, you will not receive feedback. Today, with Gen AI, they write you personalized messages. They tell you hello. If your name is Muhammad, they tell you hello, Muhammad. Good morning. This is what we have. You say, and they tell you that the last time you visited the website, you asked about a villa of 3 million Saudi riyals value. Today, there is a villa worth 1.8 million. Are you still interested? It's about understanding, creating, and reasoning based on the feedback received and the way that we interacted with it the last few times. Great deal of examples. If we were to take an example about customer inquiry, we'll talk about the chatbot that you ask and it answers you. This is programmed. It tells you have an issue with the invoice. To manage to contact the invoice department, kindly contact this number. Maximum, it will say thank you. Now the Gen AI today is not only about this, it's not confined to this. It will take the invoice number and will get back to you, will tell you that this invoice, will ask you if was this invoice issued 2 or 3 days. Perhaps it will take the invoice number and will go back to the CRM, ascertain the data, and then we'll take the invoice number and go back to the supplier, the inventory department, and will verify the codes, and whether they are shipped or not, and then after shipping, this is in simple words, integration, follow up, and a highly sensitive context. So integration, follow up, and highly sensitive context. So it's not any more static or fixed.
وموضوع البرودكتيفيتي في الكاستمر انكويري اونلي از ان اكزامبل. عندنا في البروبرتي
We
ديسكربشنز
have in the property descriptions, there is a description of the residential project of 50 villas. If I will give this to a content writer, maybe they will need a couple of months, but with Gen AI, they can write this content in 15 seconds for each and every unit if you give it the basic data, and then can generate 15 languages without the help of any translator.
اللغه نفسها itself هي more personalized
And then
الى ان
it
اكثر
can make this language
خاصه
more personalized. It's
الطبيعه
much faster
الطبيعيه
than any
تصل احيانا
human.
عشر مرات
It's 10 times
وفيها
faster than any
percentage
human,
engagement
and
I mean with the customers and the
300%
clients.
engagement with customers.
اليوم لو ناخذها again it's about the
This is
traditional AI
about the
ChatGPT
traditional
Copilot.
AI,
It's not about
ChatGPT, Copilot.
processing
It's not about,
categorizing only, it's about create and reasoning. هو يخلق لك
it creates
أداة
for you
عملة
an
for the
interactive tool
الزباين
in
ويرجع
replying
يناقشها
to the
بعدين ويصير
clients,
في فولو اب مره ثانيه
and
وثالثه ورابعه.
and
ويمكن من
creates
الاشياء
the
الكويسه اللي
reasoning
احنا دخلنا مرض
for
مؤقت بعدين جانا
once we
ايميل
accessed a
بعدين طلع لنا
website and
تشات
received an
تشات
email,
بوت كذا بسيط
and
انا
then we
كل
saw a
هدفي اني
chatbot.
اصلا
This is all Gen
اعرف فكره
AI based on the
افضل
idea
فعاليه في التسويق اللي
increasing
انا
the
كمهندس
interactive
از كلاينت او از
interaction
كاستمر يعني
between the
احتاج.
clients
حتى في موضوع اللانجوج
and the website,
اللغه
even with
والفاليو
regards to the
نتكلم
language and the
عن
value.
بيور كمبيوترايزد لانجوج
This is a
في
pure
التراديشنال اي اي بينما
computerized
في الجنريتيف
language in
اي اللي راح
traditional
نناقشه
AI,
اليوم
but for
وير
generative
بيكامينج
AI,
مور
this
بيرسونلايزد
is a natural and a more
efficiency
personalized
طبعا ما في
language
ما في كومباريجنز ما في
with regards to efficiency.
يعني
You
حتى
cannot
الفرق بين
compare
التراديشنال اي اي
the
او
traditional
الفرق في
AI
اللغه
to the
والترمينولوجي
Gen AI.
between the generative AI and the traditional AI. Next of that, let's jump into what we have in today as a roll ground. يعني وين ارضيتنا اليوم عشان نستثمر في الذكاء الاصطناعي مثل ما ذكروا جميع الاخوان
As
في
all the
جلسات
colleagues
الجلوبال
previously
بروبتك كونفرنس.
mentioned in
احنا
today's
الذكاء
sessions and
الاصطناعي اصبح
yesterday's sessions, AI
tool سيء في منتج
has
تقني
become a
في جميع
main feature
الانكيز.
in every
يعني push
technological
all the
product.
aspects. اليوم عندنا 18
We have
فاصلة
18.5
بليون دولار
billion
as a
US
global
dollars
PropTech
as a
AI
global
market.
PropTech,
هذه بيانات
PropTech AI
سنوية
market. These are
في
2024
كومبيرد
data. If you were to
لو
compare
قريبين
it
من السعودية احنا اليوم
with
عندنا
Saudi
as per the MENA
Arabia,
PropTech report
as per the
عندنا
MENA PropTech
2.1
report, we have
billion year to year
2.1 billion
سنويا. This is the increment
year to
with
year,
a 41% increment from the latest
with
year.
a 41% increase from
نتكلم
last
على
year.
توب اي اي يوز كيسز طبعا
The
هذول غير
top AI
موجودين
use
خلينا ناخذهم
cases
1 باي 1. توب اي اي يوز كيسز والادوبشن ريت اللي موجوده
and
فيها از
adoption
جلوبال.
rate
اول كيس عندنا
globally.
موجوده
The
بروبرتي
first use
ايفالويشنز
case is the
ليد
property
مانجمنت
evaluation,
من
the
وين
lead
يبدا
management.
الديل معاي الى ما انا اقفل الديل وانتهي
from the start, the deal till the closure of the deal, we have 72 adoptions. We have the third highest case to be used through AI, Gen AI, the VRs, all the way to market analysis for the researchers and investors to take the appropriate decisions.
Back to Saudi Arabia, we have 4 mega projects that are heavily investing in the AI and the Gen AI, starting from NEOM, Diriyah Gate, Red Sea, and the traditional market across others, let's say, real estate markets. Numbers, it talks a lot in Saudi Arabia. The investment is there. The transformation is huge. So let's capture in 2 minutes what are the real estate or real business impact within success stories. I'll take in one of them. Gen AI creating listing in 15 languages. If we're taking the challenge, التحدي كان عبارة عن manual property descriptions taking 2 hours each. لكل وحدة
كان في الأمر في السابق يتم وصف
وكل وحدة راح تكون عبارة عن الأرقام ما هي واضحة
هنا لكن AI, every unit if we talk about return on investment. So now the time from describing the unit from 2 hours to 6 minutes.
التحديات الأخرى للسوق بالنسبة للشريحة القادمة سوف نرى كيف.
But let's pass through some applications. We might create the Gen AI in content creations, intelligence and insights, customer experience, and our daily operations. كل التشغيل اليوم اللي موجود ممكن أن نعطيه ذكاء توليدي، ليس هو شات جي بي تي وليس كوبايلوت، أؤكد على هذه بالبيانات الصحيحة.
Gen AI, not Copilot. It's gonna talk about the contract, the risk. It's not Copilot, and the outlook for the application using AI is very huge. بعد ذلك أقترح 4 خطوات for practical steps as a framework بداية من
what we'll cover to identify starting from the high volume of operations up to the consumptions tasks or routine tasks, move it to be in piloting. The expected time will be 2 to 4 weeks, من أسبوعين إلى 4 أسابيع, as a pilot, as a test, as a vanilla version.
As a vanilla version, then integrate with the shipment, with the external and internal platforms and systems to scale up to cover extra things. Call to action. سنرى الأرقام الحقيقية هي دعوتنا اليوم. إذا كنا ننظر إلى الواقع اليوم.
For all the real estate developers and investors, basic generative tools deliver 300 to 500% of ROI, return to investment. Learning curve, it's not a years, it's simple, very simple weeks, not a years at all. About the cost, one or many of the Gen AI tools today, you might subscribe it starting from $20. يعني 20 في 4 كم 80 ريال يوميا. البنفيتس it's more than this per users. If it's enterprise ولا whatever, it might be plus by 2 ولا multiply by 3. Cost of waiting, if you are just wait and watch, count how much you will lose in the market today. You will lose a lot. So this is the takeaways for today. I really appreciate everyone from you. Thanks for your time and listening. يعطيكم العافية وبالتوفيق جميعا.
Shukran, Saleh. I really appreciated that. It was such a clear walkthrough of everything.
Thank you.
Thank you for putting that for us side by side. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And your bilingualism is extraordinary. I love your flipping between languages. So thank you so much, Shukran, Saleh. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you.
Amazing. Okay, so next up we have a brilliant panel discussion that I've been very much looking forward to moderating. So stay tuned for this one because we're going to be looking at AI-driven urban futures, really how we can sort of transform that property and infrastructure landscape for the next generation of smart cities. And I know in these conferences we talk a lot about smart cities and what the urban landscape needs to look like, but I have 3 guests who are joining me, all with quite different perspectives, but some unique experiences that they're going to share with us on stage today. So, if I may start, please, by asking Elisa Bankowska to join me. She's an architect and an urbanist. She's the co-founder of Voice of Space and the CEO of Synchro Space, and she looks at creating programs and places that shape behavior. Elisa, it's a pleasure to see you again. Why don't you take the second chair there? Thank you so much. We're also going to be joined by, how do you want me to say it? I don't know. I mean, I could say Michael, I could say Michael. Was that, you know, I don't know. He's been trying to coach me for the last 2 days how to say his name properly. But Michael Erd Gomez is the CEO of Enzo Co-Living, scaling community-driven co-living with an experience-first operating model. Michael, delightful to see you. Please take a seat next to Elisa. And also, we're joined by Alex Galt, who is the founder of Realist AI and Titleman AI. He's creating AI interfaces that help people to discover, value, and finance property in real time. Lots to talk about with your models as well. Alex, come and join me. Big round of applause, please, for my 3 amazing panelists. Alex, why don't you just pull your chair around ever so slightly so we're in a little bit less of a straight, like, yeah, that's lovely, perfect. No, that's good. That's good. So you don't want your back to them, but that's great, lovely, amazing, okay. Good stuff. So, transforming the urban landscape using an AI kind of lens to look at the future of smart cities. Let's just start with a bit of sort of a quick fire opening so you can hear a bit more about what these 3 individuals do, what their businesses are. But, you know, not going into too much detail, but I'm going to start perhaps with Alex down at the end of the line. What do Realist and Titleman actually do for a user today? You know, where is this style of AI-driven interaction heading? Short, sharp, and then we'll get into the discussion.
Sure, thanks. In a lot of conference, people speak about AI now. Every corner about AI, right? But what we want from AI? So literally we want to save the cost, we want to increase margin, or we want to work less, literally, or make it faster. Can I do a small social experiment? Who of you wants to work more?
Who wants to work more? Are you willing
could you please
to put
raise
up
the
your
hand that you want to work more?
I don't see any hands, Alex.
Maybe it's about translation, no? Nobody, right? So AI can save a lot of time for us. So AI makes the work done that we can do. So my company is just making AI in one interface that you can tell what you want in real estate anywhere in the world, in any language, in any task. Find you a plot of land for building the villa, find you a hotel to buy, find you an apartment for rent, any type of task. You just say to AI what you want. This AI goes to all these databases. So you have seen a lot of companies with platforms, databases, etc. So why we need to use all these platforms if we can ask AI to go to all these platforms, take the data, analyze it, come back to you and give you the result in 10 minutes.
Okay.
It's going to save you time.
So saving time, efficiencies, working less, that's what Alex is all about. Elisa, you're all about spaces that can help inform our decisions and guide behaviors. Can you just tell us a little bit about how you're doing that, maybe with an example from one of the projects that you work on?
Yeah, thank you, Miriam. In Voice of Space, we believe that all the physical environments should act as the behavioral interface, let's say like this. Yeah. So actually, when the space is designed intentionally, they not only host the activities, they form the activities and measure it. I would love to share maybe one example from our project that we do with the Donetsk Technical University. We create the science park that is going to be co-developed also with the Zaha Hadid architects. And there we implement the, actually what is our core of Voice of Space, the spatial impact strategy. This strategy defines the way how these spaces can become the most powerful and what is also the most important, the most constant, the only one constant tool of communication and tool of impact. Just to share an example, in such science park, we are going to have one of the solutions is the wayfinding system, actually the digital portals through which we can navigate people at the territory, and we can also encourage them to interact with these portals. Okay. And here, from one hand, we have a lot of data about the dwell time, about the quantity of people, about the way how people interact, how they learn. We can refine the spaces based on this data, but also from other hand, we have the narrative and identity streaming through these touch points of interaction. Okay. And this is something that add another meaning. You know, with these spaces become both the stories and the feedback loop, let's say like this.
Amazing. So really creating and embedding that into the space itself. Fascinating work. And Michael, so tell us a bit more about Enzo. I know it's a fascinatingly different style of co-living. Can you talk to us about how you're building community in a new way?
Yeah, well, thank you, Miriam. It's a pleasure to be here. For us, we have 700 units all over Europe, the US, Mexico, and hopefully we can open Riyadh soon. What we do, our mission is to convert properties into fully living experiences. This way, for us, has transformed actually the price of the square meter and has increased more than 50% the price of it. But I will tell you more about that after. What we do when we create communities here is we select who is going to live in these properties. When we select, when we choose, what we create is a curated community. A curated community that's something that people is willing to pay for. Yeah. How we do this, we don't want someone to send us the salary statement, how much money they make. We don't care about that. We care about the person. We care about who this person is and what they're going to give to the community. So when we do this, we really create value.
Amazing. So let's start at that point, because I think with all of these conversations we've had over the last couple of days, we keep coming back to human first. Regardless of what the technology is and what it can do doesn't always mean that the technology should do. So from that perspective, and Michael, I'll just stay with you for a moment. You know, you've got such a strong belief, haven't you, that, you know, the value is really created when we stop thinking about price per square meterage and we start thinking about the premium perhaps that people will pay for an experience. So how have you reached that conclusion? How are you seeing the results? How can you prove it to us?
Well, there's a very important value we have in Enzo is we are data-driven. We work with that. Since we started in 2018, we have had more than 100% occupation in all of our units. More than 100%. It means if someone will live on the day 16, but they will pay the whole month. On the day 17, there will be someone else in the building.
Paying the whole month as well, I imagine.
Yeah. So more than 100%. And we have overperformed the price of the market by 50%. How do we get this? First of all, we care about flexibility. And actually, there is a very important part for Riyadh here for flexibility. I heard that in many cases, the landlord always wants 6 months in advance of the rent. Yeah. This is something that happens, but this lowers the money that the tenant is willing to pay for every month. Yeah. So offering the flexibility on money and also on time. How long do you want to stay? Do you want to stay 3 months, 6 months, 2 years? The operator is willing to deal with the tenant and the property owner and can create a bigger value. Also, the comfort. We understand what the people that are going to come with us want to live, like what they want to have in their living rooms, how they want their spaces to be. We understand them thanks to the data, and we prepare them exactly how they want it. Yeah. And last is the community. So I was saying this is one of the most important parts. And we did an experiment, but you usually are not willing to pay 10 times more for a space if the space is very well decorated. However, if you will live in the same building as maybe Cristiano Ronaldo, you will pay 10 times more for the rent. right? So community is very important.
Yeah,
we need
absolutely.
to believe that. We need to grow with that.
Yeah, amazing. Yes, it's about recognizing where value exists, I suppose. What are people willing to pay for? And that's
Correct.
what you're tapping into. And Elisa, you're very human-led as well, kind of very much centric around that idea about if we can work out exactly what people want, let's give the people what they want and design our spaces accordingly. So tell us a little bit more about this thing you call phygital drivers. I know that, that's about how you go about creating and designing those spaces.
Yeah, thank you so much for this question. Phygital drivers. Actually, this is not about, when we say phygital, it's not about adding more screens all around the spaces.
No.
It's about the adding of the meaning when every digital tool, every sensor, every screen, etc., they have, let's say, behavioral reason to exist in the spaces. For example, one of our projects we designed for one of the biggest Ukrainian pharmaceutical company. This is the healthcare space with the different functions, including the educational, expositional, and event spaces. And all these spaces, they encourage people to adopt the healthy habits in their life. And here we have solutions, for example, the solution with the interactive, we say touch points of interaction. These touch points of interaction, these are these drivers. It could be, in this case, these are the interactive walls where you have physical actions that you should do, the space guide you through these actions, and also you have the digital rewards for this. For example, you can learn through the scanning of some elements of these interactive walls, you can learn about sustainable products, or you can take part in the healthy challenge in which you should do some actions in this space, and you can also have this continuation through the digital tools. Yeah. What is important that in all these actions, in all such space, you have multisensory experience. And this multisensory experience is not only generator of the data that we can use in different ways, but also this is about the building of emotional connection. Okay. Because these people, when they come to the space, they enrich their knowledge, they get inspired by this concept that we put inside this, again, the narratives that we stream, and also they participate. They not just visit, they participate, and with this they build this emotional connection. And this makes difference, as I said, it's not phygital, it's not about adding more technologies. Sure. We use different technologies, but it's about the adding of the meaning and about building this emotional connection that, with which all the data sharing become like the byproduct of the purpose.
Amazing.
For which
people
fantastic.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah, data is almost a byproduct, which is great. And Alex, obviously you rely hugely on data, and even though, we've been joking and calling you Mr. AI, and your solutions are very much about AI, they're still end-user focused, aren't they? I mean, you've got to make sure that the data you're interrogating is giving the user what they actually want and need. Talk to us about that.
Yes. So, I have seen a lot of conversations about AI for the past 8 years. 8 years ago, nobody had spoken about AI at all. So now everything is AI. Even where AI, you don't need it, it should be AI. So like every place, it's like AI component exists. What AI really makes and what people want to make more money, work less, cost less, and get the best quality and faster. That's what they want. What is AI in general? It's a piece of software that could do the work as human, like quality as human. That's all. It's a kind of very smart calculator, but has no limitation, right? And now it's evolving very fast. So first, in 2, 3, 4, maximum 5 years, everything is going to be AI approved.
AI approved?
AI approved.
AI
if it's not AI approved, government will not act, people will not buy, everything is going to be AI approved.
So you really believe that the data and the experience that the AI is interrogating will be worth everything to somebody to make a decision.
100%. AI is already the smartest guy in the room right now. If you just bring people like together and ask GPT, GPT is going to be smarter than 99.999% people in the room.
I mean, that's a
speaking.
bold statement.
That's true. And in 2 years, GPT and general AI is going to be smarter than 100% people in this area. And what people want, they want some solutions very fast. They want to not work at all and still living a great life. That's what people want, right? And how people can trust this data and how people can trust AI. So usually if you ask some founders in the AI space what data you use and why we should trust, people are going to say like, I use 1,000, 10,000 sources, government, blah, 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 a lot of sources. How to test it? You just go and ask some specific AI what you really need, what you really know. So in my case, once people test my AI, the first thing they do, they go and type the address they live. And AI gives them the rental estimation, price estimation, and some recommendations should they make repairment, to sell it, whatever. And in few minutes. And if they see what they expected to see, they trust AI instantly from this moment.
So confirmation bias is
yes.
what you're saying.
Nobody cares about 1,000 sources, 10,000 sources, etc. Or the human just got the result right now in 10 minutes or not. That's the main confirmation.
Okay, so you talk about smart, and I'll just stick with you for a moment. But in your opinion, therefore, what underpins the smart city of the future? Because this is what we're kind of here to discuss, this idea about real estate, smart, AI drivers. What does a smart city look like in your perspective?
In smart city, a lot of stuff doing the work for you. So literally some robots taking the waste from the streets, right? It's just delivering the value instantly. So it's cheaper to live in the city with the best quality than other cities. It's a smart city by definition. Because all these technologies made it happen that it's cheaper with a high quality. That's all. So if it's faster, cheaper, or giving you more margin, more profit, it's smart by definition.
Okay, so for you, cheaper, faster, more profit makes it smart in the sense that it's kind of clever. Okay, but not smart necessarily that it's all been digitalized.
This only are objective things, to measure it.
Okay, so starting with this data and trust. I mean, Alyssa, I wouldn't necessarily think you 100% agree with Alex's opinion here, but you definitely would agree on the point about meaningful data and how important it is to feed the AI with that meaningful data. So do you want to just talk a little bit about wayfinding and how that's integrated into your projects?
Yeah, sure. I would love to share about this. Actually, this is one of the integral part of the approach.
Do we have Alyssa's microphone?
Microphone working?
Perfect. Yeah, you need to go close. Good.
Perfect. Thank you. Maybe I can. I would love to share with you with this approach of how we create the spatial impact strategy, because wayfinding it's one of the system of navigation and interaction in the spaces. We have actually 3 levels. The first one is the level of the physical level, let's say. Yeah. This is the level at which we create the spaces with the signage, with the wayfinding solutions that navigate people in the space and also encourage them to different actions.
So it's like signposting in that sense, is it?
Yes, but actually this is the simplest way, because the wayfinding, I already showed an example with the portals through which you can also pass and with which you can interact. The solutions could be very different. It's very important that there is the big idea behind the project, the main narrative and identity. This is something that is like a glue for any kind of solution. This is, I'm very, I love what our speakers also, co-panelists say, especially Mikhail, what you say about the community building. This is the base for any project with which we work, because when we can build community for innovation parks, for science parks, for community development centers, for projects for aviation university with the museums, etc. So different types of projects, they will be successful when you know how to build the community around the big idea behind it. And very often in different projects, the big idea is not so visible if you don't have, for example, a presentation or a person who can share it with you.
Of course.
The wayfinding system and other touch points of interaction in the space, this is the link to the main narratives that are important for people and that encourage people to some actions. So actually the first level is physical one. The second is digital. It means that we have the QR codes, we have AR content, we have the motion sensors and other solutions that help us measure and catch actually engagement. And the third level is analytical one. And this one, it's not only about analyzing of the data and refining the solutions and using them for the next development of this community and spaces, both. But also this stage starts even in advance, because the development of spatial impact strategy, we start with the creation of this narrative and identity. And this is the base on which after each level like goes one by one, and also part of the system, part of the strategy is the framework for the impact measurement. So when we have all the spaces already functioning, we can measure all these impacts based on the data and the behavior of people in these spaces. And we can also encourage people to have some specific behaviors. Amazing. We have the project in Milan about the sport, it's the student housing with the sport and recreational territory, where the main goal is to encourage young people to have the sport habits as the lifestyle, and with this develop the healthy nation. So with such big ideas we can work and implement different solutions that are also important for different companies and for their success and profitability as well. So everything is interconnected.
Absolutely. I mean, Michael, you don't call it wayfinding or digital, but is this how you're designing your communities, in the sense that you're finding these touch points, you're using data to inform what these spaces look like? Is that something that's kind of front of mind for you?
I mean, we need this information. If AI can generate better information, we're always looking for that. If you want to go in this line, for me, the most important part on generating information will be first listening to the people.
Yeah.
What do they have to say? Most of the time we try to analyze every different aspect of technology that we can implement in the new spaces. But sometimes we forget to ask, what do you really want? And you people that are here, you live in the spaces. You know what you want, right? I know it too. So why I don't ask for it? That's, I think, should be the first rule. Forget a little bit about analysis and all the data in the world, that all this, I don't know, temperature or cameras or all the vision, that the information that AI works with, and start asking ourselves, what do we want? What do we want in our spaces? We want more privacy? Do we want to share more spaces? We want to have more, I don't know, events organized in the afternoon? Do you guys play football in the afternoon? Do you want someone to organize this for you? This is what you need to wonder, right? With AI, when we ask this question to the people, we can get better results and understand them better. Yeah. That's what we do with AI.
Yeah. So how are you using AI to integrate sort of your community management services?
For me, probably the first thing is we have 700 rooms, and we only have 2 people on the sales department, because we have an AI agent that is selling the rooms. Sometimes, and this is something that happens, we spend maybe a tenant wants to rent one of the spaces, and our agent, like the person, will last 2 hours in respond. However, when you have an AI agent, the next second that someone asks a question, you can reply. When this happens, the conversion is way higher. So having an AI agent is going to help a lot. In the community sector, we only have also 2 people for another 700 rooms, 700 people living with us. And we don't need more. Actually, there are many cases, and this is very important, where right now, I don't know if the smartest person in the world is AI, because for most of the cases, I need people to interact with these users, right? I need people that ask, what is going on? How are you feeling? This is good for you? Do you feel safe at home? Do you want this? Do you want that? This is still happening. The 80% of the conversations that the tenants have with us are through the AI agent. But there is corner cases. There is this 20% that we still cannot work with AI, at least at Enso. We are looking forward for the AGI, so we have a smarter AI that I think is the next generation, right? Where we can really maybe even transform, and we don't need someone to say, we don't even need people in the team to work with it, but so far we need people on it.
Alex, you're laughing. Is this because you agree or disagree?
With what?
With what's being said?
He said a lot.
But he was talking about AI needing to become smarter to truly be able to help us determine and inform our communities in the smart cities of the future. So what's your perspective on that?
So real AI works like magic. I know probably in this country magic is prohibited. I'm not sure. Like, Harry Potter magic.
I'm sure we're allowed to have Harry Potter, aren't we? Harry Potter's okay?
It's already allowed. I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Okay, so the real AI should work like magic. Real.
Seamlessly, behind the scenes, invisibly.
No, better. It should make something that you didn't expect. You ask for something, and AI brings you that you didn't expect, you didn't think about it, because AI has much more data than you. That's why it should work like magic.
So you're talking about these wow moments?
Yes, and you should show it. So once you have AI inside your businesses, like, you don't say about it, you just give it to people, and if they're shocked, it works, right? If they say, I don't care, I'm going to speak with GPT, what you can do, right? So in this world, you should be much better than GPT.
So you're looking for proof points?
Kind of.
Kind of?
Yeah.
Okay, Alex is being cagey over here. Not quite sure if you're looking for a proof point or a wow moment. What's most important, do you think, in terms of people really integrating solutions that make a difference to their users?
I can share my experience,
yeah,
okay?
Please.
I was developing for 8 years AI for real estate space. I'm the guy who connected 130 cities across the globe from thousands of sources into one platform. And 2 years ago, I discovered that nobody cares about the platform.
No one cares about the platform?
Yeah, nobody wants to work with platform, with this AI, like model inside. Everybody wants to have chat or voice and just ask, I want to buy apartment in São Paulo, the best. Find me literally the best possible. And they want the result. That's what they expect. They don't want to go these platforms, all these filters, trying to speak with AI, etc. They want AI does the work.
Okay.
And if they see the result, they are so amazed and they will never come back to the old world. And that's what's happening.
So your view of an AI-driven urban future is that the AI can serve the result that is expected by the consumer?
No, literally AI can do any type of task, any. You want to understand what plot of land in Riyadh you need to find to build the hotels? You just ask AI, I want to build a hotel, find me all the best plots of land, free on the market, off market, in all brokers' charts, whatever. Estimate me a price of building, estimate me what is going to be the price of the rent, estimate me everything, and find me the best ROI now. And after 1 hour, you have the full report about the city. This is the magic.
I feel like, I don't know, that feels a bit transactional for me. I mean, Alyssa, is that how you would imagine the smart city, the utopian smart city of the future? Is it about asking a question, getting a result, or is there more to it than that?
I fully agree that AI will change all this way to generate all the using of the data and how we get the information, etc. So in all the, we see it, these changes in all industry, in every sphere of our life. I would like to, when we're thinking about the cities of the future, you know, I'm working on this topic of I have my personal motto. I'm creating the cities of the future as Alisa, as the wonderful, yes.
Cities of the future.
I would like to pay your attention to the fact that through the times, the technologies, they evolve and they change, but the spatial impact, this is something that is constant. Okay. That what we will have in the future, the impact of the spaces, physical spaces in which we are. They could be, we can add the interaction with different technologies, and these spaces could be developed with the using of the AI tools and different technologies that maybe appear further, but at the same time, these physical spaces, they influence us constantly.
So that's the analog world you're talking about?
I consider the analog world as the window to the digital world, let's say, because to come to have some interaction with the digital tools, even now with what we use, the different information at the bots, websites, at the AR technologies, etc. We need some driver that will push us to use it, and the best driver is physical space. But what I want to say that you know, in every kind of projects, when we speak about the impact of the spaces, there is also the topic of the legacy.
Legacy, yeah.
Yes.
Talk about legacy, Alyssa. Yes,
yes,
I love legacy. I think here in Riyadh especially, there's a lot of talk about legacy. Building something that's going to last, that's going to honor heritage, that's going to have an impact way into the future. So I'd love to hear your perspective on that.
Exactly for this, we need this understanding of how the space will influence people in long-term perspective. And this is about the legacy. When we design the spaces, so legacy is not only about the monuments. No. When we see now how, when something is so constant that we can see these spaces through the times in 10 years and decades in more time, we also should understand that society is changing, technologies are changing, and it means that this space should evolve with keeping this legacy, with keeping the message from the past that we want to memorize and want to have, but at the same time it should evolve together with the community. We have several projects about the community, with the community development centers, where we work with the building of the community and development of the community and through the spaces where they come, but also with this idea of legacy that should be recreated through the interaction of the people, human, with these spaces. They co-participate, they co-create the space, and with this they leave this legacy for years.
Oh, co-creation, that's an amazing thing. And let's keep on this idea of creation. Michael, like if you had your dream utopian scenario, someone handed you an apartment block and said, here you go, here are another 30 units, design, do as you will. What does that look like? How do you make sure that sort of smart and human go hand in hand?
Yeah. First thing I will make sure is that it's not a spaceship.
It's not a spaceship?
It's not a spaceship. It has to be, it has to feel like a home.
Yeah.
I don't want to have a screen in my living room shining the whole night like sometimes happens in some hotels, right? Yeah. So you cannot even sleep. You want to feel in a place where you feel safe, where you feel this comfort that the home brings you. So forget about a spaceship, forget about an hotel, right? It doesn't have to feel that convenient.
Okay.
It has to be more natural. Maybe you want to open the curtains in the morning. You don't want to see the number when you open the door, right? You don't want an hotel. You want a home.
Yeah.
So how we integrate, for example, AI, I love it. If we can really create, for example, digital twins of the whole building, the maintenance will be amazing.
Yeah.
Nothing will ever be broken because we will ever know and react before something happens. We're still not there, I think. Okay. And
approved.
Okay. But that's something that will help us a lot, right?
Yeah.
For me, I usually work with existing buildings.
Yeah.
We don't need a whole new building. What I will make sure if I will be a property owner is that I'm working with a manager like Enzo, for example, because this way you can really create a fully living space and not just stay on the square meters. That's what I will make sure to.
Interesting, yeah. Alex, do you also think that people's homes and their environments are going to be as important in their futures, or do you think we'll be living in smaller, far more digitalized spaces because that's what people will be focused on?
Yes. So what I see what's happening real time. So first of all, that I very respect the guys, but it looks like in 3, 4, 5 years, you're not going to working directly with the customers. You're going to working with the AIs. So they will ask AI to do the work, and they will come to you, your AI, and you will not face with the customers face to face after 5 years. So it's going to be working with the AIs or GPT if they have something special or something general. This is the first thing. Second thing, if AI takes a lot of work, so we're going to lose a lot of jobs. That's for sure. So that's for sure. But if it's going to take a lot of jobs, the cost of production, cost of sales, cost of marketing, and everything is going to be dropped, right? Many, many times. It means that the cost of food, cost of living is going to be cheap. And if now in Riyadh, you need to make at least, I don't know, 10,000 SAR to live like a good life, probably without inflation, etc., in 5 years, you need just 1,000 to live like kind of good life with the food, delivery, and etc., because it's going to be much, much cheaper. Because the major cost is people inside the chain. And if we have AI that works for us, right, it's going to be much cheaper. It means that people will need less spaces because they will have less money, literally. Interesting. They have less money, they will ask less spaces, and once they, now day by day, they see how the magic works, and day by day, they are shifting to not do the work. Literally, if I ask today, guys, if you're gonna spend not 8 hours per day working, but 1 hour per day working, the same salary, who is gonna reject?
I mean, I think it depends. Human behavior is all very different, and it's going to be very interesting to see.
Nobody will reject.
Well, I don't know. Michael, I don't know if this resonates with what you're seeing. And even Antonio, you mentioned, you've gone, but you mentioned about loneliness in cities. I wonder if we're going to see a pendulum swing to find a better balance. Michael, you've got an opinion about that?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, do you guys work out? Do some workout ever?
Yeah, people go.
Have you ever watched like a video that you put of YouTube and you follow a workout and you just do it? Sometimes when I do it, in the end of the workout, I'm like, okay, I'm done. I don't like this. However, when I go with a personal trainer and he's behind me telling me, hey, let's do the next push-up. You can do it. Let's do it. And you feel the energy. It's completely different. So this emotion that the people give is important. I'm not saying everything is going to...
We'll take it all.
Nah,
Artificial reality will take it all. The game is much more interesting. The game is much more interesting than the reality.
I think we're going to see a big split in how people are wired and how people generate those interests. So we've obviously got a very diverse panel here, which I love. We've got different ends of the spectrum, but just in closing. So Alex, I'm going to come to you first. So you see a future of AI-driven smart cities, which is all about the digitalization, the VR, the AR, the AI, all the tools, all the technologies, and our lives effectively become much more reduced in our physical spaces. Is that a fair summary of what your belief is?
Yeah, so only rich people will go out. So most of the human population will live in a very small apartments, using AI for delivery for everything, and living in VR, 100%.
Okay.
So
interesting extreme
perspective. Only three things that matter now: longevity, people want to live more; entertainment, people are going to have too much time, so they need to do something. Okay. And AI.
I'm not sure.
Everything else solved by this.
I'm not sure I'd want to live longer if that was the extent of life, personally, but it's really interesting to have that extreme perspective. I'm going to come to Alyssa for your closing thoughts, because you are very much about the hand-in-hand, the phygital, the physical, the digital, how they interact, how you gather the data. What does that look like in a year, in 5 years for you?
Yeah, in 5 years, and actually I would like to share my key message that I believe that will be relevant in 5 years and further, that first of all our spaces, they become some kind of physical interfaces, let's say, and base for any technology that can influence our life in urban spaces, in cities, in the spaces, should be the spatial impact strategy that define how we influence through these spaces people, and what outcomes we can have and how we can measure it. And as Mikhail said also, he does not want to see, for example, the screen that is working all the time and streaming some information. It's very clear. So that's why for any digital solution must be the behavioral reason to exist in this space. Yeah. And of course, the spaces, this is the tool to have the legacy in long-term perspective. And this is for sure the tool of community building that could be the base for any kind of real estate project and any kind of city projects.
Community at heart. Michael, I'm going to leave the last word to you, following on from Alyssa's perspective about community. But when you are thinking about building out Enzo, the kind of resilience of that model, where you see it going, just finish off with your thoughts on that.
I believe, like right now you're wearing Gucci, Versace, or another brand. The first thing that will happen is that when you go to live to a place, you will choose the brand. Where do you want to live? So there's going to be different managers, different brands, and you will choose which one you want to be a part of. And I see AI and the cities like giving so much to the people, but we cannot forget that technology goes way faster than our brains. So we also need to slow down. And the way we're going to slow down is interacting with nature, with other people, and just being people. That's who we are, right? So I see hand in hand, technology and people, but there's also always going to be a line.
Amazing. So I know that these three are doing some amazing things with their projects. If anyone in the room is interested in finding out more, please do make the time to talk to them. If there are any investors here, I know that both Mikhail and Alex are always interested in expanding the reach of the communities and also the technologies that they're building. So take this opportunity to see how what they're doing might fit with some of your projects and your priorities. But above all, it's been fascinating to have a panel with people who really do carry very different views, and I think what it does is it goes to show that we still don't really know. We don't have a crystal ball for the future. We have to adapt and evolve as we go. We can have our perspectives and we can build towards them, and all I can say from this is let's hope that it is a bright future with technology that enables some sort of human community at its center, and let's see what that future looks like and be part of building it proactively. So I hope you enjoyed that conversation. I thought it was a fascinating insight. Please give a very warm round of applause to Alex, to Michael, and to Alyssa. Thank you so much. I think they'd like a photograph, everybody. Thank you. Go on, let's have a pic. Come on, picture. Photo. Amazing, thank you all. Please take the opportunity to go and chat. Amazing job. Okay, we're moving on. We have another keynote coming up now, which is all about PropTech without borders. So if you're interested in how to potentially co-create the cities of tomorrow, then we're going to be coming to that after some agreements, I think is what I'm being told by the very efficient hand signals of Noor. So keynote coming up next, but first of all, I'm handing to Abdullah for an agreement. Yes, indeed. Okay, so sit tight, please don't go anywhere, but we have some more very important agreements, and I will hand over to the capable hands of Abdullah Abu Al-Noor.
Thank you so much, Miriam Stanley. Now let's move to ننتقل معكم الآن إلى مشاركة عدد من الاتفاقيات. أولها اتفاقية بين تطبيق ديل وشركة رواسي العقارية. ديل رواسي هذه اتفاقية تسويق عبر خدمة عقارات المطورين بين ديل
An agreement between deal application and رواسي real estate. يعني an agreement between deal application and أماكن real estate marketing through the service, the عقارات service for the real developers. Another agreement between deal and the Tarmim platform. This is a marketing partnership. Another agreement between JOZ for real estate development and عملة. جزء وعملة.
reinvest.
An agreement between Rise and Reinvest.
Rise ورeinvest. اتفاقية تعاون بين رايز ونزل.
Another collaboration agreement between Rise and Nuzul.
اوكي رايز ولوكرز.
And now another agreement between Rise and Lockers. Another collaboration agreement between Rise and Baitunia. A strategic partnership between Madak for personal ownership of real estate and Badia for investment and real estate development. Madak wa Badia, a strategic partnership. A strategic partnership between Madak wa Rasan for investment and real estate development. Madak and Rasan, another strategic partnership. Another strategic partnership between Madak application and Awa'id for investments and real estate development. Madak application for personal ownership of real estate. Madak application and Awa'id for investments and real estate development. Another strategic partnership between Madak application for personal ownership of real estate and Pure Stay for the management and operation of real estate. Madak and Pure Stay. Madak and Pure Stay. Another strategic partnership between Madak application and Malat Fakher for hotel apartments. Another strategic partnership between MEDAC for partner ownership of real estate and XYZ Hotel Group. MEDAC and XYZ. MEDAC and Basita for real estate data. MEDAC and Basita company for real estate data. A strategic partnership between MEDAC application and Badia for investment and real estate development. Congratulations for all these agreements. Now we resume the summit work. أهلا وسهلا. من الرائع أن نرى كل هذا الاعتراف بكل الاتفاقيات والتعاون والشراكات. من الرائع أن نرى أن يترجم كل هذا إلى وقائع مفيدة للجميع. كما ذكرت ننتقل الآن إلى المتحدث الرئيسي التالي عن التقنيات العقارية بدون حدود للإنشاء المشترك لمدن.
Co-creation. I love the idea of collaboration. I think that is where humanity is at its best. I think it's where the co-creation and the collaboration of humanity and technology is the wonderful thing that comes, that brings things to bear. So joining us on stage is Mr. Daniele Gambero. He is the president and CEO of the Malaysia PropTech Association. He is full of stories, full of experience, full of expertise, and I have no doubt that the next 20 minutes are going to whiz by in a flash. Daniele, the stage is yours.
Thank you. But there is no clicker.
Oh, there's no clicker. Oh, there's a clicker.
Here we go. Good afternoon, everybody. Co-creating the city of tomorrow. But which tomorrow are we looking at? A tomorrow where every decision doesn't matter related to what. We look into planning stage, we look into infrastructure planning, we look into building a city, and whatever else component of the built environment should be driven by data and cutting-edge technology. Then big dream can happen. Have you ever heard about Cristoforo Colombo? Christophorus Columbus. He discovered the United States, America, not the United States actually. And that year was 1492. And everyone at that time was telling him he was crazy. But he had a vision. Unfortunately, at that time, the only thing that he had in his own hands was a compass. No technology, no sextant, no charts, maps, an unknown horizon. What is beyond the horizon? This is what drove Christophorus to discover the Americas. And here we are with another vision, but a vision based on facts, actual planning, multiple components, multiple forces, which will play together to build the Saudi Arabia of 2030. A dream based on three main pillars. I am an economist by background. When I look at vibrant society, I need to have a thriving economy, and I need to have an ambitious nation, because this is not the dream of one man, it's the dream of a country. And I am just amazed by what has been set to be hit by the year 2030. I give you one nearby example, Dubai, United Arab Emirates. The dream started in 1980s and is not yet completed. Why? Because they had to invent technology. Reclamation. Reclamation has been one of the biggest breakthroughs at that time of the realization of Dubai Dream. Nowadays we have all the available and all the imaginable technology available to build Vision 2030 for Saudi Arabia. Non-oil revenue. Think about a country that has been relying for decades on crude oil only. It's just a money-making product. I no need to look into anything different. And instead, a very ambitious target was set for Saudi Arabia to become equally balanced on oil and non-oil revenue. Private GDP to grow. Tourism to be attracted. Women to be enhanced in their role in the society. And household to be educated in savings. What happened of all these dreams? Where are the achievements? Impressive, because non-oil revenue is already ahead of where was supposed to be, has been exceeded. 50% of the GDP of Saudi Arabia is nowadays no more depending on crude oil. And to me, this is the fundamental achievement to move forward to all the rest of the Vision 2030 dreams. GDP equally distributed between public and private. 47% at Q4 of 2024, exceeded, ahead of schedule, will need to be revised. Ladies and gentlemen, a country which is based on a strong domestic consumption and production is a winner. Look at Germany, look at US, look at my own country, Italy. What happened after World War II? All based on internal consumption, GDP from private industry. Women workforce participation. This is a radical change, and I salute Saudi Arabia for having achieved this. In Q4 2024, 36% was already done. That places a woman in the right place in the society, which is equal to men, equal carrying responsibilities and accountabilities. Tourist arrival and attract the tourist in a country without that much of attraction beside the Hajj beside Mecca and Medina for a Muslim is not easy. Even though not easy, you already had to increase 50% your target because in 2023 you already surpassed the 100 million target posed for 2030. What and why I'm talking about Vision 2030 and the achievement? Because these 5 achievements are the ones that will help building the Saudi Arabia of the future. Now, unfortunately, household saving, still working on it, is a change of education, is a change of mindset, is a change of habits that may take longer to be achieved, but is on the way. Now, why all this introduction on PropTech? In the next couple of slides, you will understand why PropTech and a close collaboration, not only between different stakeholders in a country, but between stakeholders at the global level, is so important. Industrial Revolution 4.0, Klaus Schwab, CEO of the World Economic Forum, said that IR 4.0 doesn't change what we do, but is transforming who we are. As well as this is true, through the adoption of PropTech, everywhere, in every layer of the built environment, we will be able, through the adoption and leveraging on innovation, to create a smarter and more sustainable city for the advantage of everyone. Vision 2030, everyone will enjoy the outcome of the achievement. Full application, full achievement of the Industrial Revolution 4.0 status. Becoming a fully industrialized country, everyone will share the outcome of this. And same will be in the moment in which our cities, our built environment will be strongly based and constructed with a very big impact by PropTech. Why PropTech? Have you ever realized that 90% of our lifetime, is spent within buildings, ladies and gentlemen? Are buildings important? Are cities important? Are essential to our thriving, our lifestyle, our work, our families, our health, our mental well-being. Cities, buildings, built environment is where we live 90% of our lives. And here, urbanization is what has been changing the world. Urbanization is what attracts people from the outskirts, from the rural areas, from the desertic areas in Saudi Arabia, moving into urban centers. But I call it the city paradox, because cities are extremely good for economic growth and human prosperity, but are horrible for our planet. 33% of the world landmass is occupied, is constituted, is built by cities. But 55% of the world population is living in this 3% of mass. And in Saudi Arabia, you are at 90%, you will be at 90% by 2050. 90% of 26 million population of Saudi Arabia will live in cities. Knowing that cities are basically annihilating, destroying ecosystem, biodiversity, cementifying forest, cementifying empty spaces. 41% of the cities in the world have a pollution rate, carbon emission, which is far above what has been recommended by WHO. And cities are consuming 75% of the world energy, and at the same time creating 70% of energy-related CO2 emission. You understand the city paradox? We need cities. We need to develop ultra-modern cities, ultra-conducive cities, but at the same time, we need to take care of the negative consequences. How? PropTech is here to help. But what is a PropTech? PropTech is technology applied into property, or better, into the built environment. And what is the built environment? Think about 2 bricks and some cement placed together. That is the built environment. Wherever there is cement, wherever there is an infrastructure, a bridge, a public transportation railway, an airport, a harbor, you have a piece of the built environment. And every piece of the built environment can be helped by PropTech from the planning stage to the construction stage to the transaction stage, buy, sell, and finally to the management stage. This is where PropTech is extremely active all around the world. Last month I was in US, and US has been really booming in terms of PropTech solution. Nowadays there are more than 6 global VCs working actively on funding PropTech solution. Planning, every aspect of the planning stage, geospatial positioning, footfall in areas of urban development will help defining the type of infrastructure needed for that specific area. In construction, what is the biggest problem in construction? Cost overrunning, project delivery delayed, projects abandoned. Why? Because data are not controlled. And what about transaction? Securing a loan, finding buyers, managing rentals, managing leasing. And what about managing the built environment? Don't think about managing an office, managing a house, managing a smart city. How much effort should we put in without the right technology applied to help us? We have been talking about smart cities, right? Smart cities are urban centers that communicate and interact with people and their environment, managing data to achieve higher sustainability, cost reduction, and enhanced safety for all occupants. We have been hearing so much about AI, isn't it? Well, allow me to say I am a big supporter of AI. But here, in general, in the built environment, and not here in Saudi Arabia, all around the world, we are all jumping the gun. We need to digitalize the system. We need to digitalize planning stage, construction stage, transaction stage, and management stage. Then only we can plug in AI. Why? Because AI has the great advantage of being able to analyze 1 billion of data, giving us analytics and predictive analysis, helping us to manage and prevent 90% of the default in big urban centers. Finally, defeating the city paradox. And how to achieve this? Only in one way: collaborative effort. As president of the Malaysian PropTech Association, I keep on repeating to our members, ladies and gentlemen, do not keep on reinventing the wheel. We don't need that. We need you having a good solution, come to me, that I also have a good solution, and find ways of integrate the two, providing an effective, practicable, actionable, and effective solution to one of the billion of problems that the real estate industry has. PropTech is all about finding beneficial solutions for all stakeholders. This is what we can do through PropTech. There is so much more to say. Unfortunately, I've been given only 20 minutes, so I've been just scratching the surface. But you get connected, you can connect with me in LinkedIn, and I will be more than happy to share what I know, to hear your challenges, to direct you to who I know at global level having the right type of PropTech solution, because this is what I do, not only for all my members in the association in Malaysia, but from all around the world. PropTech is unbelievable, not only in US, in Middle East, in Asia, in Australia, in South America. There are unbelievable solutions, ladies and gentlemen, and we just don't need to reinvent the wheel. Raise your hand, ask the right question, you will get the right answer. And I'm more than willing to be here to give you the answer. Thank you very, very much, and be free to get in touch with me via WhatsApp, email, LinkedIn. I'm very easily to be approached. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Daniele. You have shared just a tiny part of your wealth of experience with us on stage. Thank you for taking the time to be with us. We really appreciate it. I'm going to remove the clicker. I'm going to encourage everybody to connect further with you. Thank you, Daniele. So a slight shift in tone and theme. I'm delighted to welcome the moderator for our next panel session onto the stage. We're going to be joined by Sylvia Eldawi, and she is going to introduce her session, and she's going to introduce her panelists. So please give a very warm welcome to my colleague, Sylvia. You're looking glamorous as always. I was going to shake your hand, but you've got too many things in your hands. Oh, go on, let's do it anyway. Fantastic. Do you want that? Okay, fantastic. All right, I'm going to stick it on your podium then. Go on, stick it on there for me. Yeah, do those. All right, Sylvia, take it away.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be discussing the next frontier of PropTech with my esteemed panelists, which I'm about to introduce to you and call them up on stage. Now, over the past decade, we have seen smart buildings revolutionize how we live and work. But the next evolution isn't just about connected spaces, it's about intelligent capital. And as technology and finance converge, we're entering a new era where AI, Internet of Things, and data are not just powerful buildings, they're powering investment decisions, sustainability strategies, and access to property ownership itself. Now, these brilliant innovators that I'm about to call up on stage, we're going to explore how PropTech and FinTech are fusing to shape the smart cities of the future. And first up, I would like to call Waad Al-Rufeij, who is the founder and CEO of Al-Hay, a pioneering Saudi female entrepreneur founder of a leading PropTech solution focused on smart living communities and sustainable housing models that integrate technology with human-centric design. Welcome on stage, Waad. Next up, all the way from Nigeria, we have Unwana Ekanem, who is the founder and CEO of Facility Bills. He is a leading voice in PropTech across Africa, and Unwana's expertise centers on energy efficiency, digital utility management, and the intersection of ESG and smart building operations. Welcome to the stage. And finally, I would like to introduce Abdulaziz Al-Wasali, who is the General Manager of Business Development at Andalusia Real Estate. He has extensive experience in investment and real estate development, and Abdulaziz is going to provide insights on He's going to provide insights on institutional perspectives when it comes to integrating AI and finance within real estate innovation. So let's get this. Hello, hello. And for those who don't know me, I'm Sylvia Eldawi, also known as the Golden Girl of Real Estate. I host a fabulous real estate and PropTech podcast called Golden Nuggets on YouTube and Spotify, so check it out. Now, we're going to begin this discussion, and I'm going to start the first question with Unwana, and we're going to talk about rethinking access to capital. So fintech and AI. Talk to us about how fintech and now AI are redefining access to property finance and payments, especially in emerging markets.
Thank you, Sylvia. Good afternoon. Okay, so I like to think about this in 4 parts. First of all, in emerging markets, you start talking about infrastructure, right? So you start thinking about things like wallets. You start thinking about things like access to credits. You start thinking about things like embedded finance, right? For us, when we started thinking about how best to accelerate whether it's adoption or acceptance in this regard, you start thinking about the tools or the technologies that can help make that happen very quickly. So today you have traditional banking systems where you walk into a bank and things like that. Now you have access to mobile money. Okay, so a lot of these transactions, microtransactions, now happen on your mobile phone. Technology has moved, somewhat in that area, and this shift also helps with access to capital, especially for PropTech players, as we like to call ourselves. Then when you start talking about alternative finance solutions as well, because you don't have limited access to credit history and things like that, right? With AI, you can layer on top technologies that can help bring some of those non-traditional transactional data, so behavioral habits on your mobile phones, what you're doing with your mobile apps, that can also inform what kind of access you can get, and then you start talking about embedded finance. Within the PropTech space, access to credit, okay, is largely a function of information that is available to make certain decisions a lot more quickly. So with embedded finance solutions, you can create microcredits or offer micro loans, as it were, buy now, pay later products. These are innovative alternatives to some of these challenges that we're going to see in the emerging markets. And then I'd like to end it by highlighting digital solutions, right? So when you digitize this entire process, from everything I've said from the beginning, you now begin to have a better understanding of what is possible, and that also helps with accelerating capital. Thank you.
And I suppose this question is for all of you. Where do you see the biggest opportunities when it comes to embedded finance? Is it, as you mentioned, BNPL? We now have the emergence of RNPL, rent now, pay later, an AI-driven risk assessment for real estate.
Okay, so I would like to start by saying the biggest opportunities, you just start thinking about who are you serving the most, right? So in emerging markets, the underserved, the largest population. I remember some of my colleagues earlier today were talking about how do you bridge the gap, right, between access to credit and things like that. But also when you start talking about the lower pyramid, right, the underserved, you need to start looking at the regulations that help to provide that sort of inclusion, okay, and access, right? So I think for me, that's where we need to start. I don't know if my colleagues have other thoughts on this. You do?
Okay, we'll move on to smart living and human-centric design in the AI era. So as AI and IoT drive smart community experiences, how do we make sure that they remain human-centric rather than purely tech-driven? Wow.
Okay. So today when we talk about technology, we are talking about making everything easier. It's not about replacing already the humans that are working on it. We want to make the processes simpler, integrated, and let's say quicker on their flow. So looking forward to the IoTs and the deep technologies that we are using today. If you told me 3 years ago that you would be able to own your property, get your key, manage your property, maintain the water, the electricity, and parking through your mobile device, I will tell you this is crazy, this is not applicable, impossible. But today where the technology are going is making everything like the impossible dream coming true, especially here in Saudi Arabia today. We see a lot of development on that part, on the PropTech side. So we have a lot of cases that I've seen by my own self, saying that we never thought that we can get this. Today, if you traveled far away and you have a water leaking, you don't need someone to break your door to get in it and to switch off the water. You can close it through your mobile. So there's a lot of cases that I've already noticed by my own self that says, okay, we can enable technology to be maintained by the humans, the operation humans, but we can't take technologies without humans. You need to keep them there so that you can be sure that's already maintained, working properly, and managed there.
And I want to hear from Abdulaziz, because you're witness to a lot of the PropTech initiatives that are coming out of Saudi Arabia. So how do you think the kingdom's PropTech ecosystem is evolving to integrate AI in traffic, parking, community management?
Perfect. Thank you, first of all. I think when we talk about PropTech, it's in these days it's not a luxury thing you need to have it. It's not an option. It's a must. What's happening now across the world, we need to be part of it and take the lead on it. So when we talk about developer perspective, it's a whole journey. We started from selecting the land. Then we have it also in the design and the master plan that we have in the project, coming through the execution part until to the sales and marketing. So every stage we are having the mandatory to use the AI and the PropTech. So we use the 3D design. We do the virtual videos and interactions to understand the whole project goes where. When we talk about the construction, we have the data collection and the data analytics, understanding where we stand in this project and are we on track on it, what we face in different area and different stage. So it's a must. It's not a luxury, and it's not a part of the project. It's the whole journey. It's a whole ecosystem.
And you all have access to a lot of data coming from these communities. What is the data telling you in your niche?
Okay, so today when we talk about our experience as developing a community management system that's already targeted the real estate developers, the kind of data that we have today will enable any real estate developer in the market to know where is the best place that he can develop on, what's the mentality of the people on that area, and what's the prices that they're expecting. Because by the end of the day, if you want to sell fast and you want to sell with a specific price and invest a specific, let's say, assets on that property and materials, you need to know what's your benefit, what's your revenue. So to get that, let's say, part of the data, you need to analyze a lot of stuff, the behavior, the user experience, the availability of the people to adopt already the properties of that type to be already sold. The second thing is from commercial part. So today, from the commercial community management, we we can analyze already the traffic and the people that's visiting the malls, their ages, their mentalities, what's the kind of the thing that they prefer to have, do they have kids or no? So when I go and, let's say, list a property to be leased, I know how can I prepare it. Is it a play zone, a gym, or a supermarket? So the data lead to a lot of stuff, and it's an asset for any PropTech company. And any PropTech solution today, I know they know for a fact that they couldn't continue with their model only. They need to utilize the data that they own with different ways.
So you could even be at a stage where you could price a mall or units in the mall based on footfall. Like, this footfall is very heavy. We have the data to back it up. And for that reason, your rent is going up by X.
Exactly. And this is a case that we are doing on one mall in Riyadh, which is the town center on Al-Arad. And we are supporting them on what to lease, how much it's going to be leased per square meter, and what's the actions, or let's say the activities that can be leased to.
And Abdelaziz, how are developers using these analytics to turn data into measurable value?
Yeah. If we come to the data, it's a huge a platform, and it's really changing the whole strategy of investment and the whole strategy of development, and understanding how change is happening in your assets that you own or your projects that you work on. So, for example, we have several malls. We use data analytics to understanding and monitoring the behavior of the visitors. And what exactly happened, it changed our strategy of marketing and branding after understanding which area that having more footfall and the type of the gender having there, and also the different generation happening. So we have kids, we have youth visiting, and they visit in different areas. And when we understand it and we analyze it, we understand that we need to focus about what exactly the target that they want and what exactly they miss there. So also we understand how many hours or the average spending in the mall in each category, from kids, families, and youth also. And what we did, we assigned a project to understand which areas tracking much more in different segments. So from the kids' perspective and families, we understand the kids' areas, and also the kids' shop are driving the families and the kids. And the things, what happened, we drive them advertising and the marketing panels to the product that matching their needs and matching their interest. So also, even the activities that we are doing in the whole mall, we focus on what exactly the areas having more attract and more visit. So what we did, we select different projects, events in these areas that increase the spend of each visual visitor to the mall. And we increased the number very high last 6 months by doing this practice, by using this data and understanding exactly what they want and how they want to activate and how they want to spend the time in it.
It's fascinating. You think you're going to the mall just to get something, but you're being tracked, you're being monitored and manipulated.
A case study for any data later on. Yeah. Each visitor is a case study by himself.
And what about residential? So we obviously malls and shopping centers are public space, but I assume, or I would like to think, that in residential it's a bit more private. What is activity being able to kind of tell you when it comes to residential?
Okay, when we talk about the residential part, it's a totally another case, because the data on that side doesn't go into the scope of selling and getting revenue from selling properties itself. You are studying the behavior of the residents inside the community. So you need to provide them the best services to increase their satisfaction and to be sure that they're living their best life with a high quality. So the first thing that can be driven by data within the residential part is the maintenance and the warranty section. So today, if you are a real estate developer and you developed a project and you've noticed that there is a lot of requests on the ACs from that module. So in the upcoming project, you wouldn't use the same, or you wouldn't do the same on the same area because it's not cooling the area, so it's not worth it. The second thing is the activities and the behavior of the residents inside the community. So some of the communities or the buildings are mainly owned, let's say, by men that use it as a vacation house when they visit Riyadh. Some of it is a family already communities, and a lot of cases that we have here. So analyzing the behavior and the reasons of the residential communities can give you a good insight on the type of properties that you need to develop in the future. What do you need to put in, and how you can increase their satisfaction with adding facilities, services, entertainment areas, and however. Yeah.
And Unwana, any intel?
Yes, it's interesting. And I'd just like to add, okay, so it's also useful that insights that are generated from utilities, okay, are also tracked and leveraged when you're making some of these decisions as well. Utilities from electricity, water, and the likes, okay? It gives you a good sense of the behavior in those, I call them verticals, right? And you can also extend this beyond residential into commercial buildings as well. So as you're thinking about improving, optimizing your facility management as a service, right, you leverage those insights to provide better services, right? And that also helps with property value, investor uptake or appetite for things like this. So absolutely, as you are designing this PropTech concept, as it were, it's also important that you start putting together deliberately or intentionally, okay, how do you begin to measure usage, consumption, and how does that translate to improving the experience like she mentioned. Okay, so I think we're pretty much all saying the same thing in different ways, and it's testament to the fact that now is the time as operators, as I like to call us, okay, that we continue to do even more with the data that we have access to, right? Because this informs the next level of innovation that needs to come before we start talking about other stakeholders and how they can add value.
And one thing that kind of always intrigues me in the region, and I'm from Dubai, and well, I originally am from London or the UK, and there's a big focus there on, I'm going completely off topic, but a big focus on recycling and, you know, not using or overusing plastic. And my sister, who now lives in Riyadh, she's like, all the work I'm doing in London, saving on plastic bags, is being undone here. You know, because you'll get a delivery with 5 items in 5 separate plastic bags. Water usage, you know, do you switch off the water, the tap, when you're brushing your teeth, or do you just let it run? I'm guilty of just letting it run. So how can we kind of use this data or information for the greater good and sustainability, not just consumption and cost, but also saving the planet?
Okay, so one of the data that we've been including in our scope within this year is the water and the electricity. And it's hard to be monitored because today if you asked anyone, even though in this room, what's your usage of the electricity till today, he wouldn't give you a specific answer. So one of the IoTs that we've been focused on is a flow meter and sensor that we linked with the residential and the commercial, so that they can see the usage of their water and electricity and notice where is the most usage of it and the time of it, so that they can see, okay, I am already spending a lot of water on putting it in the garden in the morning, and I leave the water working and I don't close it and I leave, and then I come back after 30 minutes and I close it. So that caused me an increasement in my invoice within, let's say, 10%. So, خلاص, I already can close it put it on 5, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. And even though on the electricity, I can know if there is a stairs that there is electricity on it, I can close it, a specific room that are not used, and however, that impact two parts, not just the environment and the sustainability, that impacts also the financial part for the people and for the companies itself. So we are hitting two goals on that part, and this is one of my beliefs, actually, the things that I've dreamed to do in my whole career with the PropTech.
I mean, for me, I only just pay attention to, is it more expensive than last month? And, you know, if it's
yeah, you don't know.
Different.
Yes, yes.
But in Dubai, what they actually do is they say, you are using 10% more energy than your neighbors. And then it feels a bit like, oh, I can't be the one that's excessive. So,
I was going to add that, in my locale, we have a big infrastructure deficit. Okay, so we've not pretty much matured as you have places like Dubai and London, right? So for us, it is important that we are very deliberate about saving money. Okay, so that informs the type of properties that we want to rent, lease, or even buy, location and whatnot. But more importantly, access to these utilities and at what cost. Now, imagine living in an environment where you run a lot of diesel, okay? So the government infrastructure is not up to par or is not as available, right? And it's expensive to self-run your own electricity, right? So it becomes very important that you have tools or technologies that informs you almost in real time about what your consumption looks like, okay? Because you know what your income is. Like I said, this is, we live, it's cash, right? So at the end of the day, you now have tools that provides not just that insight, but also helps you make informed decisions on how you utilize these utilities across the board. Now, for the facility managers, for example, it becomes very important for them because at the end of the day, they plan better, they schedule their maintenance a lot better, a lot more effectively, and they save a lot of cost. So not only are we saving costs for carbon footprint and all, but you're also saving costs in terms of your actual cash flow, right? In addition to that, when we're talking about sensors, they also help, okay? They help provide information at the point where we think there are gaps or leakages and things like that, because plugging those gaps also helps in the grand design to improve not just the facility, as it were, but also how you interact with everything that's going on. You can lay on top of it other things like security access, visitor management systems, and things like that. But at the end of the day, you want to have that comfort that indeed the technology that you subscribe into elevates your living, your condition. That's how we like to see it sometimes.
And moving on to another part of the next frontier, which is certainly fractional ownership, blockchain, and regulation. So I want to have a conversation about the rising interest in fractional ownership, tokenized real estate funds, and how you all see blockchain reshaping property financing models.
Okay, I'll take a first stab at that, okay? So first word that comes to mind is yes. Yes, in the sense that this is a welcome innovation, because especially from where I'm from, you need to get creative accessing some of these, not just technologies, but opportunities to own a home and things like that, especially where the lower part of the pyramid earns less than $20 a day, or even a month, as it were, okay? So yeah, when you merge blockchain and tokenization, it offers that alternative access, okay? But it's not a silver bullet, the way I say it. There are concerns around regulation. There are concerns around investor appetites, right? The fact that you've leveraged this whole concept, can you actually sell quickly, and things like that. So there's still a lot more, especially in the emerging market, but it is a welcome innovation that gives you that access to own, your own, your dream property, as it were.
I think it might also be a generational thing. I know certainly, okay, I'll put us all in the same generation. We grew up knowing that you haven't made it in life until you've become a homeowner. you know, and you have to purchase property as early as possible. But I feel that the next generations, or the, what were they, Gen X or Gen, what, I don't know, Gen Z, they don't have that same, investment desire. They don't feel the need to own property. But is this more suitable for them? I can own a fraction of property, and I can own a fraction of crypto, whatever else it may be, diversifying their investments. What are the behaviors of the next generation?
So I believe that the next generation doesn't want to live on one area. They don't believe on owning a house just to live on it. They see it from other perspective, which is investment. They need to have a fractional ownership on a property so that they can invest it and get some already cash flow from it. So owning a property that you own a part of it or small equity can enable you to have a small investment based on your cash flow and revenue and these stuff without getting a lot of effort in your pocket by the end of the day. You buy a small part of the property, it's invested, you get cash flow, and maybe one day you sell it with excess of zeros behind. Yeah, you exit it. So this is one of the things actually that started to be regulated in Saudi Arabia from the sandbox. And we have actually, I believe, 4 companies right now. And it's a promising sector, as I see.
So, you know, you mentioned the sandbox. What other regulatory processes are needed to unlock this innovation safely?
For the fractional ownership, I think the sandbox is taking the full responsibility of all the parts of it, from the PropTech part and the FinTech part, both of them.
And a lot of PropTech founders, I'm guessing, will be in the room seeking investment.
Yeah.
This is where we'll come to you, Abdulaziz. What are the institutional investors currently seeking from PropTech and AI-driven startups?
I think as yesterday's sessions, if you recall, as a PropTech, we are just started. So it's just, when we talk about PropTech 5 years back or 7 years back, nobody knows about it. So it's really new. So the doors is really open for different ideas from development perspective, different phases. Before the project, we can have different technologies and product that can help the developers. Even the development cycle in Saudi needs a lot of also technologies, innovations, and also initiatives to reduce cost, reduce time. It's the coming days. It's about time. If you do the things in a fast way, good way, in the right quality, it's really the right movement. What's going on in the whole city and the whole country, the transformation happening in the real estate area is making that the market much more open for having new technologies in different areas, from design perspective, from construction, monitoring, from project management, following up, from sales approach, marketing approach, facility management. It's a whole story. So I think the doors are open. As an Andalus company, we are open also to invest in different technologies that can be part of changing different behaviors on the development sector as a whole.
So, you know, you mentioned that Andalus is investing in tech startups.
Yes.
You must see a lot of pitch decks on a daily basis. What's the one piece of advice you'd give to founders when it comes to approaching you?
Yeah, I think the most important thing is to understand things. If you are talking about an investor and a developer, the most 3 important things that he's talking about: reducing the cost of the project, increasing the efficiency, and increasing the time, or increasing the quality of the project. So even if we talk about these 3 elements that really make different when we talk about technologies, doing it in the right way by having the know-how of the pain that the real estate having in these days is much important to invest in. So we saw a lot of ideas in different areas, but I think the most important thing is to be inside the mindset of the developer and be part of how the process goes from A to Z, from the land, from the concepts, from the mixed use, from the traffic, from the parking, from the accessibility, from the operation, from facility management. So it's having different areas. When we talk about it, we talk about being inside the project, being inside the concept. You will get much more ideas and much more initiatives that we think that it can change the whole game in the real estate development.
Amazing. I like to flip that, right? So the question was, what are they looking for? I'm a founder, right? So what am I also looking for when I look at investors? I like to flip that. So a lot of things that he's mentioned, I totally agree, right? Well, for me, I'm also looking for that investor fit, right? The problems, I mean, the bigger the problem, the bigger the money to be made, that's for sure. But critically, the type of investor that I will be open to working with is one that understands the problem they were looking to solve, not just for today, but for tomorrow, right? So it goes beyond understanding my operations today. I need an investor that can take me from where I am today to where I need to be, okay? Because it's only then that we can begin to add the kind of value and unlock those opportunities that we think are already present, right? So I just wanted to add that. So it's not just about the operations.
It's certainly a two-way street. You've got to pick the right startup, but the startup then might be in a luxurious position of having to choose the investor. So it's going to be about who can they connect you with in the future, what doors can they open, and so on. And speaking of doors opening, we have a female PropTech founder with us, and I'd love to get your advice for female founders, particularly in Saudi Arabia, when it comes to gaining investor trust and navigating the early stage ecosystem.
Okay. Just a point on what Mr. Abdulaziz said previously on understanding the right problem. Most of the PropTech solutions today on the market, they have a fantastic solution. It's a great solution. It's when you see it, the user experience, the interfaces, the technical activities that has been done on it, it's great. But when you come to the pain that they're fixing or they're covering, you couldn't exactly see the impact on it. So we've experienced this in the beginning. We wanted to do something so fancy, so nice, to be already provided for the real estate developers, and that's it. And then we took a step back. We've realized we need to go on ground, understand the pain, understand the issues, to fix it through technology. It's not the opposite side. Anyone can do anything through technology. Usually I say to my business teams, cars can fly with technology. I can put a wings to the car and it can fly. Just define the color and already the size of it. So usually what we do, we go on the ground, we work with our clients exactly day by day activity for 1-2 weeks, and we do these activities each 3-6 months to highlight the pain points that they need to cover and what can we do through it with technologies. This is the first part that I want to reply to Abdulaziz to.
And that's it. We'll come back to the point about female founders, but it's an interesting point because, like you said, PropTech is quite new. We've always had real estate technology, but the term PropTech is, you know, it sounds nicer, it sounds more investable. But the advice I was always given, I was a PropTech founder many years ago, and I always heard this saying, don't be a solution looking for a problem, find the problem and look for the solution. And that's the message that's being repeated here. Get into the mind of your ideal customer, your IC, your ideal customer, and start fixing their problems.
Exactly. So in the beginning, as a case, we started by, let's say, we did a simple user experience and that's it. And then when we went to the market for investors and for our clients, they said, it looks so nice, it's easy to be used, but still we are having pain, even though with the system. So once we touched the pain and we started to fixing it, the clients came to us, we didn't go to them. So it works with the other way. Coming to the point for the woman founder, actually I went to the PropTech sector because one day one of the companies told me you couldn't work with us and you couldn't go to meetings because you are a woman and PropTech sector is not enabled to get Saudi women into it. So I decided, okay, I will try it and I will give it a hit. And if it went successful, so this is my answer for anyone that can say that we can't do it. There is a lot of challenges that we're facing, not only as a woman, as a founder in PropTech, but everything is changing in Saudi Arabia. We are more enabled than before, and we have the access to the market more than anyone before. And we're growing. So no issue, no specific highlighted issues at that part.
Well, you're very inspirational, and wishing you all the best of luck.
Thank you.
Okay, let's talk about bridging another gap, the gap to adoption, collaboration, because real estate is such a huge ecosystem. There's so many moving parts from the beginning to the end, and there is no end. It's just a continuous cycle. And if you adopt that mentality of like, we are just on our own, no, you have to merge with the rest of the ecosystem to be a success. So I'd like to ask you, what do you think the biggest obstacles to closing the innovation to finance gap in PropTech is? Is it regulation? Is it adoption? Or I like the word that you used on one, acceptance.
Okay. So in one word, for me, it's going to be regulation. But let me touch on adoption and acceptance. One word, regulation. Biggest. That'll be the biggest, right? But let me touch on adoption and acceptance. So when you understand the value chain within the PropTech space, and you now layer the fintech element on top of it, indeed, we need to regulate a few things. That's one. But on the flip side, from the facility managers, operators, investors, property owners, they need to accept, right, that this new way of doing things, okay, like you mentioned, real estate had softwares prior to PropTech, right? We just tried, PropTech just helps to democratize access in one way or on the other. Now, that's on the one hand, okay? Then you now look at the adopters, right? So I'm the last mile end user, right? I need to adopt this technology. So I come into Dubai, it's a culture change, right? I need to use a particular mobile app, okay, to access utilities, right? Adoption has already happened by the owners of that facility. I need to accept that I'm going to make payments using that app, right? Now, what happens when there's massive non-acceptance? Everything fails, right? So the concept of adoption and acceptance is equally important. But what glues everything together, I think, is the regulation, right? But then again, regulation today, when we're thinking about it, I like to say that technology is moving so quickly that regulation is catching up, right? We need to get to that point where, as operators or as founders, okay, we need to increase the velocity of regulation. So for that to happen, we need to be actively part of that conversation, okay, so that when the regulators or the policymakers are framing how this should work, right, we are doing it together, right? So for me, I feel like the biggest obstacle is regulation. We need to be an active part of it to form and frame it, not just for today, but for tomorrow. And then at the same time, create the frameworks to improve or accelerate acceptance and adoption from all stakeholders. That's how I like to see it.
If you allow me, I think the point of regulation is really interesting. So what's going on in Saudi now, the regulator is much more enabler than before. And the thing is, the thing must come from investors and developers to the regulator, not the other way. So what's going on now, they are open for having new ideas. And we tried different ideas and different concepts that from the PropTech ideas, and they were very supportive. And I think what we can do, it's be part of the investor and the developer and who own the idea, and we can have the approval with the process. But I think if we are talking about waiting, the regulator changing the whole regulation, nothing will happen in the short time. It's the other way, and this is what we saw in the previous 6 to 2 years back when we talk about regulator in different areas.
And it's funny, I mean, a lot of the great startup success stories, you look at Uber, for example, you know, their original motto was like, move fast and break things. Don't wait for regulation because it will slow you down to some degree. And there's that other saying of like, make the mistake, no, ask for forgiveness rather than permission. So there's an element of that, but of course we're not encouraging any.
Actually, we are having one of, let's say, one of the not the biggest, the qualified infrastructure over the world as a PropTech, and we have the full support from the regulators. So whenever we have, let's say, an idea need to be regulated through already, as I told you, through the fractional ownership and the sandbox, we have a good communication as a PropTech startup companies with the regulator, and we just put it in the table, discuss it, and see how we're gonna apply it.
And I'd like to finish off by getting your final golden nuggets. So I'd like each panelist to share their ultimate takeaway, prediction, or call to action for the next frontier of PropTech.
Ladies first.
Okay. She was looking to you, so that's why. My advice is that the PropTech in Saudi Arabia is growing so fast. We have a lot of companies that are competing on creative ideas. For any entrepreneur that want to enter the market on the PropTech, it's the right time. Later on, I don't think that they're going to have the space to do it. Also, as I said before, don't do fancy solutions. Figure out the problem and do the solution based on this. Because whenever you touch the pain, it's easier to you to grow, to get more share of the market quickly, and to build a good structure for your company in the future.
Thank you. So I'll just add to that. I feel like the theme of today's session around trying to close that gap, one word that comes to mind is convergence. And we've said convergence in one way or form during the course of today. I feel like we need to be very deliberate about working together. So she mentioned competition, right? So let's break things, let's break them fast, right? But let's also do this with the confidence that we have the regulators to help us, frame it better, okay? So it will require a multi-dimensional approach from everyone. And if the intention is to continue or to grow and make impact and leave legacy, right? We need to be bold enough to ensure that we hold everyone together. Another way I would like to think about it is this. If we have 3 players, just think of 3 players. You have operators such as us, or founders, as it were, right? And then you have the investors, okay? And then you now have the regulators, okay? What I've just done is I've put together a line plot, right? In no particular order, by the way. But we need to align, okay? So everyone is on the same line. So whether it's backward integration or forward integration, with no one feeling like they're the leader or they're the follower, and we just keep expanding the impact within each vertical. Convergence happens that way. And that's how I see, that's the future I see in terms of how we collaborate together. So yeah, so convergence is the word I would like to leave this session with. Thank you.
I think I have two messages, two different. So from to developers, I think they need to think different this way and to understand more that if you don't understand how the technology changing the whole projects and the master plan of your projects and the city going on, you will be too late. So now you need to enter this part of technology and make it as ad of your whole story. So having it now is the right time. it will definitely reduce your cost and effort, plus the increasing the efficiency that you have. And if I'm talking about for entrepreneur, I think the entrepreneur need to be much more closer to the investors and closer to the developers, much more to understand the pain and to find a solution for the pains that exactly happening now. There is a lot of pains from from the first stage to the end we are facing, and I think there is a lot of tools and behavior that can change by having different type of technologies. So I think this is the right time now.
Amazing. Well, that's it for this session. I'd like to thank my lovely panelists, Waad, Onwan, and Abdulaziz, and thank you all for staying till the end.
Thank you.
And thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Sylvia.
Thank you all. With a discussion that interesting, how could we not stay till the end? So really appreciated that. Take your photos. Amazing. Thank you all. Thank you, Sylvia. Fantastic discussion. Really appreciated it. Hey, lovely. You're right. Nice to see you. Thank you. Really appreciated it. Great. So we are rattling through our agenda. We are approaching kind of the tail end of the day. Has it been good? Useful so far? Interesting insights? Give me some nods at least. I know you don't like raising your hands. Yeah. You're all still engaged, which is what we love. So our next keynote is going to be a fascinating insight into Reinvest's approach to transforming the commercial real estate sector right here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So for that keynote, we have the CEO of Reinvest with us. Real privilege to have him on our stage, Mr. Walid Mahmoud. Would you come and join me, Walid? It's great to have you here. Thank you so much. Tell us all about what Reinvest is doing and your perspective on the future.
Respected guests and fellow innovators, I would like to start my speech today with reminding you who we are. And what about Reinvest? We are the first dedicated commercial real estate platform in the kingdom. What it means, the dedicated commercial real estate platform in the kingdom, we deal with all the commercial properties except residential. So we are dedicated to commercial properties, starting from retail, offices, industrial, hospitality, agriculture, everything that is not residential. So our first value proposition that we are specialized in the commercial real estate sector. On the other hand, what are our main pillars? What is the value proposition for Reinvest? Reinvest aims to take the commercial real estate sector in the kingdom to the next level through using latest technologies and digitizing the process of the commercial real estate in the kingdom. By this, we aim to reach the trust, to get the trust of all the stakeholders dealing with commercial real estate through reliable data. So we are a data-driven platform, and we always aim to make our data reliable through data cleaning. Then we can reach a healthy commercial real estate sector. I would like to inform you that today is the anniversary of Reinvest. Last year, on the 26th of October, I stood on the PropTech stage we were participating on the summit, and we launched Reinvest at the PropTech Summit. So today, we are 1 year and 1 day. So we are so proud of this. Thank you, thank you. And you will see next how we shared in this year by transforming the commercial real estate sector. These are some photos from our participation in last year. I think I shed some weight, so which is good. And I would like to show you our achievements within this year. Last year, we gave promises. We were a simple listing platform. This was the launching at the last year. Today, within this year, I will show you the achievements that we have done. By the way, all our achievements are about market understanding. We do market studies, we understand the Saudi market very well, and we tailor solution to pains in the market, to gaps in the market. So here, whatever you will see, what we developed this year are special features tailored to the Saudi market that will add value. We have the Private Deals Hub. What is the Private Deals Hub? The Private Deals Hub is all about exclusive, confidential deals happening peer-to-peer. It's not announced, it's digitized. You can request a property or offer a property for sales or leasing within Private Deals Hub in a discreet way, and we'll do the deal one-to-one by matchmaking. The Opportunity Hub is again one amazing feature we have. Like, what's all about the Opportunity Hub? We, instead of offering a land as an example, we offer an opportunity. We do the study, we do the market study, we prepare the HBU, the highest and best use study, and we offer it to investors. By this way, I can say we cut time, and all our studies are data-driven, reliable through trustworthy data, analyzed in-house to reach a level that the investor can come to reinvest, grab an opportunity, and with full trust that whatever he gets is something reliable, and he can build on his project. Developers Hub is something targeting the developers. The developer can come on Reinvest, have his own page, he can manage his properties, he can manage the sales and leasing of his properties through Reinvest. By this, he will get direct leads, he will get more exposure, and he will get more branding. The commercial auctions, we have specialized auctions for commercial properties. So our auctions are specialized, and it's end-to-end. By this, we attract only the investors to come on the auctions because we only do auctions for commercial real estate. We are a 360 ecosystem. So our baseline is property listing and the traditional property listing acquisition. We are data-driven, and we offer special features to the Saudi market, which solves pains in the market. Now, we serve four main stakeholders. All are in the commercial sector. What we offer to the investors, we offer them what they really need. We offer them access to exclusive deal in a very transparent way through our services. All powered by intelligent data and market intelligence, and we offer them property development management, which we will talk in details later on. What we offer to developer, what the developer needs. the developer needs access to prime location, feasible location, and he is looking for services that support his job. So we exactly offer this to developers. We give access to niche, prime locations, studied locations. Added to that, we offer services that make the developer's cycle more efficient and easy. What we offer for buyers and sellers, we simplify the commercial property sales and acquisition through auctions, which we mentioned, private deals hub, and opportunities hub, supported by trusted data and fully digital services. Now for the agents, we give huge importance for the agents we deal with. By a way, we expand their reach, we expand their horizons. Through our specialty in commercial real estate, they will reach directly to the right investor or the right buyer or the right seller, and they will gain trust and credibility. It will be built when dealing with Reinvest because we offer them the right opportunities to market, to sell, or to acquire. Now we continue on our 360 ecosystem. We go to the property development management. We found a pain in the market. There is a gap for the property development. Now we have, I will give you an example. We have an IT company which has some extra money to invest in real estate. They want to develop something, but they are not experienced in the field, and they want to do it in a way not dealing with one developer. They want to keep the horizons open for them, and they want to keep their choices open. So what we do, we offer them a property development management service. We go through the whole cycle, starting from the strategic advisory on the deals and feasibilities, going to concept development and the planning phase, detailed feasibility and structuring. Even we support in structuring the financial part, design management, procurement and tendering, construction and delivery oversight, branding, marketing, and sales enablement, handover and operations. At the end, asset and investment management. How we do all these services? We do it through our trusted partners. All the cycle is digitized. The services are tailored for each and every project. We look at each project, we evaluate, and then we tailor the perfect solution for the project. By this way, we'll guarantee the best cost for the investor, and we guarantee that the delivery is in safe hands. So we take we give the service from A to Z, and we give it based on the project needs. We give it one by one. You can choose a service and you can get it from Reinvest, or we give it end to end, which is the whole cycle, property development management from A to Z. So you give us your land today, you take it developed and operational after 2 years, as an example, or you have some services in-house, we can integrate with you and we can offer you the services that you don't have. Our future roadmap. This is something from the main developments, the technical developments that in our roadmap for the next year. We are going to start in the first quarter of 2026 a co-working spaces hub. The co-working spaces hub, it's like booking.com for hotels. Even it's more developed. You can book through us with all the service providers. As an example, with all office spaces providers in the kingdom, you can book a space starting from 1 hour up to 1 year. And you can book instantly. And you can book a meeting space, a meeting room, a desk, or a hall, whatever it takes. We are offering this service, inshallah, in the first quarter of 2026. In the second quarter, we will have Reinvest Smart Market Data Engine. By this, we will have the Reinvest Insights. We gather data from all available sources. We clean the data through AI, and we offer the data for our stakeholders. In the Q3 2026, we will have the special Reinvest AI agent. It will be a conversational agent. You will go to our platform. You can speak with the AI agent, and you can get all what we have on our platform at the first stage from properties you are looking for. On the second stage, we can reach the market for you. The AI agent will reach out for the market if he doesn't found the request on Reinvest, and we'll get it for you. At the last quarter 2026, we have the revolutionary digital twin. We are working with a special company. It's something amazing. It will be a revolution. We will offer a digital twin for properties listed on Reinvest, and we'll offer the service for others. The service will go beyond Reinvest. It will be a digital twin for the cities in a way that you can control the city. This is for the government entities for sure. They can control the city from one place. All what comes in the city. Now we have some extra service launched this year. I can name it like something hybrid between digital services and direct services. It's a personalized service for all the stakeholders dealing with us. I will give you an example. The developer can list properties on Reinvest and can have his own page. But at the same time, we launched a team who can go on ground, do the service on behalf of the developer. We can acquire and sell or lease properties for the developers. This is for an example. Let's go back for the auctions. That there is a dedicated team who can go on ground, support in the auctions, on ground and digital. So we have this hybrid mode to personalize the service for all the stakeholders dealing with Reinvest. So we can say that it's not about clicking online, it's about shaking hands. We mix the real life with the digital platform. And we are so proud being in Saudi Arabia and being a Saudi company to be aligned with the great 2030 vision, because whatever we started last year as a vision has been materialized within this year, and we are going beyond this, and we are having a big plan for the future. We are aligned with the vision in relation to commercial real estate to take the commercial real estate to the next level in the most efficient way. So we have shown you today that from vision last year, we have went to reality. We have launched all what we have promised to launch, and we will continue, inshallah, launching and developing in our platform to serve this sector and take it to the next level. I would like to invite you to join us. Reinvest team is here in the hall. So anybody who's interested to communicate with us for any business opportunity, you can contact us, you can visit our booth, or you can meet us here in the hall. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Waleed. Really appreciated all of those insights. And as he says, they're in the hall. This is why we're here. Go connect. Make sure you have those important meetings. Thanks again.
Thanks.
So we have one panel session and one hybrid session left, just to conclude our really special time together of learning, of inspiration, of enrichment. So for our final panel, before we then move into our final hybrid, I'd love to invite Abdullah Abu Al-Noor to come onto stage once again and introduce your guests.
Welcome once more at the PropTech Global Summit, scaling PropTech startups from innovation to implementation in Saudi real estate. This is the topic of our panel discussion. Ali Sharif is the vice chairman of Hassatek, and Mr. Ahmed Al-Saghir, Sistek founder, and Hussein Al-Jassim, the CEO of Amair. Start with Mr. Ali. Hassatek is an idea and that became a reality. However, what about the business model of this reality? Is it scalable? Thank you for the kind invitation. If you were to notice in the real estate sector, the PropTech, there are great ideas, many great ideas. But if we were to talk about partial ownership, this is definitely scalable, and there are global models outside the kingdom. There are countries in the Gulf region that have been spent some time in this, and they're scaling up. We see that there are many ideas. However, the issue is it actionable? First of all, is it actionable and addressing a specific problem? And as an investment platform that the investors would like to invest in this sector, which is the real estate sector, we were able to address a specific problem, and we're able to provide investment opportunities for investors seeking to invest in the real estate sector. We have streamlined it and made it cost effective, and we also made it available to invest with the smallest amount possible. We'll get back to you regarding the supporting environments to scale up. Mr. Ahmed Al-Saghir, the founder of CSTEC, before addressing scaling, please tell us more about CSTEC. Good afternoon. The idea of CSTEC was born to address a big problem in the liquidation and the sale and the real estate marketing. I own another company, and I had major issues with the real estate liquidation. The real estate valuation is overrated or exaggerated, and this leads to the non-sale of the real estate. And CSTEC was born to address this problem. We are first platform for the and we also obtained a certificate from the Intellectual Property Authority. We provide a different model. We offer a price, and this price is ever increasing by the second. In a simplified manner, you own a land in Riyadh that is evaluated with a million real. You offer it on CSTEC. You provide all the necessary documents. The CSTEC team will analyze the land and will decide whether it's in a high demand or medium demand or low demand area. If it's a high demand area, it will be 30% in addition to valuation. This is the opening price. And if it's a medium demand, it will be 15% in addition to valuation price. This will be the opening price. If it's low demand, it will be 5% in addition to valuation price. This is the opening price. When we offer the opportunity, the auctions are 2 to 3 days. Our auctions are only 8 hours. The opening price, let's assume that there is a real estate valuated of 1 million and it's in a high demand area, so the opening price will be 1.3 million. So the owner, we will agree with him on a minimum level to agree and sell. The day we launch the opportunity will start with 1.3 million and it will decrease by second. The participants have their wallets ready. Some are waiting for the real estate to reach 1.15 and some are waiting to reach 1 million. So he sees the opportunity at the right moment. This leads to more competitiveness and to a fair value for the owner, for the buyer, and for the seller. The value decreasing sale. How successful is this idea? We have implemented this, and through the participation in the PropTech exhibition, there is a great deal of demand, and we have now currently more than 100 real estate ready to be auctioned. I will get back to you. This is a new model, and it's similar to the Dutch auction that is applied to other commodities, but we were the first to apply it in the real estate market. This is a short period of time. Could we scale in this? Is this model scalable? In the value decreasing model, sale model, we at Sistak we market and we auction. When the future, we want to be a service provider for the agents and for the market companies that they offer their real estates on the platform for a fixed fee.
Give us a glimpse on Amair, then we move to the scalability. Hey, good evening. I would like to thank you for having me and for organizing this event and this summit and the sponsor. And I'm really honored to share this panel discussion. Amair is a property platform, and we target the landlords and property managers, even in small or medium offices, and developers as well. In our platform, we can run and manage landlords and the property and the units in a very accurately manner, which help us to analyze the data. And through our platform, we can manage expenses and revenues for the property management. And then we produce this kind of reports and for the facility itself. And our platform supports more than user for each facility, and each user has a specific metrics of powers, and we have a lot of ideas, including the facility management, in which we'll have application and integrated with the service providers and for the post sale service. So I'm asking about the scalability. We target and we aim to start running the property process from end to end and to post sale services and the post and there is and we are and we managed to enlarge the scope. Amair, manage your own properties, or just I have a subscription to manage or account to manage. Amair doesn't run property, but can help property managers. And I'm asking about your experience in the market. We will start by 2060. So, do you have this kind of turning out? Yes, we have this kind of turn, and we have this kind of this. Our idea is appealing. So the model of facility management is mostly operating by property manager to create this kind of business model to run a property. So you fill the gap for those who don't have this kind of business models, and we provide the integration with the developers who have system for the facility management and facility management as well. Facility, we cover the needs for the developers and property managers who have simple needs. Mr. Ali Sharif, you have mentioned, yes, there is a scalability, and you Hissati as a model for the fractional ownership. However, what are the ecosystem which can support this kind of expansion and the scaling up? Um, um, Ecosystem such as this forum in which we have the knowledge sharing from different parts and active players and investors, developers, and the sandbox center, and the speed of testing the model, because it's the first model to be tested and piloted at the PropTech Center. So the speed of testing and the licensing of the companies and the final licensing and setting the legal framework, the clear framework which can streamline this process and help to scale up in this process. Mr. Ahmed, for the PropTech sector, I think if the percentage, if not accurate, as long as it's a brand new sector, so most of the companies working and operating in this sector, startups and entrepreneurs and the new ideas. So do you have new ideas or patents? Are patents. So what is what are the key enablers? The key enablers that can drive you and push you for scaling up for the ecosystem and the environment, which is desperately needed, which is the sandbox. However, we were not able, and the time wasn't on our side to join them. The authority, the sophistication of the services, and accepting and embracing new ideas. This is constitute a catalyst and a key driver that push us forward. Right now, we have this kind of um, um, less regulations and less restrictions, and the more opening for new ideas, which will constitute an added value for the entire industry. Amer is a startup company, and for sure you have some specific strategies and plans that you aspire for. Can you give us an overview for such strategies and the numbers that you need to achieve or aspire to achieve through Amer? We aspire to be integrated with the national platforms such as HR, and any to harness and to take advantage of any services, including the integration with the mulak or the landlords platform, in which all the licensed property managers are operating, and we aspire to manage the property and the facilities. Facilities, we have the sky is the limit to cover as many as properties as possible. Do you have some specific target? We try to do survey in the exhibition, but for the time being, we don't have a specific number. And Amair, right now, for sure, you have relied and anchored on specific numbers to execute this idea. So, what are the need? What does the market need? We have noticed that we have a manual operations and Excel, and it's very disturbing, especially for the collection and surveying and inventory of expenses. So Amayer was built with the property manager and for the property manager. So we try to build a product which can help property manager to streamline the process, to let them focus on expanding their activities and to manage as many assets and facilities as possible. Coming back to Ali Sharif, what are the key strategic partnerships that you have fostered with the developers which help you to manage in your case, to success in your case? We have conducted the investment rounds and we partnered up with one of Abdullah bin Saadan companies as a key strategic partners, and we firmly believe that the Mr. Hussein, and I thank you for the time to give time for the next session. I would like to conclude with you with a question regarding what are the challenges that or the solutions that you desire to have for Amair in the near future and even for the startups like Amair. As I mentioned in the past, integration, clarity, which will help the entrepreneurs in this regard, and the partnerships between the ARAGA and the Minister of Housing with the entrepreneurs, which can help to accelerate the entire process. And Mr. Ahmed, the final thoughts final thoughts. Your ambition. Do you have specific numbers? You mentioned that you might have 100 real estate units in down selling. I think this session. So this is a new concept of down selling. So we would have specific figures and numbers. The numbers that I would 100 properties, which more or less after the launch and pitching the idea to and for the down selling. Today, this can help individuals and developers because we are about to have the first white land invoice. If you have no desire to develop this white land, so you can market this property. I think time is crucial in this kind. So you have come in a very sensitive time. So we are on the right time. We are on time and on right time. Thank you, Mr. Ali. Mr. Ali would like to have your final thoughts for the figures. I think you have sold 1,000. Yes, we have concluded a number of deals, and right now I'm asking about the investors, the number of investors, the number of shares that you have sold. It's calculated in amount 17 million and 17 million, and the opportunity of yesterday was 7 million in this very short span of time in a pilot period. And this is the launch, but in the past it was sandbox and testing the model and testing the applications. And in the future we will have a series of opportunities, and our ambition is to be the best platforms, real estate real estate investment and real estate platform and we have tech companies supporting حصتك in data analysis and data prediction and informed decision making in purchasing and selling. And we have five agreements signed over the last 2 days. Ali Sharif, Mohammed Sughayer, thank you for being with us in PropTech, and would like to thank you for being with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdullah. Fabulous moderation. Thank you, gentlemen. Take care. Thank you. Amazing. Okay, so the final session of our time together is going to be a last hybrid, which is what we're doing a bit like yesterday, where we're going to bring a few people onto stage. They're going to have 10 minutes to give you some context and background, a little bit of information about their idea, their product, their service, their company, and then we're going to have a very short panel-type discussion together to close out the conference in style. So I'm going to bring up my panelists. They're going to join me on stage here, and then the final one I'm going to take straight to the podium to kick us off. So could you please join me, Dr. Sopan Ponchokchai, who is the president of FIABC Thailand. Can you also join me, please, Pier Paolo Muccelli, who is the CEO of eOffice, and also Dr. Rehan Juma, who is the CEO and co-founder of Kingdom International Real Estate here in Riyadh, London, and I can't remember the third place. Dubai, of course it was Dubai. So hello, my lovelies. Nice to see you. Come and grab a seat. That's fantastic. And then taking the stage straight away, I'm delighted to introduce Mr. Faisal Al-Ferdos, who is the CEO of Nearmotion, and he is going to be our first speaker. Faisal, take it away. I think there's a clicker on the podium for you.
السلام عليكم.
Evening. في عام 2016 عندما تم الإعلان عن رؤية المملكة 2030، المملكة العربية السعودية التزمت بتحويل ليس فقط الاقتصاد ولكن جودة الحياة لكل شخص في المملكة. إذا أخذنا ذلك بعين الاعتبار، المملكة العربية السعودية السوق العقاري من المتوقع أن ينمو 42% سنويا حتى 2032، حيث قامت الهيئة بإطلاق مركز البروبتك لتعزيز هذا الابتكار. نحن لا ننتظر المستقبل ولكن نبني هذا المستقبل الآن. مساء الخير للجميع، شكرا على الانضمام إلينا اليوم.
About the topic that's reshaping the real estate landscape, which is human-centric PropTech. We're moving beyond buildings as just physical structures and into an era where they are responsive, intelligent ecosystems designed around the people who use them every day. Today, we'll explore how we can redefine the tenant experience in this digital age. So, what does truly human-centric experience look like? It's built on foundation of 8 key pillars. This isn't just about providing roof over someone's head. It's about creating a holistic environment that supports their lifestyle and work style. We must have seamless communication besides safety and security, which are the foundational and the functional backbone. Then we'll have wellness and sustainability, which cater the modern values and well-being. And finally, we have mobility, community, and transport and technology. Together, these pillars create a comprehensive framework for a superior tenant experience. This shift is driven by fundamental changes what tenant expects. The concept of home or office has expanded far beyond 4 walls. Today's tenant, whether in residential or commercial properties, demand seamless tech-enabled experiences that align with their dynamic lifestyles. They want convenience at their fingertips, from booking amenities to reporting maintenance issues. They expect personalized services that cater their individual needs. Real-time communication for booking amenities, reporting maintenance issues, and also they expect personalized services that cater to their individual needs. Real-time communication is no longer a luxury, but necessity. And they value flexible space solutions that can adapt to their changing needs. This is what the new reality we are operating in. So why embracing this human-centric approach is critical? It's not just about keeping tenants happy. It's about driving business success as well. A tenant-first philosophy places their needs at the heart of every decision, leading to enhanced satisfaction. This in turn drives retention and fosters a strong sense of community. But the real game changer is in the creation of responsive environments. By leveraging technology, we can transform static buildings into adaptive, intelligent ecosystems that anticipate and respond to tenant needs. This is where PropTech becomes truly transformative. And at the center of the nervous system of this responsive environment, of course, is the tenant communication app. This is the digital command center that puts everything at their fingertips. For submitting service requests in real time to booking amenities like conference rooms or fitness centers, for example, the app provides seamless interface. It also allows for real-time update, keeping tenants informed about announcements, events, and community news. By integrating multiple technology into one single platform, we create a truly responsive, connected environment. Now, let's look at a real-world example of this action. At NearMotion, we have recently introduced Tomamo, a voice AI agent that handles tenant communications. This isn't science fiction, it's happening right now. The AI agent can answer the tenant calls and automatically report maintenance inquiries to resolve issues with zero human intervention.
Do we need sound?
Yes, if possible.
Sorry, guys, can we start it again with some sound, please?
Hello, this is your maintenance assistant. Could you please describe the issue you're facing?
Hi, I have serious water leakage from my kitchen sink and need help.
Since this seems like an emergency, we will send a certified repair vendor shortly. Stay safe and goodbye.
So, as you could see, this not only improves the efficiency, but at the same time will provide tenants with an instant 24/7 support. This case study demonstrates the power of leveraging AI to enhance the tenant's experience. But here I just want to emphasize something very important. Technology alone is not enough. Successful PropTech requires deep-seated human commitment. It's also about building tenant-centric culture. This means we need to prioritize feedback through surveys, for example, and actively listening. We must foster communication through open dialogue and community-building initiatives. And we need to empower our staff with the training and tools they need to deliver exceptional personalized service. The magic formula is culture plus technology. That's what creates exceptional tenant experience that drives loyalty and property value. So if we think of the future of tenant experience, looking ahead, the future of the tenant experience is connected, personalized, and sustainable. We are on the cusp of Property 4.0, where integrated platforms will deliver truly holistic, human-centric experience. Immersive technologies like AI, augmented reality, and virtual reality will transform everything from leasing and tours to tenant engagement. And core values like sustainability and wellness will become even more critical in driving tenant loyalty and ultimate and property value as well. I just want to conclude here, and in conclusion, the future of real estate is not just about building smarter buildings, it's about building stronger relationships with the people who inhabit them. By embracing human-centric approach and leveraging the power of PropTech, we can actually create exceptional experiences that benefits everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Faisal. Fantastic.
Thank
Had
you.
lots of conversations about this human-centric approach, and it's so refreshing to see you doing something that's bringing that to life. So thank you. Do take a seat. Yeah, please do. And then we're going to move straight on. Oh, he ran away. Oh, do you not want to talk to us? Don't go anywhere. You can stay standing now. Okay, Dr. Sopan, it's your turn, yes, which is why I'm laughing, because it's like you're going and coming. So stand and talk to us if you'd like to, or sit and talk to us, I don't mind, but I'd love you to take the stage. Over to you, your turn. Do you need a clicker?
Yes.
Okay, I'll get that for you. Carry on. You can introduce yourself while I get it.
Yes. Let me stand.
Yes, stand, exactly.
Yeah, because I'm too short.
Come on, come in the front so we can all see you. Come. There we go. Right. You have your 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Here's your audience. Off you go.
Okay. Sawasdee krap. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present something here. This is myself. Maybe it doesn't look like a Saudi Arabia people from ASEAN. So I'm a valuer. Actually, I'm the president of the FFC Thailand. We also have FFC in Saudi Arabia. But I myself is a valuer, so I will present something about valuation of properties. Actually, this is the data that we collect, you see, from January to September last month. We finished our information very quickly. And this is for the Bangkok as a whole. Actually, Bangkok, we divided into 78 zones. So we have this information in 78 zones about newly launched housing units, and also some authors like the sales situation and how many months they will be able to be sold out in the future or something. And these are all the expected projects that we are looking for in the future. So we know that where we are going to have here in Thailand, many developers can launch their units as many as they like. Unlike in Malaysia, sometimes in some zone that oversupply, overhang, maybe they have to stop the newly launched units. So this is very good in Malaysia. And here we also have the tendency, what are happening, and what about this year, and about next year or something, so that we can see what will be happening, and also the trend in the future. Now we can see it is going down. So when we assess the properties, maybe the price may not going up quickly. So this is the case. And in the case of land prices, we compare it since 1997 in different locations in Bangkok, and also not in around 40 provinces out of 76 provinces. That's why we have rich information for valuation in Thailand. And you can see that property price, land price still going up very quickly, maybe around 3 to 5%, 4-5% per annum, because we built a lot of mass transit in Bangkok right now. And these are all the 10 most expensive land prices in Bangkok. You can see in Saudi Arabia, you measure in square feet or square meter?
Meters.
Square meters. You see the most expensive one may be around 29,167 US dollar per square meters. This is the most expensive one, but maybe cheaper than in Riyadh. So these are all the places. Land price in the city is still going up because of the mass transit as well. And these are the foreigners who are buying properties in Thailand. So we have two tiers of markets. First, we have the local people, and another thing is for foreign peoples. Now we have a lot of people from China, or maybe in the future from Saudi Arabia. Welcome. We also have Myanmar people coming because in Myanmar there may be some unrest, so they want to buy a home here. Actually, Cambodia, our lovely neighbors also come to buy a lot of properties in Thailand. But right now there are some dispute between the rulers, so maybe afterwards they should come and, to buy again. So we have this sort of information so that we will, when we conduct the valuation of properties, we will know what are happening. And in the case of our AI, we use the GIS at the beginning. We call the geo search. So we have a lot of layers of properties into our map, so that this can be used for bankers. We do a lot of desktop valuation for the banks. So we supply information and build a model for them to use for desktop valuation. In Thailand, a house of around $3 million, the banks can do it themselves. If it is over, maybe they can give the work for valuation firms. And now they are going to use the AI, particularly our desktop valuation for valuation purposes. These are all the maps and information that we have in Bangkok. Altogether, we have 76 provinces, but we have now only 40. This is another development that we call FISI, so that whenever we want to conduct feasibility studies in physical term, in marketing term, in financial term, and also in legal aspects, we can use this FISI, real estate data analytic for platform for our users. So most of the big developers and financiers and bankers are our clients on this. And normally we have information in the paper format, and then we turn into digital form. But for the brochure of all the real estate projects since 1994 until today, we keep it in the digital format so that we can use it in the future, or maybe can be traced in the future as well. These are the information that we try to collect. This is the Bangkok metropolitan region. Our Bangkok metropolitan region is quite big, around 8,000 square kilometers. 8,000 square kilometers, but compared to Saudi Arabia, maybe small, maybe still small. Yeah. And this is the thing that we analyze according to, particularly in Bangkok, we analyze in altogether 78 zones, so we know information of all. So when we conduct valuation or conduct the government assessed value for the government, our valuation are accepted by the people. There is no complaint. In the past, a lot of complaint because when we value properties, we don't have adequate information for valuation. And this is the land prices that over here. This is the whole picture, but we have around 400 locations that we conduct the valuation throughout Bangkok. So we know what are happening. So this is some sort of analysis that we try to do for our Bangkok metropolitan region, particularly land prices. And in this case, we use this information for real estate insight or real-time market info so that they can make real-time decision making, and also some infrastructure database, because we have a lot of new infrastructure like mass transit, subway, or new roads, new zoning. So this is very important for us. Then we can use it in the handphone or something. So this is the thing that when we go out for the survey, we can know what are happening. So before I end, these are some model that we built. Back to the basic, we know that all the information variables, it is not a straight line valuation. It is not a straight line relation. It is a curve or something. So this is some example. So now we try to build some model for valuation of properties. And this will be in different tissues of the cities. So now normally we know that the model is the size of land and the size of building, and how much is the land value over there, and how much is the construction site. But they will be in different locations as well, and also in different other comparison, like subjective comparable and objective comparables. So these are something that we put into the model. You can see this is the price decrease, some simple model that we can use for the valuation in the whole context. This is something about the forecasting model or something. And this is a depreciation that will be depreciated a little at the beginning and then a lot in the future. So these are some models that we built. This is for the land alone. So the land with different shapes of land, within different in the width of land or the depth of the land or something, the corner lot or something. These are something that we will use for valuation. This is just in a location, in a specific area that we conduct for the land readjustment program. And this is another one in many provinces in Thailand. So there are many factors involved. And the last one is something about the detached house, semi-detached house, townhouse, and condominiums, and eventually something about residential condominiums. These are something that when we conduct the valuation, we should know, like the height and the location, or the maybe the vastu, maybe also related to this. The vastu may be feng shui or something. Yeah. So we try to build some model so that we can assess the property more precisely. But altogether, we can do because we have a lot of information that we collect since 1994 until today. That's why we can materialize it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Savon. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Amazing. Do take a seat. That's great. We'll be chatting in a moment. So next, I am delighted that we're going to hear from Pier Paolo Muccelli, who is the CEO of eOffice. Pier, why don't you talk to us and share with us a little bit about how flexible space is redefining the future?
Fantastic.
Did I say that like in
That's brilliant.
Did I make you interested in that?
Yes, let's go for it.
So yeah, I think they're interested.
Thank you, Miriam, and ladies and gentlemen, good evening. It's a pleasure to be back in Riyadh. I've been coming to the Gulf since 1991. So some of you were not born. You were very, very young, Miriam, then. Were you born in 91? And I've seen the development, of course, of the countries, of the various countries, and I've been blown away by the progress and the transformation, in particular in Saudi Arabia in the last 10 years. And the reason why I'm here, and thank you very much for the opportunity, is a privilege to try to condense within 10 minutes what I've been studying and working on for the last 25 years now, which is the flexible office space, the various trends over the last quarter of a century. I'm Italian originally, from a small town near Venice, but I actually been based in London for almost 30 years. London, a big capital, with a lot of new trends, in particular in the flex space. And I set up my first business, the first co-working space, in 2002. Wow. We discussed in these days, and I know it's been a very long 2 days. This is the last presentation. I'll try to make it very clear. We discussed a lot about the present and the future, the technology, but let's go through a little bit of history. What is flexible office space? Is the possibility of using a platform, using an office space for an hour, for a day, for a month, on a very flexible basis. So not committing yourself for 25 years. 25 years, in fact, when I started this business, was the traditional lease term. So as a company, you would budget for a quarter of a century and be committed to a space, a fixed space, for a certain number of employees for a quarter of a century. Imagine. And even up to a couple of years ago, I sometimes come across some leases, some property commitment that were signed quarter of a century ago. Imagine, now with artificial intelligence, with the change of technology, everything moving to digital, of course, you don't know what's going to happen maybe next month, let alone in the next 25 years. So the service office, as it is called in the UK, or business centers, more on the American term, started really in the 60s with few operators. The focus was on convenience. The market at the time was mostly the SME sector. Then in the 90s and in the late century, last century, you had some big chains started to develop. Servcorp from Australia, for example, they have a presence also here. We're one of the first operator to standardize the product. And of course, IWG Group, the leading operator with 4,000 locations now, started towards the end of last century, and they set up bases worldwide. Then in early 2000, there was the emergence of a new concept, the co-working sector. Co-working, what is co-working? E-Office is one of the first operators, opened in 2002. When we launched, we had a 10,000 square feet open plan environment. We didn't know the name co-working. And we had to market our service as open plan office with meeting room. The focus was very much on community. The focus was very much on targeting the freelance economy, startups, small businesses. The key difference was really this community focus, the flexible memberships, the fact that you were not necessarily isolated in a private office, but you could connect with other professionals and other companies and try to grow your business. Then there was a financial crisis in 2008, 2009, which impacted the sector, the real estate sector. All of a sudden, we went through a phase of lower interest rates and a big push towards technology investment. A lot of new funds were set up. And that's when there was another boom and there was another push towards flexible space. You may have heard about a big operator that started and launched with mixed success. WeWork, financed partly by SoftBank. They raised over $10 billion. Most of it is actually evaporated over, for a number of reasons, but they established clearly a big blueprint worldwide, and that really was the big wave of a number of co-working operators throughout the world. This continued to grow over the decade, and with the emergence of new solutions like managed office solutions, by which company would take entire wings, entire floors that were fully furnished. Then, of course, COVID started. There was a difficult time because nobody could go to the office any longer. But then company really tried to focus on how to give the remote tools to allow employees to connect to the company information via the cloud. And as COVID luckily declined and people started to go back to the office, then this flexibility trend emerged. So nowadays, are we okay? Flex is no more a niche and is actually a reality. JLL, in one of the recent studies, mentioned that probably 30% of the office space will be flexible in the future. So now, the market,
crazy.
as long as they fall down, we're okay.
It's like a rock show here.
So the market now is estimated to be $200 billion and growing. See the growth. And there are more than 5 million people working in flexible office space, and there are over 30,000 operators worldwide.
Wow.
So what is the main one of the main strategies of corporates in one of the recent surveys by Cushman and Wakefield, 57% of the companies will have flex as a real estate strategy. That, of course, changes, has got different percentages on different regions. Some of the main drivers for occupiers, the desire of geographical agility, talent attraction with a lot of amenities, technology enable flexible access, and also time occupancy, lower, most importantly, lower upfront capex compared to the traditional lease fit out. Okay. So some of the trends now.
We've got a minute left, Pierre.
Wow. I have to be
quick. You can
quick.
have a minute and a half because I'm feeling
Okay,
generous.
great. So some of the trends, of course, are flight on quality, the impact on hybrid work, new technology like video conferencing, sustainability and wellness is very, very important, and tech integration within the workplace. Of course, the impact on AI. Do I really have only a minute left?
I mean, that will be your 10. I mean, I know you've been up against it with the dancing
So,
lights.
major structural shifts from a pure SME focus to more enterprise demand, from independent co-working to a more hybridized portfolio approach. So the core office space and then the managed space as a secondary strategy. And this is becoming a lifestyle product. Final takeaways: the market evolved from a convenience service to a strategic real estate product. COVID hasn't killed flex space. It accelerated actually corporate adaptation. And I just want to give you some case studies of some very great tech hubs. This is Station F in Paris, the largest startup campus in the world, opened a few years ago. A very interesting concept not far from here is a members club, lifestyle driven, with co-working space. A brand new Life and Mind building in Oxford for the educational purposes. You have Victoria House, which is a live center of 30,000 square meters, opened a few months ago. A very interesting new future projects in Tallinn, and also in a small village near St. Moritz, which integrates well-being, co-living, co-working, event space, retail, and of course access to good skiing and the nature. I could go on for a long time, but we have some very interesting panel, and I look forward to the discussion shortly. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pierre. Thank you so much. Yes, when you're so passionate about something, when you've spent so many years working in an industry, it's so brilliant to be able to share all of that with the audience. Guys, do we need to reset the lights, or are we just going to have a disco? Are we good? Awesome, amazing, thank you so much. So, our final speaker in the dancing lights, I mean, it's kind of very apt, I would say. Rehan, I'm going to give you the clicker. You have a wealth of experience in this industry, so please share with us all your thoughts. Oh, do we have your mic? Is it working? Try again. Do you have Rehan's mic? Try again, talk. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Hello?
Yes, perfect, you're on. Thank you.
First, I would like to thank the organizer here for the event, Ain Riyadh, and everyone who worked really hard to have this happen today, which is Momra, Riga, and finally, of course, it's my country, Saudi Arabia. We live here at the momentum today. I'm really proud to be Saudi, who have the experience of the world, especially in real estate and PropTech. So I would like to thank our King Salman bin Abdul Aziz, and Crown Prince for this amazing vision and letting us here today, delivering our voice and using the latest technology in the world for all over the world from here in Riyadh. So I'm happy to be here in Riyadh. After 13 years, I lived in London, and I gained a lot of experience internationally, not because I was there, just because it's my choice, because I was sent from my government to be there and in the UK to gain more knowledge. So I lived there for 13 years. I studied my bachelor, my master, my doctorate. I learned leadership, management, organizations, behavior, and different topics, mainly in leadership and real estate. So we opened our company, which called Kingdom International Real Estate, as a brokerage. We started working in this since 2013. So we noticed that there is huge investments coming from worldwide to the UK. Then when I came back here in Saudi, to 2023, I saw my country going forward. I saw my country passing all the world in technology. So we're using the best out of the best, latest technology from all over the world. We even have better technology in our regulations, the governments, far away from the world and what's happening in the world. So we decide our model right now as we attract foreign direct investors to the UK. Now, being here for 2.5 years, we start to attract foreign direct investors to Saudi. And we didn't work that much to get them because they're ready to come and they're really hungry to know more about Saudi Arabia. So, name it. Do you want to talk about real estate investors who want to come to Saudi? So many. Do you want to talk about contractor? Again, it's huge numbers of contractors. They want to come here. Do you want to talk about the latest technology? They want to apply it here in Saudi and collaborate with the large platforms here? Yes. So what I want to give you today, and what is the takeaway that I want to give you today from my speech, and what's our plan as well for next year to have. This is very exclusive. I wanna just announce it today because this is something we've been working on it. Now today I will call it as a global platform that we're going to announce in the next PropTech, hopefully, inshallah. So what does it mean, a global platform? Today, investors wanted to come to Saudi or to go to invest anywhere in the world. We worked closely, for example, as Kingdom International. We worked closely with a large company like, for example, CBRE. We used to help investors coming from Japan, from China, from all over the world, from India to the UK, awarding, we use meetings, a lot of meetings, to make sure that we give them the best proposal where to invest in the world. But we learned how difficult for international to understand the currency, the way how to get financing, where can we invest. Let's talk about it as a simple way. Today, we see a lot of PropTech companies here in Riyadh, mainly working for Saudi, which is amazing, huge. I can see the difference from last year attendee to this year. So imagine if we have a platform, one platform. Let's start with Middle Eastern platform. That's for those investors, they want to buy a simple project, which is just a flat. Now, the comparison is not going to be just a flat in Saudi to choose in Riyadh or Jeddah or Dammam. It will be from Kuwait, Bahrain, Dubai, and the Middle Eastern region. That's going to be the difficulties we're going to face in this platform. It's the data. As we know, today, data is the hardest thing, and it's really difficult to gather, especially if it's different region in the same platform. That is missing. right now in the market. So we're going to move forward from Middle Eastern region to worldwide region. Let's say you are from US, you could buy your flat, as our Excellency yesterday he mentioned, we could use as well in the future the Bitcoins to buy, inshallah. And this is not yet working here in Saudi, but with the ease of use the Bitcoin, that will ease the purchase or the develop or the contractor or the technology they want to use. So to conclude this part, we need a global platform because we all live in a small village and we believe that we all need to share information together, forever, however.
You've got 5 minutes left.
Good, it's enough. Okay. So let's say now, today, because we help investors now, what's our main role right now? We have 3 main roles for different 3 companies. As a CEO of Kingdom International Real Estate, established since 2018 in London, we started as well here in Riyadh, 2023, but then in Dubai and US as well. So here in Riyadh, we help investors to grow. So especially those developers we worked with closely in the UK, we take their hand, we take them to the Ministry of Investment, we open for them the account, and we become their representative in the all government regulations. So by having this technology and regulation in Saudi Arabia today, investors are willing to come and they might need someone like us as a third party to help them succeed in their journey. So I will just give a case study I'm having right now. That's someone who wants to build a smart city and he wants to buy 15 million meter in Riyadh. So how do we do it today? What's our journey today? Our journey today, we try to find the land and we try to connect him with Al-Wataniya, which is NHC, to offer for him the huge lands, like for example, like Talat Mustafa, he got 10 million meter. And we finance as well, we try to find for him the financing part. Again, that platform I talked about before as well, not just for the opportunities, it's financing opportunity from all over the world. You know now, money, we don't see it. With PropTech, with the technology that we use today, we can have our money comes from anywhere in the world as financing. As a case study, we did the last project right now in the UK for 160 million pound, an offer for someone who wants to invest from Middle East to the UK. What do we did for him? We let him pay only 30%, which is 10%, 10%, 10%. Then to become from local developer to international developer. Then he become international developer in the UK. So that's exactly what we help international developer as well to become Saudi developer in Saudi Arabia. After he will pay now 10%, 10%, 10%, he doesn't have to pay as well stamp duty because we're gonna sell the product or the property before even completion. So investing with 160 million from 0 to 0. So he doesn't have to pay the 30%. We're gonna finance it to them. He will become international developer and he will get the 70% of the planned sales. And that's what I want to do as well as our company strategy in Saudi Arabia.
Okay, wrap up for me now, please.
Yes. So we're here to talk about, so we call ourselves buying agent. Buying agent, it's a new concept to Middle East. It's a well-known concept in Europe. What does it mean, buying agent? We care about the client. So we are portfolio manager for the family, embassies, government. Let's say someone from our government traveling to US today, and United Nations. They need to do a lot of arrangements for their diplomatic people, so we can help them wherever they are to guide them with secret information to help them get what do they want from rent or buy or invest, especially for embassies or governments or regulators. What is missing today in our project right now, it's to have it as a global, as we deliver global services. That's why we learned how to build now our platform. Hopefully, inshallah, we're going to announce it next year, the global platform financing PropTech in different ways, contractors, developers, and real estate buyers.
Okay.
So,
last message.
To wrap up, yes. So how can we help right now as Kingdom International Real Estate? We call ourselves Buying Agent International Hub. For those internationals who want to invest in Saudi, we take their hands from A to Z. I would like to thank everyone attending today, and I think Saudi Arabia today, it's in the momentum, and everyone, it's a cake. Everyone have to taste this cake. And if you want to know more about Saudi, don't listen to me, don't listen to anyone, just come and visit Saudi. Because Saudi is the best place to work for. Thank you.
Thank you, Rayhan. Thank you, my lovely. Amazing. So, time just for a quick question each. I might stand up and do this because you're all a bit spread out there. Incredible. Thank you for those presentations. And as we start to conclude, let's leave everybody with some final inspiration and some final words. So I'm going to start with you, Faisal. It's been so great to have that message reinforced about human-centric design. Let me talk to you about measurement and value. Do you have the ability to put any metrics in place that enable you to prove that experience has a value?
So definitely yes. Of course, with the technology now, communication is not an issue. You can have access and you can speak to everyone within the property. You can have a lot of data, and based on the data you get insights, and based on the insights, so even you might not need even to talk to people to get insights in order to take an action that will enhance their experience. So yeah, it's possible, and it's becoming seamless as well.
Brilliant, because I think it's so important, isn't it, to prove that building for experience actually adds commercial value as well, doesn't it?
Exactly,
So,
yes, of course. It's all about the business. It's
Always.
all about making
Always
money.
the bottom line.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
But experience still matters, so I love that it's also adding to the bottom line.
Experience actually reflects into money as well. Like
For
good
sure.
experience means like good business as
Absolutely.
well.
Yep, couldn't agree more. Fantastic. Rayhan, we've just heard from you, a brilliant service that you offer. Do you have any advice for people as the new laws are coming around the corner about international ownership and maybe readiness, because that's all about people being able to come and experience Saudi Arabia, and you must be wanting to maximize and benefit from this change in the ownership laws. Can you just give us some ideas about readiness?
I would like to suggest...
You should still be on. Yep.
Yes?
Yes.
I would like to suggest women in particular, to women leaders in the world, to visit Saudi Arabia.
Amazing.
Because we have a lot of women who are really interested to know more about Saudi. And today, as an international daughter, the daughter of the world, yes, I am Saudi, I'm proud, but I think women need to know this message. They have to know more, and we can see the audience here today. We saw many women attending today from Saudi Arabia. They're willing to be a leader in the future.
Yeah.
For us as women, we need to be not just as an employee, working hard to be an entrepreneur from our experience. So find out the time, at least 6 hours a week, and that's according to Gary Becker. It's written 1960. It's a Nobel Prize theory. If anyone here, hearing me or listening to me today, if you could find from your time 6 hours a week, Invest in data, invest in technology, because technology, it doesn't have female or male. Technology, it's new to everyone. So you can be a leader in the future. Just invest your time in technology.
Fantastic, and everyone's invested their time in learning, which I think is also important. So thank you for the encouragement to invest our time
Invest
wisely
in your
moving forward.
specialties.
Yes.
So see where is your specialty is, and then invest in it and hire yourself to yourself, and then start from there.
Amazing, fantastic. Thank you, Rehan. Safwan, you have huge international experience in being part of FIABC, which is an international organization. You see a lot of examples from around the world. Is there anything that we can learn from your models to do with property valuation that you've done in your area in Thailand? Can we take any of that learning and apply it here in the kingdom?
Yes, in the past I also working for the Ministry of Finance in Vietnam, in Indonesia, to help them build this sort of thing. And also we do a lot of lectures for them and give some case study how to do the model for valuation so that they can make it more properly and reliable and should be beneficial for their people.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to come over here because I'm too far away from Pierre to talk to you. Final question. I'm going to come sit next to you. Amazing. Wow, there we go. Different perspective. So, Pierre, you have been in this game for a long time. You said 25 years working in this space. Obviously, sort of the shared, flexible working space, office space has been part of the landscape for a really long time. And yet you say it is part of redefining the future. So how are you taking a concept that feels really, really established and making it fresh and new for a very different future from the one in which it began?
Yes, certainly.
Oh, so we have Pierre's mic? Yeah, go.
Wonderful. Thank you, Miriam. Well, the market is not really saturated, it's evolving. I mean, I would say 10% of the office space worldwide is flexible, so we got to go after the 90%. What you've seen is the emergence of clusters and hub and international competition to attract talent and investments. And obviously this is happening in Saudi Arabia too. You have China, you have India, Asia Pacific, you have the Middle East, you have Europe, North America, South America. You can work anywhere if you want. You can be in Antarctica, connected to internet, but you will not replicate the experience.
Yeah.
So I would say experience, hospitality is very, very important. Connecting, complex hub, including space, living, retail, hospitality, health, wellness is, I think it would be, so this complex hub, which use technology, of course, will be very important. I think Saudi Arabia and Riyadh in particular is very well placed in order to attract local talent and provide a suitable environment for individuals, but also companies to grow and expand.
Amazing. I love the idea of attracting local talent, and also the reinforced idea that innovation doesn't always have to be brand new. We can take things that have existed, we can adjust them, we can tweak them, we can make them relevant and new for the current times in which we're living.
Absolutely.
So I think that's something you're obviously doing. We've run out of time, everybody, so I'd like you to join me, please, in thanking Pierre and Safwan and Rehan and Faisal. Thank you so much, everybody, and we'd love a photograph with you, so please come into the center. Let's do a final photo. Amazing. Gather in. Fantastic. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you. Really appreciate it. And thank you, my darling, and thank you all for being with us. So, I am quite sad to say that that concludes our time together at the Global PropTech Summit 2025. Have you had a great 2 days? Let me see some nods, some thumbs up. Excellent. I hope that you have enjoyed the second edition with all of its improvements and its innovations. I hope that you've had some great conversations, made some incredible connections, and I can't wait to hear next year about what has been born in this edition, because we've heard in the last couple of days about projects and innovations that came to life last year. So hopefully there's been lots of new things which are going to start from today and that you're going to take back out into your workplaces and into your projects. So thank you all for being with us. Thank you so much for your attention, for your curiosity, for your open minds. It's been an utter honor to host and to meet so many of you, and I can't wait to see you all again soon. Thank you very much. That's a wrap.